Sycamore Row by John Grisham. Seth Hubbard was discovered roughly where he said he'd be, though not in the state anyone anticipated. He hung from a rope suspended 6 feet in the air, swaying a little with the breeze. A weather front had passed through, leaving him drenched. Not that it made any difference now. Observers would later note the absence of mud on his shoes and no footprints beneath him, suggesting he was already hanging, already gone before the rain started. Why did that detail matter? In the end, it didn't. The mechanics of hanging oneself from a tree are more complicated than they appear. Clearly, Seth had planned meticulously. The rope was 3/4-inch braided natural manila, slightly aged but more than strong enough for a man who'd weighed 160 pounds at his last doctor's visit. Later, a worker from one of Seth's plants would recall seeing his boss cut a 50-foot length from a spool a week earlier, never guessing its grim purpose. One end was fastened to a lower branch with a hasty but effective tangle of knots. The other end was looped over a thicker branch, 21 feet from the ground, dropping about 9 feet to terminate in a meticulously crafted hangman's noose. Seth had evidently studied the design, 13 coils to tighten the loop under weight, a method meant to break the neck for a quicker, less agonizing end. There was no indication of a struggle or last-minute panic. A 6-foot stepladder lay toppled nearby. Seth had chosen his tree, thrown the rope, secured it, climbed the ladder, fitted the noose, and when everything was aligned, kicked away, his only support. His hands hung loose near his pockets. Was there a flash of regret in that final second? When his feet left the ladder, but his hands were still free, did some primal instinct make him clutch at the rope above and fight for life before yielding? No one could ever know, and the scene suggested otherwise. Evidence would soon show Seth Hubbard was a man with a deliberate plan. For the event, he had worn his best suit, a heavy, dark gray wool blend, typically saved for cooler weather funerals. He owned only 3. A proper hanging elongates the body. His trouser cuffs now stopped at his ankles, and his jacket rode up to his waist. His black wingtips were polished clean. His blue necktie was neatly knotted. Only his white shirt was marred, stained with blood that had seeped from beneath the rope. It would emerge within hours that Seth had attended the 11 a.m. worship service at a nearby church. He'd chatted with acquaintances, shared a joke with a deacon, dropped an offering in the plate, and seemed in fairly decent spirits. Most people knew Seth was fighting lung cancer, though almost no one knew the doctors had given him very little time. He was on several church prayer lists, yet he carried the mark of 2 divorces, a stain on his standing as a devout Christian. His suicide certainly wouldn't improve that perception. The tree was an old sycamore his family had owned for decades. The surrounding land was dense with valuable hardwood timber assets. Seth had leveraged and mortgaged repeatedly to build his wealth. His father had acquired the property through questionable dealings back in the 1930s. Both ex-wives had fought fiercely for the land during their divorces, but Seth had clung to it. They got almost everything else. First to arrive was Calvin Boggs, a handyman and farm laborer Seth had employed for years. Early that Sunday morning, Calvin received a call from his boss. "Meet me at the bridge at 2 o'clock, Seth said. He offered no explanation, and Calvin wasn't the type to ask. When Mr. Hubbard set a time and place, you could count on him being there. At the final moment, Calvin's 10-year-old son pleaded to come along, and Calvin, against his better judgment, agreed. They traveled a winding gravel road that cut through miles of the Hubbard land. As he drove, Calvin couldn't shake his curiosity about this unusual Sunday meeting. He'd never known his boss to arrange anything on a weekend afternoon. Everyone knew Mr. Hubbard was sick. There was even talk he might not have long. But true to form, the man kept his private struggles to himself. The bridge was just a simple wooden structure over a narrow, vine-choked creek known for its water moccasins. Mr. Hubbard had intended to replace it with a proper concrete culvert for months, but his declining health had pushed those plans aside. Nearby, 2 crumbling shacks stood half lost in the undergrowth, the only remnants of what was once a tiny settlement. Parked close to the bridge was Mr. Hubbard's late-model Cadillac, both the driver's door and the trunk left standing open. Calvin pulled up behind it and felt a first uneasy prickle that something was wrong. The rain was falling steadily now, the wind picking up, and there was no sensible reason for those openings to be exposed. Telling his boy firmly to stay inside the truck, Calvin stepped out and circled the vehicle without touching it. His boss was nowhere in sight. He took a slow breath, wiped the wet from his face, and scanned the land. Past the clearing, about 100 yards off, he saw a shape hanging from a tree. He walked back to the truck and repeated his order for the boy to stay put with the doors locked, but it was already too late. The child was fixed on the distant sycamore. "You stay right here," Calvin said, his voice stern. "Do not get out." "Yes, sir." Calvin started toward the tree. He moved carefully, his boots sliding in the mud while he fought to keep his thoughts steady. What was the rush with each step? The scene grew clearer. The man in the dark suit at the end of the rope was unmistakably gone. Calvin recognized him, noticed the overturned stepladder nearby, and quickly pieced together what must have happened. Without disturbing anything, he retreated to his truck. It was October 1988, and car phones had finally made their way to rural Mississippi at Mr. Hubbard's own urging. Calvin had one installed in his pickup. He called the Ford County Sheriff's Office, gave a short report, and settled in to wait. Warm air from the heater and the familiar twang of Merle Haggard on the radio offered a thin comfort as he stared through the windshield, ignoring his son, tapping his fingers in time with the wipers, and only then realizing tears were on his cheeks. The boy was too frightened to speak. 2 deputies showed up in a single car half an hour later. As they were pulling on rain slickers, an ambulance arrived with a 3-person crew. From the gravel road, they all peered toward the old sycamore, and after a few seconds of squinting, it was obvious a man was hanging there. Calvin told them everything he knew. The deputies decided to treat it as a potential crime scene and held the ambulance crew back. More deputies arrived. They searched the Cadillac and found nothing useful. They took photographs and video of Seth hanging there, eyes closed, his head twisted sharply to the right. Studying the tracks around the sycamore, they found no sign that anyone else had been present. One deputy drove Calvin to Mr. Hubbard's house a few miles away. The boy rode silently in the back. The doors were unlocked. On the kitchen table sat a note written on a yellow legal pad. In neat print, Seth had written, "To Calvin. Please inform the authorities I've taken my own life, with no help from anyone. On the attached sheet I have left specific instructions for my funeral and burial. No autopsy. S.H. It was dated that same day, Sunday, October 20, 1988. Only then were Calvin and his son finally allowed to leave. He hurried the boy back to his house, where the child fell into his mother's embrace and stayed silent for the remainder of the day. Ozzie Walls stood as one of only 2 black sheriffs in the entire state of Mississippi. The other had been elected not long before from a Delta county with a majority black population. Ford County, by contrast, was predominantly white, yet Ozzie had secured his office, and later his re-election, by comfortable margins. The black community cherished him as one of their own. Many white residents respected him too, both for his reputation as a no-nonsense lawman and because he had been a football standout at Clanton High. In certain corners of the Deep South, the game was beginning to blur old racial line. Ozzie was just leaving Sunday service with his wife and their 4 children when the call came in. He drove straight to the bridge, still wearing his church suit, without his gun or badge, though he kept a worn pair of boots in the trunk. 2 of his deputies accompanied him as he trudged down through the mud under an umbrella toward the sycamore tree. Seth's body was thoroughly drenched by now, water beading and falling from the toes of his shoes, his chin, his ears, his fingertips, and the hem of his trousers. Ozzie paused a short distance from those shoes, lifted his umbrella, and studied the pale, sorrowful face of a man he had met on just 2 previous occasions. There was a backstory here. Back in 1983, when Ozzie first decided to run for sheriff, he found himself up against 3 white opponents and with almost no campaign funds. Out of the blue, he received a call from Seth Hubbard, a man Ozzie didn't know and who, as he would learn, preferred to stay out of the spotlight. Seth lived way out in the northeast corner of Ford County, nearly on the border with Tyler County. He described himself as being in the lumber and timber business, owning a few sawmills over in Alabama and a factory here and there, giving off the air of someone who'd done well for himself. He offered to fund Ozzy's campaign, but on one firm condition: it had to be in cash. $25,000 in cash in his private office. Behind a locked door, Seth Hubbard opened a case and showed Ozzy the money. Ozzy started to explain about campaign finance reporting and the legal requirements, but Seth cut him off. He made it clear he did not want this particular contribution on any record. It was a cash deal, or it was no deal at all. What are you expecting in return? Ozzy had asked him, "I want to see you get elected." "That's all," Seth had answered. Ozzy hesitated. "I'm not so sure about this." Seth's reply was blunt. "You think your opponents are turning down cash under the table?" "Probably not. Of course they aren't. Don't be naive." So Ozzy took the money. He poured it into his campaign, barely made it into the runoff, and then won the general election decisively. Afterward, Ozzy had dropped by Seth's office twice to offer his thanks, but Mr. Hubbard was never in. Phone calls were never returned. Quietly, Ozzy asked around about the man, but few people seemed to know much. There were whispers that he'd made a fortune in furniture manufacturing, but nothing concrete. He owned a couple hundred acres near his home. He didn't bank locally, didn't use local lawyers or insurance agents. He showed up at church now and then. 4 years later, when Ozzy faced only token opposition, Seth still wanted to meet. Another $25,000 changed hands, and once again Seth seemed to vanish into the background. And now here he was, dead by his own rope, rainwater dripping from his clothes. Finn Plunkett, the county coroner, finally arrived, which meant the death could be officially recorded. "Let's get him down," Ozzy said. The knots were undone, and with slack in the rope, Seth's body descended. They laid him on a stretcher and covered him with a thermal sheet. 4 men strained under the weight as they carried him toward the waiting ambulance. Ozzy trailed behind the small procession, feeling as puzzled as anyone else. He was more than 5 years into the job and had seen plenty of death, accidents, car crashes, a handful of murders, some suicides. He wasn't hardened or indifferent to it. He'd made those awful late-night calls to parents and spouses, and he dreaded the next one every time. Good old Seth. The question now was, exactly who was Ozzy supposed to call? He knew Seth had been divorced, but had no idea if he'd remarried. He knew nothing about the man's family. Seth was around 70. If he had grown children, where were they? Well, Ozzy figured he'd find out soon enough. As the ambulance trailed him toward Clanton, he started making calls to anyone who might have information about Seth Hubbard. Jake Brigance watched the glowing red digits on his alarm clock. At precisely 5:29, he silenced it, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and stood up. Carla stirred, turning over and pulling the covers tighter around her shoulders. Jake gave her a light pat and murmured a good morning, but she was already drifting back into sleep. On a Monday like this, she would stay in bed for another hour before the morning rush to get Hannah ready for school. During the summer months, Carla's mornings stretched even later, filled with leisurely plans and whatever their daughter wanted to do. Jake, however, clung to a rigid routine: up by 5:30, at the coffee shop by 6, and in his office well before 7. Few people in town greeted the dawn with such determination, though lately, now that he'd reached the ripe old age of 35, he found himself wondering why. Why did he still feel this compulsion to beat every other lawyer in Clanton to the office? The reasons that once felt so certain were growing fuzzy around the edges. His dream of becoming a celebrated trial lawyer hadn't faded. If anything, his ambition burned as hot as ever. But reality had a way of needling him. A decade of grinding legal work had left his desk buried under wills, property deeds, and petty contract squabbles. Not a single noteworthy criminal case. No promising car wreck lawsuits on the horizon. His finest hour, the acquittal of Carl Lee Haley, was 3 years behind him, and sometimes a quiet fear crept in. What if that was his peak? Still, he shook off the doubt. He was only 35 after all, a courtroom gladiator with plenty of battles yet to win. There was no dog to let out because they no longer had one. Max had died in the fire that destroyed their beautiful, beloved, and heavily mortgaged Victorian home on Adams Street. That had been 3 years ago, back in July of 1985, when the Klan, enraged during the Haley trial, first planted a cross in the yard, then tried to blow up the house, and finally succeeded in burning it to the ground. Sending Carla and Hannah away had been a smart move. After a month of attempts on his life, they'd settled for destroying everything he owned. He'd even delivered his closing argument in a borrowed suit. The subject of getting a new dog hovered awkwardly between them. They'd tiptoed around it a few times before letting it drop. Hannah wanted one, maybe even needed one, an only child. She often complained of being bored playing by herself. But Jake, and Carla especially, knew exactly who would end up house-training the puppy and cleaning up after it. Besides, they were stuck in a rental house, their lives still up in the air. Maybe a dog would bring back a sense of normalcy. Maybe it would just be one more complication. Jake found himself turning the question over in his mind during these quiet early hours. The honest truth was, he missed having a dog. After a fast shower, Jake got dressed in the cramped spare bedroom they used as a closet. Every room in this flimsy rental felt small and temporary. The furniture was a depressing collection of hand-me-downs and flea market finds, all destined to be tossed out someday if things ever went according to plan. Not that much was going his way lately. Their lawsuit against the insurance company was mired in endless pretrial motions, a slog that felt increasingly hopeless. He'd filed it 6 months after the Haley verdict, riding high on confidence and a sense of invincibility. How dare an insurance company try to shortchange him? Bring on another Ford County jury, and he'd win another stunning victory. But that swagger had slowly dissolved as he and Carla came to the painful realization that they'd been badly underinsured. 4 blocks over, their empty, fire-scarred lots sat untouched collecting leaves. From next door, Mrs. Pickle kept a watchful eye, though there wasn't much to see. The neighbors were still waiting for a fine new house to rise from the ashes and for the Brigance family to come home. Jake crept into Hannah's bedroom, brushed a kiss against her cheek, and gently tugged the quilt a little higher. At 7 years old, she was their one and only child, a second grader at Clanton Elementary whose classroom was just down the hall from where her mother taught kindergarten. In the cramped kitchen, he jabbed the button on the coffee maker, waiting for the familiar gurgle and hiss before it began to brew. He popped open his briefcase, his fingers brushing against the cool metal of the holstered 9mm inside before adding a stack of files. The weight of the gun had become a part of his daily routine, a fact that filled him with a quiet sorrow. What kind of ordinary life included a weapon always within arm's reach? Ordinary or not, the pistol was a grim necessity. They firebombed your home after a failed attempt to blow it up. They phoned in threats to your wife. They planted a burning cross on your front lawn. They beat your secretary's husband into a coma from which he never woke. A sniper took a shot and missed you, striking a security guard instead. The campaign of terror stretched through the trial and lingered long after the gavel fell. Only 4 of those responsible were now behind bars, 3 in federal prisons, 1 at Parchman. Just 4. Jake reminded himself of that number almost daily. There should have been a dozen convictions by now, a sentiment Ozzie and other local black leaders echoed with growing frustration. Out of stubborn habit, Jake still phoned the FBI weekly for updates on their stalled investigation after 3 years. His calls usually went straight to voicemail, unanswered. He wrote letters. The case file in his office occupied an entire cabinet. Only 4. He carried the names of other suspects in his head, men who in his view were still guilty. Some had moved away. Others remained right here in town, living their lives as if the past held no consequence. So he carried a gun, legally permitted, of course. One rested in his briefcase, another was stashed in his car. A couple more were scattered around the office, part of a slowly rebuilt collection after his hunting rifles were lost to the flames. Stepping out onto the small brick porch, he drew in a deep breath of the crisp morning air. Parked on the street directly in front of the house was a Ford County Sheriff's cruiser, and behind the wheel sat Deputy Louis Tuck, whose graveyard shift included the specific duty of being a visible presence in the neighborhood and, most importantly, being parked right by the mailbox at 5:45 each morning, Monday through Saturday, just as Mr. Brigance stepped outside to offer a wave. Tuck waved back. The Brigance family had made it through another night as long as Ozzie Walls remained sheriff of Ford County, a position he'd likely hold for at least 3 more years, if not many beyond. He and his department would do whatever it took to protect Jake and his family. Jake had taken on Carl Lee Haley's defense, worked tirelessly for little pay, dodged literal bullets, faced down genuine threats, and nearly lost everything before securing a not guilty verdict that still echoed through the county. Keeping Jake safe was Ozzie's top priority. With a nod, Tuck pulled away, planning to circle the block and return a few minutes after Jake departed, keeping watch until he saw the kitchen lights flick on, signaling that Carla was up and starting her day. Jake drove one of only 2 Saabs in Ford County, a red sedan with 190,000 miles on the odometer. He was long overdue for a new car but couldn't swing the cost. What had once felt like a quirky, distinctive choice for a small town now meant exorbitant repair bills. The nearest dealership was in Memphis, an hour's drive away, so every service visit devoured half a day and a small fortune. Lately, Jake found himself daydreaming about a dependable American model, a thought that crossed his mind every morning as he turned the ignition key and held his breath, waiting for the engine to cough and sputter to life. It had never actually failed to start, but these past few weeks had introduced a Woorish's hesitation, an extra crank or two that felt like a whispered warning of impending trouble. He'd become paranoid, hyper-aware of every new rattle and squeak. Checking the tires every other day as the tread wore dangerously thin, Jake reversed onto Culbert Street, a neighborhood that felt distinctly less polished than Adams Street, even though the two were separated by just 4 blocks. The house beside theirs was another rental property, reinforcing the transient feel of the area. Adams was graced with older, more dignified homes full of character, while Culbert was a jumble of generic suburban houses built before the town tightened its zoning rules. Carla didn't say much, but Jake could sense her restlessness, her quiet desire to move somewhere, anywhere else. They had even fantasized about leaving Clanton entirely. The 3 years following the Haley trial had not brought the financial stability they had anticipated. If Jake was fated to grind out a modest living as a small-town lawyer, why not do it in a different town? Carla's teaching certificate was valid anywhere. Surely they could build a peaceful life somewhere that didn't involve looking over their shoulders. While many in Ford County's black community held him in high regard, a lingering resentment simmered among some white residents, and the threat from unstable individuals never fully vanished. Ironically, there was a layer of security in living surrounded by friends and vigilant neighbors who noticed every unfamiliar vehicle. Every police officer and county deputy understood that protecting the Brigance family was a top priority. Deep down, Jake and Carla knew they would never actually leave, though they occasionally indulged in the harmless fantasy of picking a new hometown. It was just a game. Jake faced the unvarnished truth that he would never belong in a large city firm, nor would he find a small town anywhere that wasn't already saturated with attorneys scrambling for work. His future was clear to him, and he had made peace with it. He just needed to start earning a decent living. Driving past the vacant lot on Adams Street, he muttered a few choice curses aimed at the arsonists who destroyed his home and added a couple more for his stubborn insurance company before accelerating away. He turned from Adams onto Jefferson, then onto Washington Street, which traced the northern edge of Clanton's town square. His office was on Washington, directly facing the imposing courthouse. He parked in his usual spot at 6 in the morning, a time when parking was plentiful. The square would remain quiet for another 2 hours before the courthouse and surrounding businesses stirred to life. The coffee shop, however, was already buzzing with mechanics, farmers, and sheriff's deputies when Jake walked in, exchanging greetings. As usual, he was the only patron wearing a coat and tie. The bankers and brokers would congregate an hour later at the tea shop across the square to discuss monetary policy and global affairs. Here at the coffee shop, The conversations revolved around football, county politics, and the best local spots for bass fishing. Jake was one of the few professionals welcomed here thanks to his easygoing nature, his thick skin, and his willingness to offer free, quick legal advice to any regular in a pinch. He hung his jacket on a wall hook and took a seat with Deputy Marshal Prather. The main topic was Ole Miss's lopsided loss to Georgia 2 days prior. A waitress named Dell, chewing gum with an attitude, poured his coffee and, as part of their daily ritual, brushed against him with her hip. Minutes later, she delivered his standard, unspoken order: wheat toast, grits, and strawberry jelly. As Jake shook Tabasco sauce over his grits, Prather asked abruptly, "Hey, Jake, did you know Seth Hubbard?" "Never met the man," Jake replied, noticing a few looks from nearby tables. "I've heard the name in passing. Had a place up near Palmyra, right?" "That's the one," Prather said, working on a mouthful of sausage while Jake took a sip of coffee. Jake waited, then observed dryly, "I suppose it's safe to assume something unfortunate happened to Seth Hubbard, since you're talking about him in the past tense." "I did what?" Prather asked, falling into his typical habit of lobbing a heavy question and then retreating into silence. Jake was well aware of the local gossip and the darker details, always probing to see if anyone had a fresh piece of information. "You used the past tense. You asked, 'Did I know him?' Not 'Do I know him?' Which would naturally suggest he's no longer with us. Correct?" "I guess so." "So, what's the story?" Andy Furr, who worked as a mechanic over at the Chevrolet dealership, announced loudly, "Took his own life yesterday. They found him hanging from a tree." He left a note, and everything Dell chimed in as she swept past with a coffee pot. The diner had been buzzing for an hour, so it was no surprise Dell was just as informed about Seth Hubbard's death as anyone else. "All right. What did the note say?" Jake inquired, keeping his tone even. "Can't tell you, honey," she replied brightly. "That's strictly between me and Seth. You never even knew Seth," Prather retorted. Dell was a sharp-tongued character who'd been around forever. She shot back, "I loved Seth once upon a time, or maybe it was twice, hard to keep track. There have been so many," Prather said with a smirk. "Yeah, but you'll never get close, old boy," she fired back. "You really don't remember, do you?" Prather countered, earning a few chuckles from the others. "Where was the note found?" Jake asked, steering the talk back on course. Prather shoveled a forkful of pancakes into his mouth, chewed thoughtfully, and finally answered on the kitchen table. "Ozzy's got it now, still looking into things, but there isn't much to it. Seems Hubbard went to church, acted perfectly normal, then drove back to his place, grabbed a stepladder and a rope, and carried it out. One of his workers discovered him around 2 yesterday afternoon, swinging in the rain, all dressed up in his Sunday best. It was strange, sad, and fascinating, but Jake found it hard to muster any real feeling for a man he'd never known. Andy Furr wondered, did he have anything to his name? "Not sure," Prather said. "I think Ozzy knew him, but he's keeping quiet." Dell came back to top off their cups and lingered to chat, with a hand planted on her hip. She declared, "No, I never knew him personally, but my cousin is acquainted with his first wife. He had at least 2, and according to her, Seth had some land and money. She said he kept to himself, guarded his secrets, and didn't trust a soul. Also called him a nasty so-and-so. But then they always say that after a divorce, you'd know all about that," Prather added. "I sure do, old boy. I know a whole lot more than you ever will." "Is there a last will?" Jake asked. Probate work wasn't his favorite, but a substantial estate usually meant a decent fee for some lawyer in town. It was all paperwork and a few court dates. Nothing too complicated or boring. Jake figured that by 9 in the morning, every attorney around would be sniffing out who drafted Seth Hubbard's final will. "Don't know yet," Prather said. "Aren't wills public record?" Jake asked Bill West, an electrician at the shoe factory north of town. "Not until you pass away. You can change your will at the last second, so recording it would be pointless. Besides, you might not want the world knowing what's in your will until you're gone. Once that happens, and once the will goes through probate, then it's filed in court and becomes public." Jake glanced around as he spoke, spotting at least 3 men he'd drafted wills for. He kept them simple, fast, and affordable, a reputation that kept clients coming. "When does probate start?" Bill West asked. "There's no set deadline. Usually, the surviving spouse or the children find the will, take it to a lawyer, and a month or so after the funeral, they'll go to court to begin the process." "What if there isn't a will?" "That's a lawyer's dream scenario," Jake said with a laugh. "It's a total mess if Mr. Hubbard died without a will and left behind a couple of ex-wives, maybe some grown kids, maybe some grandkids, who knows. Then they'd likely spend the next 5 years battling over whatever he owned, assuming he actually had assets." "Oh, he's got them," Dell called from across the diner, her instincts always on high alert. If you coughed, she'd ask about your health. If you sneezed, she'd be right over with a tissue. If you fell into an unusual silence, she would start digging into your personal life or your work. If you attempted to speak softly, she would appear at your table, topping off coffee cups, no matter how full they already were. She observed every detail, recalled it all, and never hesitated to remind her regulars of a contradictory statement they'd made years before. Marshall Prather gave Jake a knowing look, as if to say she's completely out there. But he kept that thought to himself. Finishing his pancakes, he made his exit, and Jake wasn't far behind. He settled his bill at $6.40, gave Dell a quick hug on the way out, and nearly coughed at the heavy scent of her bargain perfume. The eastern sky glowed orange as morning broke. Yesterday's rain had cleared, leaving the air crisp and cool. As usual, Jake turned east, away from his office, walking briskly as though late for a critical appointment. In reality, his day held nothing urgent, just a few ordinary office visits with clients in distress. Jake took his morning loop around the Clanton Square, passing banks, insurance agencies, real estate offices, shops, and cafes, all nestled tightly together and still closed at this early hour. Most buildings were 2-story red brick structures with ornate wrought iron balconies overlooking the sidewalks that framed the courthouse lawn. Clanton wasn't exactly booming, but it wasn't fading away like so many other small southern towns either. The 1980 census recorded the population at just over 8,000, with the county totaling about 4 times that, and numbers were projected to rise slightly in the next count. You wouldn't see vacant storefronts, boarded-up windows, or gloomy for-lease signs. Jake hailed from Caraway, a smaller town of 2,500 people, 18 miles west of Clanton, where Main Street was slowly crumbling as shopkeepers retired, diners shut down, and attorneys steadily relocated to the county seat. Here around the square, there were now 26 law offices and counting. The competition was becoming almost comically fierce. How many lawyers can one town support, Jake often wondered. He took a certain pleasure in walking past rival firms, glancing at their dark, locked doors and empty reception areas. It felt like a quiet victory lap. With a touch of smug satisfaction, he felt ready to conquer the day while his competitors were still asleep. He passed the office of Harry Rex Vonner, one of his closest friends in the legal community, a fighter who rarely showed up before 900, often to a waiting room full of tense divorce clients. Harry Rex had survived multiple marriages and preferred the chaos of late-night work to domestic turmoil. Jake then strode by the despised Sullivan firm, home to the largest cluster of attorneys in the county. 9 at last tally, 9 insufferable characters Jake tried to avoid, though part of that was plain envy. Sullivan had all the big bank and insurance clients, and their lawyers out-earned everyone else. He passed the shuttered, padlocked office of an old friend named Mac Stafford, who had vanished 8 months earlier. Apparently, after skimming client funds and disappearing overnight, his wife and 2 daughters were still waiting, as was a likely indictment. Privately, Jake hoped Mac was lounging on some distant beach, sipping rum cocktails with no intention of ever returning. He'd been a deeply unhappy man in a miserable marriage. "Keep running, Mac," Jake murmured each morning, lightly tapping the padlock as he walked by without slowing. He continued past the offices of the Ford County Times, the tea shop, just beginning to stir, a haberdashery where he bought his suits on discount, a black-owned cafe called Claude's where he ate every Friday, with the other white liberals in town, an antique store run by a swindler. Jake had sued twice, a bank that still held the second mortgage on his house and was entangled in the same lawsuit, and the county office building where the new district attorney worked whenever he was in town. Rufus Buckley was finally out of the picture, voted out the previous year, and as far as Jake and many others were concerned, hopefully finished with politics for good. Their near-physical clash during the Haley trial had left a bitter, lasting animosity. These days, the former district attorney was back in his hometown of Smithfield, over in Polk County, nursing his pride and trying to scratch out a living from a law office on a main street already crowded with them. The morning drive was done, and Jake unlocked the front door to what was widely regarded as the best office suite in Clanton. The building, like so many around the courthouse square, had been erected by the Wilbanks family a century ago, and a Wilbanks had practiced law there for almost as long. That tradition ended when Lucien, the last of the line and undoubtedly the most unhinged, lost his law license. He had just brought Jake on board, a rookie attorney brimming with principle. Lucien had ambitions of corrupting the young idealist, but the state bar intervened and revoked his credentials before he got the chance. With Lucien gone and no other Wilbanks in sight, Jake fell into a magnificent set of offices. He only used half of the 10 available rooms. Downstairs was a spacious reception area where his current secretary worked and met clients. Upstairs, in a grand 30 by 30-foot room, Jake passed his days behind Lucien's massive oak desk, a piece that had also been used by the man's father and grandfather. On the frequent occasions when boredom set in, he would stroll to the French doors, step out onto the terrace, and take in the view of the courthouse and the square. At 7 on the dot, he settled behind the desk with his coffee, glanced at the day's calendar, and conceded to himself it looked neither promising nor profitable. His secretary, Roxy, was a 31-year-old mother of 4 he'd hired mostly because no one better had applied. He'd been in a bind 5 months ago, and she'd been available. On the positive side, Roxy usually showed up around 8:30, give or take a few minutes, and managed a barely adequate performance, answering phones, greeting the occasional client, shooing away undesirables, typing, filing, and keeping her area in a state of semi-organization. The much heavier list of negatives, however, included her clear lack of interest in the job. She saw it as a temporary stopgap, her habit of smoking on the back porch that left her smelling of it, her constant complaints about the low pay, and her not-so-subtle remarks about all lawyers being rich. In general, she was unpleasant company. Originally from Indiana, she'd been transplanted south through a military marriage and, like many northern transplants, had little patience for the local culture. She considered herself to have had a more refined upbringing and now found herself stuck in what she viewed as a backward town. Jake never asked, but he had a strong hunch her marriage was unhappy. Her husband had been fired for negligence, and she'd wanted Jake to file a lawsuit on his behalf, which he refused, a refusal that still rankled. Then there was the matter of about $50 missing from the petty cash. Jake suspected the worst. He knew he would have to fire her, a prospect he dreaded, each morning during his quiet time. He said his prayer and asked for the patience to endure this latest difficult woman in his professional life. There had been so many. He'd hired younger women because they were more available and cheaper. The decent ones got married, got pregnant, and wanted extended leave. The problematic ones flirted, wore provocative clothing, and made inappropriate comments. One even threatened a false sexual harassment claim after being fired, though she was later arrested for writing bad checks and disappeared. He'd tried hiring older, more mature women to avoid any physical distractions, but they tended to be domineering, motherly, going through menopause, and they always seemed to have doctor's appointments, new ailments to discuss, or funerals to attend. Just last week, after a particularly trying afternoon where Roxy had sighed dramatically over filing, Jake had found himself staring out at the square, imagining for a wild moment simply closing the office and taking a long, solitary fishing trip up to the Tennessee lakes, a fantasy of escape that felt both ridiculous and deeply appealing. For years, the office had been dominated by Ethel Twitty, a formidable figure who managed the Wilbanks firm at its peak. For more than 4 decades, Ethel had disciplined the attorneys, intimidated the other secretaries, and clashed with the junior associates, none of whom stuck around longer than a year or two. However, Ethel was now retired, pushed out by Jake during the Haley trial uproar. Her husband had been assaulted by hoodlums, likely Klansmen, though the case remained cold with no progress in sight. Jake had been relieved when she departed. These days, he sometimes found himself almost nostalgic for her stern efficiency. At exactly 8:30, he was in the kitchen downstairs, refilling his coffee mug, then meandering through a storage area as if hunting for an old document. When Roxy slipped in through the back door at 8:39, Jake was already stationed by her desk, leafing through a legal brief, waiting, making it clear she was yet again tardy. That she had 4 small children, a jobless and discontented spouse, a position she disliked with pay she considered insufficient, and a slew of other troubles, none of that meant much to Jake. Had he felt any fondness for her, he might have mustered some compassion, but as the weeks rolled by, his irritation only grew. He was compiling a record, issuing quiet reprimands, accumulating evidence so that when he finally confronted her for the difficult conversation, his case would be solid. Jake loathed finding himself scheming to dismiss an unsatisfactory secretary. "Good morning, Roxy," he said, with a pointed look at his watch. "Hello, sorry I'm late. Had to get the kids to school." He was weary of the dishonesty, too, however minor it seemed. Her unemployed husband was the one who drove the children to school and back. Carla had confirmed this. "Right," Jake muttered as he snatched a pile of envelopes she had just set on her desk. He intercepted the mail before she could sort it, sifting through for anything noteworthy. It was the usual assortment of advertisements and legal correspondence, letters from other firms, one from a judge's office, bulky envelopes stuffed with copies of briefs, motions, pleadings, and the like. He didn't open these, that was the secretary's duty. "Looking for something?" she asked, dropping her purse and bag and starting to get settled. No. As usual, her appearance was rather disheveled. No makeup and hair in tangles. She rushed off to the restroom to apply her makeup and tidy up. A ritual that frequently consumed a quarter of an hour. More silent demerits. At the very bottom of the stack, on the final standard envelope of the day, Jake noticed his name written in blue cursive ink. The return address shocked him so deeply, he nearly let everything slip from his hands. He dumped the rest of the mail onto the center of her desk, then bolted up the stairs to his office. He locked the door, seating himself at a roll-top desk in the corner, beneath a portrait of William Faulkner that had been acquired by Mr. John Wilbanks, Lucian's father. He examined the envelope. It was plain, ordinary, white, letter-sized, on inexpensive paper, likely bought in a bulk pack, featuring a 25-cent stamp commemorating an astronaut, and bulky enough to hold multiple sheets. It was addressed to him, the Honorag Jake Brigance, attorney at law, 146 Washington Street, Clanton, Mississippi. No zip code. The return address read Seth Hubbard, P.O. Box 277, Palmyra, Mississippi, 38664. The envelope bore a postmark from October 1st, 1988, the previous Saturday, at the Clanton post office. Jake drew a long breath and carefully pieced together the timeline. If the chatter at the coffee shop was to be trusted, and Jake had no cause to question it, at least not right then, Seth Hubbard had taken his own life less than 24 hours earlier, on Sunday afternoon. It was now 8:45 on Monday morning. For the letter to have been postmarked in Clanton last Saturday, Seth Hubbard, or someone acting for him, must have slipped the letter into the local delivery slot inside the Clanton post office, either late Friday or sometime before noon on Saturday when the place shut its doors. The envelope had been postmarked in Tupelo, the regional hub where all non-local mail from Clanton was processed. Jake selected a pair of scissors and, with deliberate care, sliced a narrow strip from the end of the envelope opposite the return address. He kept the cut near the stamp, but far enough away to leave every potential piece of evidence intact. He would make copies of everything later. Giving the envelope a gentle squeeze, he shook it until the folded papers slid onto his desk. His pulse quickened as he carefully smoothed open the sheets. There were 3 of them, plain white, with no letterhead. After pressing the creases flat, he lifted the top page, written in a surprisingly elegant masculine cursive with blue ink. It began, "Dear Mr. Brigance, we have never met, and we never will. By the time you read this, I will be gone, and that tiresome little town you call home will be humming with its favorite pastime gossip. I have ended my own life, but only because lung cancer was about to do it for me. The doctors gave me mere weeks, and I am exhausted by the pain. Frankly, I'm exhausted by a great many things. If you are a smoker, take the advice of a dead man and quit now. I chose you because you have a reputation for integrity, and I respected your fortitude during the Carl Lee Haley trial. I have a strong feeling you are a man of tolerance, a rare quality around these parts. Let me be blunt. I hold most lawyers in contempt, particularly the ones practicing in Clanton. I won't name names now. What's the point? But I will die harboring a profound and unresolved bitterness toward many in your profession. A pack of vultures, the lot of them. Enclosed is my last will and testament, written, signed, and dated entirely in my own hand. I have reviewed Mississippi law and am confident this constitutes a valid holographic will, fully enforceable. No one witnessed my signature, as none are required for such a document. About a year ago, I signed a more voluminous version at the Rush law firm in Tupelo, but I hereby revoke it. This new version will undoubtedly cause an uproar, which is precisely why I want you to represent my estate. Defend it at all costs. I believe you can. I have expressly disinherited my 2 adult children, their offspring, and both of my ex-wives. They are not good people, and they will fight viciously, so brace yourself. My estate is considerable. They have no inkling of its true size, and once it is revealed, the assault will begin. Fight them, Mr. Brigance, to the very end. We must win. With my suicide note, I left instructions for my funeral and burial. Do not reveal this will until after the services are concluded. I want my family to endure every hollow ritual of mourning before they discover they receive nothing. Watch them perform. They are quite skilled at pretense. They feel no affection for me. I thank you in advance for your vigorous representation. It will be difficult. I take some comfort in knowing I will not be present to suffer through the coming ordeal. Sincerely, Seth Hubbard, October 1, 1988. Jake felt too unsettled to examine the will itself just yet. He drew a long breath, stood up, and paced around the office. Pushing open the French doors to the small terrace, he gazed out at the courthouse and the town square, absorbing the quiet morning scene. Returning to his roll-top desk, he read the letter a second time. It would serve as crucial evidence of Seth Hubbard's mental state and testamentary intent, a fact that momentarily froze him with uncertainty. He rubbed his palms on his trousers. Should he leave everything exactly as it was and rush to fetch Sheriff Ozzie? Should he call a judge? No. The letter had been mailed to him privately, and he had every right to review its contents. Even so, he felt as if he were holding a live explosive. Slowly, he shifted the letter aside and fixed his eyes on the next sheet of paper. His heart hammered against his ribs, his hands unsteady as he stared at the stark blue ink. He understood, with a certainty that settled like a weight, that these words would define the coming year, perhaps 2. The document declared itself the last will and testament of Henry Seth Hubbard. I, Seth Hubbard, aged 71, and of sound mind though failing health, hereby establish this as my final will. I am a resident of the state of Mississippi, my legal residence being 4498 Simpson Road in Palmyra, Ford County. I hereby revoke all prior wills executed by me, specifically one dated September 7, 1987, prepared by Louis McGuire of the Rush firm in Tupelo, which itself had revoked an earlier will from March of 1985. This document is a holographic will, each word penned in my own hand, without assistance from any person. I have signed and dated it. I prepared it alone in my office on this first day of October 1988. My mind is clear, and my testamentary capacity is full. No individual is exerting or attempting to exert any influence over me. I appoint as the executor of my estate Russell Amberg of 762 Ember Street, Temple, Mississippi. Mr. Amberg served as vice president of my holding company and possesses a working knowledge of my assets and liabilities. I direct Mr. Amberg to retain Jake Brigance, attorney at law in Clanton, Mississippi, for all necessary legal representation. It is my explicit instruction that no other lawyer in Ford County is to have any involvement with my estate or profit a single cent from its probate. I have 2 children, Herschel Hubbard and Ramona Hubbard Defoe, and they have children of their own, though I cannot say how many, as I have not seen them in some time. I specifically exclude both of my children and all of my grandchildren from receiving any inheritance from my estate. They are to get nothing. I may not know the precise legal terminology to cut out a person from an inheritance, but my intention is to completely prohibit them, my children and grandchildren, from receiving anything from me. Should they contest this will and lose, it is my desire that they be required to pay all attorneys' fees and court costs incurred as a result of their greed. I have 2 former wives whom I will not name, having received virtually everything in the divorces. They are entitled to nothing more here. I specifically exclude them. May they perish in pain, as I likely will. I give, devise, transfer, and leave behind, whatever the hell it takes, 90% of my estate to my friend Letty Lang in gratitude for her dedicated service and friendship to me over these past several years. Her full name is Letitia Dolores Tabor Lang, and her address is 1488 Montrose Road, Box Hill, Mississippi. I give, devise, and so forth 5% of my estate to my brother Ansel F. Hubbard if he is still alive. I have not heard from Ansel in many years, though I have thought of him often. He was a lost soul who deserved a better lot. As boys, he and I witnessed something no human should ever see, and Ansel was scarred by it forever. If he has died, his 5% share remains within my estate. I give, devise, and so forth 5% of my estate to the Irish Road Christian Church. I direct my executor to sell my house land, real property, personal property, and the lumber yard near Palmyra for fair market value as soon as is practical, and to place the proceeds into my estate. Seth Hubbard, October 1, 1988. The signature was compact, tidy, and perfectly readable. Jake wiped his palms on his trousers once more and read the will again. It spanned 2 pages, the handwriting aligned in nearly perfect lines, as if Seth had employed a ruler with painstaking care. A flood of questions demanded answers, the most immediate being, who on earth is Letty Lang? A very close second was, what, precisely, did she do to merit 90%? Then came, how large is this estate? If it is substantial, how much will be consumed by estate taxes? This thought was swiftly followed by, what might the attorney's fees amount to? But before he could indulge that line of thinking, Jake took another turn around the office, his mind reeling and his pulse quickening. What a magnificent legal war this promised to be. With real money at stake, Seth's family was sure to hire lawyers and challenge the will aggressively. While Jake had never personally managed a contested will case, he understood these disputes were heard in Chancery Court and frequently decided by juries. In Ford County, it was uncommon for someone to leave behind significant assets, but every so often a person of some means would die without proper estate planning or with a will that raised eyebrows. These situations became a windfall for local attorneys, who battled in court while the estate's value steadily drained away in legal fees. He carefully slid the envelope and its 3 pages into a folder and took it down to Roxy's desk. Her appearance had brightened a bit, and she was sorting through the morning mail. "Read this," he told her. "Take your time." She followed his direction, and when she was done, she remarked, "Well, that's one way to kick off the week." "Not for old Seth." "It isn't," Jake replied. "Please make a note that this arrived in today's mail, October 3rd. Noted? Any particular reason? Timing could become critical if this ends up in court Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Am I going to be testifying? Possibly, or possibly not. We're just being careful, all right? You're the boss." Jake made 4 copies of the envelope, the letter, and the will itself. He handed one set to Roxy to file under the firm's newest case, then secured 2 more in a locked drawer in his own desk. Waiting until 9 o'clock, he left the office with the original and one remaining copy, telling Roxy he was headed to the courthouse. First, he stopped next door at Security Bank to deposit the original in his firm's lockbox. The county jail, where Ozzie Walls had his office, sat 2 blocks off the town square, a low concrete bunker built on a tight budget years before. A later addition, like a clumsy tumor, housed the sheriff, his staff and deputies, all crammed into a space filled with cheap desks, folding chairs, and worn carpet fraying at the edges. Monday mornings were typically chaotic as the fallout from weekend revelry was sorted out. Frustrated wives arrived to bail out their hungover husbands, while others marched in, demanding their spouses be locked up. Anxious parents waited for news about their children caught in drug busts. Phones rang incessantly, often going unanswered. Deputies wandered through, grabbing donuts and gulping strong coffee. Toss in the strange suicide of a mysterious man, and the cluttered outer office was especially hectic that Monday. Toward the back of the addition, down a short hallway, a solid door bore hand-painted lettering. Ozzie Walls, High Sheriff, Ford County. The door was shut. The sheriff had come in early and was on the phone with a distraught mother from Memphis. Her son had been caught driving a pickup near Lake Chatola in a state park area known for shady activity. The truck was carrying, among other things, a substantial amount of marijuana. The boy was innocent, of course, and the mother wanted to drive down immediately to get him out of Ozzie's jail. Not so fast, Ozzie warned. There was a knock at the door, covering the receiver. He called out, "Yeah!" The door opened a crack, and Jake Brigance peeked in. Ozzie grinned at once and waved him inside. Jake closed the door softly and took a seat. Ozzie was explaining that even though the kid was 17, 3 pounds of marijuana meant he couldn't be released on bond without a judge's approval. As the mother protested loudly, Ozzie winced and held the phone slightly away from his ear. He shook his head and offered Jake another tired smile. Same old story. Jake had heard it plenty of times himself. Ozzie listened a little longer, promised to do what he could, which wasn't much, and finally ended the call. He pushed himself up from his chair, shook Jake's hand, and offered a casual, "Mornin', counselor." "Mornin', Ozzie," Jake replied. Their conversation drifted through small talk before settling on football. Ozzie's brief stint with the Rams had ended with a blown knee, but he remained a devoted follower of the team. Jake, like most folks in Mississippi, was a Saints fan, which left little common ground for discussion. The wall behind Ozzie was a shrine to his glory days, photographs, awards, plaques, and trophies meticulously displayed. He'd been an All-American at Alcorn State back in the mid-'70s, and clearly took pride in curating those memories. On a different day, especially with a captive audience like lawyers gathered during a court recess, Ozzie might have been tempted to recount the night he broke Jake's leg. Jake had been a lanky sophomore quarterback for Caraway, a smaller school that somehow clung to the annual tradition of getting demolished by Clanton in the season finale. Marketed as a backyard brawl, the game was never close. Ozzie, a star tackle, had spent 3 quarters terrorizing Caraway's offense. Late in the fourth, on a critical 3rd and long, he broke through the line. The wounded fullback shied away, leaving Ozzie a clear path to crush Jake as he scrambled desperately. Ozzie always insisted he heard the fibula crack. In Jake's recollection, there was no snap, just Ozzie's growl as he closed in for the tackle. Whichever version you believed, the story had a way of resurfacing at least once a year. But it was Monday morning, the phones were ringing, and both men had work to do. It was clear Jake hadn't stopped by just to chat. "I believe I've been hired by Seth Hubbard," he said. Ozzie narrowed his eyes, studying his friend. "His hiring days are done. They've got him on a slab over at McGargle's. Did you cut him down?" "Let's just say we assisted his descent," Ozzie replied. He reached for a file, pulled out 3 8x10 color photographs, and slid them across the desk. Jake picked them up. Front, back, right side, each showed the same grim image of Seth, lifeless and hanging in the rain. Jake felt a jolt of shock, but kept his expression neutral. He studied the distorted face, trying to place the man. "I never met him," he murmured. "Who found the body?" "One of his workers. Everything points to it being planned, no doubt." Jake reached into his coat pocket, withdrew the copies, and passed them to Ozzie. This came in the morning mail, fresh off the press. The first page is a letter addressed to me. The next 2 pages claim to be his last will and testament. Ozzie picked up the letter and read it slowly, his face impassive. He then read the will. When he finished, he dropped the papers on the desk and rubbed his eyes. Wow, he finally managed. Is this thing even legal, Jake? On the surface, yes, but you can bet the family will come after it. How? They'll throw everything at it that the old man wasn't in his right mind, that this woman exerted undue influence, that she talked him into changing his will. Trust me, when money's involved, they'll pull out all the stops. This woman, Ozzie repeated, then allowed a slow smile and a shake of his head. You know her. Oh, I know her, black or white. Black. Jake had suspected as much, and he felt neither surprise nor disappointment. Instead, a low current of anticipation began to stir. A wealthy white man, a last-minute will leaving everything to a black woman he clearly held in high regard. A bitter inheritance battle played out before a jury, with Jake right in the thick of it. How well do you know her? He asked. It was common knowledge that Ozzie knew virtually every black resident in Ford County, the voters and the disengaged, the landowners and those on assistance, the employed and the idle, the savers and the burglars, the churchgoers and the hunky-tonk regulars. I know her, Ozzie said, his tone characteristically measured. She lived in a place called Little Delta, just beyond Box Hill. Jake gave a nod and mentioned he'd passed through there before. It's way out in the sticks, all rural and isolated. She's married to a guy named Simeon Lang, a real piece of work who drifts in and out, never stays sober for long. I don't believe I've ever run into any of the Langs, Jake replied. Trust me, you aren't missing a thing. When he's not drinking, I hear he drives a truck or operates heavy machinery, did some offshore work years back, but nothing steady. Completely unreliable. They've got 4 or 5 kids, 1 son locked up, a daughter serving in the army, last I heard. Letty's around 45, I'd say. She's a Tabor, and there aren't many of them left. He's a Lang, and unfortunately this county has more Langs than you can shake a stick at. I had no idea she was working for Seth Hubbard. Did you know Hubbard yourself? Well enough, he slipped me $25,000 in cash under the table for both of my campaigns. Never asked for a thing in return. In fact, he pretty much avoided me my first term. When I was up for re-election last summer, he handed me another envelope. You took the money? Jake asked, his tone edged with curiosity. Ozzie smiled faintly. I don't care for your implication, Jake. Yes, I took it. I wanted to win, and my opponents were doing the same. Politics around here isn't for the faint of heart. Fair enough. How much was the old man really worth? He claims it's a substantial amount. Personally, I couldn't tell you. It's always been a bit of a mystery. Rumor had it he lost everything in a nasty divorce. Harry Rex took him to the cleaners, so he kept his affairs buried deep after that. Smart move, Jake remarked. He owned some land and dabbled in timber over the years. Beyond that, your guess is as good as mine. What about his grown kids? I reached Herschel Hubbard in Memphis around 5 yesterday, gave him the news. Didn't get much out of him. He said he'd call his sister, Ramona, and they'd head over right away. Seth left instructions for his funeral. Service tomorrow at 4 at the church. Then the burial. Ozzie paused, looking back at the letter in his hands. Seems pretty cruel, doesn't it? Making his family go through a proper mourning before they find out he's left them high and dry in the will. Jake couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, I think it's downright poetic. You planning to attend the funeral? Only if you go. Consider it a date. They sat quietly for a moment. The distant voices and ringing phones a reminder of the work waiting beyond the door. Yet both felt the pull of the drama about to unfold. I keep wondering what those 2 brothers witnessed. Jake mused, Seth and Ansel. Ozzie shook his head, having no answers. He glanced at the will again. Ansel F. Hubbard. I can run his name through the system, see if he's got a record anywhere, if you'd like. Please do. I appreciate it. After another weighted silence, Ozzie said, Jake, my morning's packed. Jake stood quickly. Mine too, thanks. I'll check in later. The drive from central Memphis to Ford County took just an hour, but for Herschel Hubbard, it always felt like a day-long trek into a past he preferred to forget. He left home at 18, shaking the dust from his shoes and swearing he'd return as little as possible. Caught in the crossfire of his parents' battles, he'd sided with his mother and fled the county, and his father for good. Now, 28 years later, it was hard to grasp that the old man was finally gone. There had been strained attempts at reconciliation, mostly initiated by Herschel, and Seth had made an effort for a while, tolerating his son and even the grandkids during brief, awkward visits. But a second marriage, another disaster, had muddled everything. For the last 10 years, Seth seemed to care about nothing but his work. He called on most birthdays and managed a Christmas card every 5 years or so, but that was the extent of his fatherly effort. The road stretched ahead, empty and familiar, as Herschel braced himself for what was to come. The harder Seth worked, the less he respected his son's choices, fueling the friction between them. Herschel ran a college bar close to Memphis State University, a spot that stayed crowded and profitable. He managed his expenses and stashed away extra money, following in his father's footsteps. He was still dealing with the fallout from his own bitter divorce, which his ex-wife had dominated. Taking both children and nearly every dollar, for the past 4 years, Herschel had been stuck living with his mother in a worn-down central Memphis house, surrounded by cats and the occasional down-on-their-luck stranger she took in. She, too, had been marked by a difficult marriage to Seth and was, to put it mildly, not entirely stable. Crossing into Ford County, Herschel's spirits sank further. He was behind the wheel of a used Datsun sports car, a purchase he'd made partly because his late father despised anything Japanese, a prejudice Seth clung to fiercely after losing a cousin to Japanese captors during World War II. Tuning to a country station out of Clanton, Herschel winced at the DJ's drawling, juvenile banter. He had returned to a world he'd escaped years ago, and wished to leave behind forever. He felt sorry for his old classmates who never made it out of Ford County, still working factory jobs, driving trucks, or cutting timber. His 10-year high school reunion had been so depressing he'd avoided the 20-year altogether. After the first divorce, Herschel's mother had fled to Memphis after the second. His stepmother had relocated to Jackson. Seth alone held onto the family home and land. That meant Herschel had to confront the ghosts of his childhood whenever he visited, something he'd done just once a year until the cancer diagnosis. The house was a single-story red brick ranch, set back from the county road and shaded by dense oaks and elms. The broad front lawn where Herschel had played as a boy, never with his father, never tossing a ball or setting up a goal, now seemed oddly shrunken as he turned into the drive. Parking behind an unfamiliar car with Ford County plates, he sat for a moment staring at the house. He'd always told himself his father's death wouldn't affect him, even as friends warned otherwise. You become an adult, you learn to keep emotions in check, you don't hug a father who wasn't the hugging type. You don't exchange gifts or letters, and when he's gone, you assume life will simply continue unchanged. A brief funeral, maybe a tear or two, then back to normal, unscathed. But those friends had fond memories of their fathers. They'd watched them grow old and face the end with grace, and every one of them was caught off guard by grief. Herschel, by contrast, felt nothing. No loss, no sorrow at a chapter closing, no pity for a man so tormented he took his own life. Sitting there, he admitted to himself, he felt absolutely nothing for Seth. If anything, there might have been a faint relief, one less complication in his life, maybe. He walked to the front door, which opened as he approached. Letty Lang stood in the doorway, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. "Hello, Mr. Hubbard," she said, her voice thick with feeling. "Hello, Letty," he replied, pausing on the rubber mat laid over the concrete porch. Had they been closer, he might have offered a quick hug or some gesture of shared sympathy, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Herschel had only encountered her a handful of times, and never for a proper conversation. As the housekeeper and a black woman, at that her place was to remain in the background whenever the family was present. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, stepping back. "So am I," Herschel replied. He trailed her into the house, through the den, and into the kitchen, where she gestured toward a fresh pot. "I just made this," she offered. "Is that your vehicle out front?" he inquired. "Yes, sir." "Why did you leave it in the driveway?" "I thought you were supposed to park off to the side near my father's truck." "My apologies. I just wasn't thinking." "I'll go move it right now. No, don't bother. Just pour me some coffee with 2 sugars." "Of course, sir. Where's my father's Cadillac?" Letty carefully filled a cup. "The sheriff's department impounded it. They're supposed to return it today." "Why would they take the car?" "You'd have to ask them, sir." Herschel dragged a chair out from the table, sat, and held the warm cup. After a tentative sip, he frowned. "How did you hear about my father?" Letty leaned against the counter, crossing her arms. His eyes traveled over her briefly. She wore her usual knee-length white cotton dress snug around the waist, where she carried some extra weight, and noticeably tight across her full bust. She caught the glance she always did. At 47 with 5 children, Letty Lang could still draw attention, though never from white men. "Calvin phoned me last night," she said. "He told me what happened and asked me to open the house this morning and wait for all of you. Do you have a key?" "No, sir. Never had one." "The door was unlocked." "Who's Calvin?" "A white man who does work on the property," he said. "Mr. Seth called him yesterday morning and told him to meet at the bridge at 2 o'clock, and there he was." She paused, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Herschel took another sip. "The sheriff mentioned my father left a note with instructions. I haven't seen anything like that, but Calvin did. He said Mr. Seth wrote that he was taking his own life." She began to cry softly. Herschel waited until she quieted. "How long have you worked here, Letty?" She drew a deep breath, wiping her cheeks. "About 3 years, I suppose." "It started with cleaning 2 days a week, just a few hours. Didn't take much, since Mr. Seth lived alone and was tidy for a man. Then he asked me to cook for him, and I was glad to do it. Meant more hours. I'd prepare meals and leave them for him. When he got sick, he asked me to come every morning to look after him. During the worst of the chemo, he'd stay in bed almost around the clock. I thought he was paying for a nurse." Letty knew exactly how little Mr. Herschel and Mrs. Defoe had been around during their father's illness. She knew everything. They knew next to nothing. But she would stay respectful, as always. "Yes, sir, he did for a time. Then he got to where he didn't care for them. They kept changing nurses, and you never knew who might turn up. So you've been working here full-time for about a year." "About that? Yes." "How much was my father paying you?" $5 an hour. 5. That seems a bit steep for domestic help, doesn't it? I mean, I live in Memphis, a major city, and my mother pays her housekeeper $4.50 an hour. Letty simply nodded, having no reply. She could have mentioned that Mr. Seth paid her in cash, often with a little extra, and that he had loaned her $5,000 when her son landed in prison, a loan forgiven just days before, with nothing in writing. Herschel sipped his coffee with clear disapproval. Letty fixed her gaze on the floor outside. 2 car doors slammed shut. Ramona Hubbard Defoe was already weeping before she even reached the front door. On the porch, Ramona threw her arms around her older brother. Herschel, for his part, played the part of the grieving son convincingly, eyes squeezed shut, lips pursed, brow deeply lined, the very picture of a man in genuine distress. Ramona's own wails sounded painfully real, though Herschel privately questioned their sincerity. She then turned to embrace Letty with an affection that suggested they were both the cherished daughters of the same devoted father. Herschel remained on the porch, forced to greet Ramona's husband, Ian Defoe, a man he despised and who returned the sentiment in full. Ian was a preppy Jackson boy from a family of bankers, the state capital and home to what felt like half of Mississippi's pretentious elite. Those banks had long since failed, but Ian clung stubbornly to the heirs of a privileged heir, even though he'd married beneath his imagined station and now scrambled for money like everybody else. Their handshake was stiff and polite. Over Ian's shoulder, Herschel eyed their vehicle, a predictably shiny, nearly new white Mercedes sedan, the latest in a tiresome series. Thanks to Ramona's fondness for wine and indiscreet chatter, Herschel knew Ian leased his cars for 3-year terms and traded them in early, straining their finances for the sake of keeping up appearances in their North Jackson neighborhood. The group eventually settled in the den. Letty served coffee and sodas before quietly retreating to her familiar listening post, the open doorway of a bedroom down the hall, a spot she often used when Mr. Seth took calls in the den. From there, she could hear everything. Ramona resumed crying, declaring the situation utterly unbelievable. The men offered little, merely listening and occasionally grunting in agreement. They were interrupted by the doorbell. 2 women from the church arrived, bearing a cake and a casserole, and they were not taking no for an answer. Letty hurried to take the food to the kitchen while the ladies, without waiting for an invitation, planted themselves in the den and began fishing for gossip. They had seen Brother Seth just yesterday at church, looking so well. They knew about the lung cancer, of course, but goodness, he seemed to have beaten it. Herschel and the Defoes offered no details. Letty listened from the shadows. The church ladies were practically vibrating with unasked questions. How did he do it? Was there a note? Who inherits? Could there have been foul play? But it was painfully clear their prying would not be welcomed. After 20 minutes of near silence, they grew bored and made their farewells. 5 minutes after they left, the doorbell rang again. The 3 cars in the driveway were drawing attention. "Get that! Letty!" Herschel called from the den. "We're hiding in the kitchen." It was the neighbor from across the road with a lemon cake. Letty thanked her and explained that Mr. Seth's children were indeed here but not receiving visitors. The neighbor lingered on the porch, desperate to wedge herself into the family drama, but Letty stood her ground, politely blocking the doorway. After the woman finally left, Letty added the cake to the untouched collection on the kitchen counter, seated at the kitchen table. "They didn't waste time. Have you seen the will?" Ramona asked, her eyes now clear and sharp with suspicion. "No," Herschel replied. "Have you?" "No, I was here a couple of months ago." "It was July," Ian cut in. "Fine, July," Ramona continued. "And I tried to talk to Daddy about his will. He said some lawyers in Tupelo had drawn it up and that we'd be properly taken care of, but that was all. Did you ever discuss it with him?" "No," Herschel admitted. "It just didn't feel right, you know. The old man was dying of cancer. Asking about his will felt like picking his pocket. I couldn't bring myself to do it. All the while, Letty lingered in the hallway shadows, missing not a single word. Ian's question about the assets was ice cold, and with good reason. His own world was built on shaky ground, a business of strip malls and shopping centers, every project drowning in debt, constantly scrambling to stay ahead of creditors who were always at his heels. Herschel shot a glare at his brother-in-law that leech, but held his temper. All 3 of them sensed trouble brewing with Seth's estate. So why rush into the storm? The battle would come soon enough. Herschel gave a dismissive shrug. "Who knows? He was secretive. You saw how he lived this house. The 200 acres, the lumber yard up the road, but loans, paperwork. We never discussed business. He kept that to himself." "You never discussed much of anything," Ramona snapped from across the table, then instantly recoiled. "I'm sorry, Herschel, please. But a cheap shot from a sibling can't just slide by," Herschel sneered. "Didn't realize you and the old man were so close." Ian swiftly steered away. "He must have an office here, a place for his papers. Why can't we look there? Have to be bank statements, land deeds, contracts. Hell, I'd bet the will itself is in this house." "Letty would know," Ramona suggested. "Let's keep her out of it," Herschel cut in. "Did you know he was paying her $5 an hour? Full time, $5. Ian echoed. "What do we pay Bernice?" $3.50, Ramona said. "For 20 hours. We pay 4.5 in Memphis," Herschel reported, almost proudly, as though he and not his mother signed the checks. Ramona mused. Why would a tightwad like Seth pay so much for a housekeeper? There was no clear answer. "She'd better enjoy it," Herschel said flatly. "Her days here are numbered, so we're firing her," Ramona asked, immediately. "We have no choice. You want to keep forking over that kind of money? Look, here's the plan. We get through the funeral, have Letty tidy things up, then cut her loose and lock the place. Put it on the market next week and hope for the best." No reason to keep her around at $5 an hour. Unseen in the shadows, Letty bowed her head. Maybe not so fast, Ian said, his tone carefully polite. Soon, we'll see the will. It'll name an executor, probably one of you. That person handles everything according to the terms. I know all that, Herschel snapped, though he didn't. Not really. Because Ian dealt with lawyers all day, he often played the family's legal expert, one of the many reasons Herschel couldn't stand him. I just can't believe he's gone, Ramona said, finding a tear to dab away. Herschel glared, tempted to lunge across the table and slap her. To his knowledge, she made the trip to Ford County once a year, usually alone because Ian despised the place and Seth couldn't tolerate Ian. She'd leave Jackson mid-morning, insist on meeting Seth at the same roadside barbecue joint 10 miles north of Clanton, then follow him home where she'd grow bored by 2 and be back on the road by 4. Her 2 kids, both in private middle school, hadn't seen their grandfather in years. Herschel couldn't claim any greater closeness, but at least he wasn't sitting there shedding fake tears and pretending to miss the man. A loud knock at the kitchen door startled them all. 2 uniformed deputies stood outside. Herschel opened the door and invited them in. Awkward introductions were made near the refrigerator as the deputies removed their hats. Marshal Prather spoke first. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Deputy Pirtle and I were sent by Sheriff Walls. He sends his deepest condolences. They returned Mr. Hubbard's vehicle, with the deputy handing the keys to Herschel, who offered a quiet word of thanks. Deputy Pirtle then produced an envelope from his pocket. This was left by Mr. Hubbard on the kitchen table, he explained. We discovered it yesterday, right after we found him. Sheriff Walls kept copies for the record, but he felt the family should have the originals. He passed the envelope to Ramona, whose eyes were already welling up again. After a round of murmured thanks and another uncomfortable exchange of nods and handshakes, the deputies took their leave. Ramona opened the envelope and withdrew 2 pages. The first was a note addressed to Calvin, in which Seth firmly declared his death a deliberate suicide. The second was not for his children, but was titled "To Whom It May Concern." It contained his funeral instructions, a simple service at the Irish Road Christian Church on Tuesday, October 4th at 4 in the afternoon, with Reverend Don McElwain presiding. He requested Mrs. Nora Baines sing the old rugged cross and explicitly stated he wanted no eulogy. He couldn't imagine anyone wanting to give one. Beyond that, Reverend McElwain could say whatever he wished, but the service was not to exceed 30 minutes. A pointed condition followed. If any black citizens wished to attend, they were to be admitted without question. If they were turned away, the entire service was to be canceled, and he was to be buried directly. He named his pallbearers: Harvey Moss, Dwayne Thomas, Steve Holland, Billy Bowles, Mike Mills, and Walter Robinson. The burial instructions noted he had recently purchased a plot in the Irish Road Cemetery behind the church and had already arranged and paid for a casket with Mr. McGargall at the funeral home, specifying no burial vault. He wanted a swift interment immediately after the church service, 5 minutes at most before the casket was lowered. It was signed, "So long." "See you on the other side, Seth Hubbard." The instructions were passed around the kitchen table, followed by a heavy silence. More coffee was poured. Herschel cut himself a generous slice of the lemon cake and announced it was excellent, though the Defoes politely declined. "Seems your father had everything arranged quite efficiently," Ian remarked, glancing over the pages again. "Quick and straightforward." Ramona suddenly burst out. "But we have to consider the possibility of foul play, don't we? No one has even mentioned it. Can we at least discuss it? What if it wasn't suicide? What if someone else did this and tried to make it look otherwise? Do you honestly believe Daddy would take his own life?" Herschel and Ian stared at her as if she'd grown a second head. Both were tempted to dismiss her suspicion outright, to mock the absurdity of it. But they held their tongues during a long, tense pause. Herschel slowly took another bite of his cake. Ian carefully picked up the 2 sheets of paper and said, "Honey, how could anyone possibly forge this? You can recognize your father's handwriting from across the room." She was crying again, dabbing at her eyes. Herschel added, "I asked the sheriff about that very thing, Mona. He's completely certain it was a suicide." I know, she mumbled between sobs. Ian continued, Your father was dying of cancer in a great deal of pain. He took control of his own situation. It appears he was very thorough. I just can't accept it, she said. Why couldn't he have talked to us? Because you all never really talked to each other. Letty thought to herself from the corner of the room. Ian, adopting a tone of expertise, said, This isn't unusual in suicides. They often don't confide in anyone and can go to elaborate lengths to plan everything. My own uncle shot himself 2 years ago, and your uncle was a drunk, Ramona interjected, her tears subsiding into sharpness. Yes, he was, Ian conceded, unfazed. And he was drunk when he did it, but he still managed to plan it all out meticulously. Can we please talk about something else? Herschel said, steering the conversation firmly. No, Mona, there was no foul play. Seth did this himself and left clear notes. I say we go through the house and look for any papers, bank statements, maybe a will, anything we might need to find. We're the family, and we're in charge now. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Ian and Ramona nodded in reluctant agreement. Unseen by them, Letty allowed herself a small, knowing smile. Mr. Seth had, over the past month, meticulously gathered all his important papers and taken them to his office, locking them securely in a file cabinet. He had quietly emptied his desk and drawers at home, leaving nothing of significance behind for anyone to find. He had told her, Letty, if anything ever happens to me, everything of real value is locked up in my office. My lawyers will handle it, not my children, he had added. And I've made sure there's something there for you two. By midday on Monday, the entire legal community in Ford County was abuzz with the news of the suicide. More than the tragedy itself, the real chatter centered on which firm would be chosen to handle the estate. Most deaths sent similar ripples through the local bar, a fatal car accident even more so, for obvious reasons. A run-of-the-mill murder, however, rarely did. Most murderers came from backgrounds that couldn't afford substantial legal fees. When the day started, Jake had nothing on his plate. No murders, no accident cases, no promising wills to settle by lunchtime, though. His mind was already wandering to how he might spend a potential fee. He could always find a reason to wander over to the courthouse. The land records were housed on the second floor in a long, wide room lined with shelves of thick plat books dating back 2 centuries. In his younger days, when he was utterly bored or hiding from Lucien, he would lose hours sifting through old deeds and grants as if a major deal were just around the corner. Now, at 35 with a decade of practice behind him, he avoided the room whenever possible. He saw himself as a trial lawyer, not a title examiner, a courtroom fighter, not some timid attorney content to bury himself in archives and shuffle papers. Yet despite his ambitions, there were still moments every year when Jake, like every other lawyer in town, found it necessary to disappear for an hour or two into the county's records. The room was busy. The more successful firms sent paralegals to do the grunt work, and several were there, hauling heavy books back and forth, scowling at the pages. Jake exchanged a few words with a couple of lawyers doing the same, mostly football talk, since no one wanted to be caught openly digging for dirt on Seth Hubbard. To pass the time, he flipped through the index of wills to see if any notable Hubbard had left land or assets to Seth in the past 20 years, but found nothing. He strolled down the hall to the Chancery Clerk's office, thinking he might browse old divorce files, but other lawyers were already sniffing around. He left the courthouse in search of a better source. It was no secret that Seth Hubbard held a deep grudge against the lawyers in Clanton. Most people who tangled with Harry Rex Vonner in a divorce or any other matter ended up miserable for life and developed a lasting hatred for the entire legal profession. Seth wasn't the first client to take his own life. Harry Rex was known for extracting not just money, but blood, land, and anything else he could get his hands on. Divorce was his specialty, and the messier the better. He thrived on the dirt, the gutter fights, the hand-to-hand combat, the thrill of a secret phone recording, or a surprise 8x10 photo of a girlfriend in a new convertible. His trials were brutal trench warfare. His alimony settlements broke records for his own amusement. He would take uncontested divorces and turn them into 2-year death marches. He loved nothing more than suing ex-lovers for alienation of affection. If the dirty tricks in his arsenal didn't work, he invented new ones. With a near monopoly on the market, he controlled the docket and bullied the court clerks. Young lawyers ran from him, and older ones, already scarred, kept their distance. He had few friends, and those who stayed loyal often had to work at it. Among all the lawyers, Harry Rex trusted only Jake, and that trust went both ways. During the Haley trial, when Jake was losing sleep, shedding weight, losing focus, dodging bullets and death threats, and convinced he was about to ruin the biggest case of his career, Harry Rex had quietly walked into Jake's office. He stayed in the background, putting in countless hours on the case without asking for a penny. He offered volumes of free advice and was the anchor that kept Jake from unraveling. As usual for a Monday, Harry Rex was at his desk eating a hoagie for lunch. For lawyers like him who specialized in divorce, Mondays were always the hardest. Marriages tended to fracture over the weekend, and by Monday morning, spouses already at war were dialing up their hostilities. Jake slipped into the building through a back entrance, hoping to dodge the notoriously sharp-tongued secretaries and the smoke-filled waiting area packed with anxious clients. Finding Harry Rex's office door shut, he paused to listen. Hearing nothing, he gave it a push. "What do you want?" Harry Rex grumbled around a mouthful of food. A massive hoagie lay unwrapped on wax paper in front of him, surrounded by a small mountain of barbecue potato chips. He washed it down with a long pull from a bottle of Bud Light. "Well, good afternoon to you too, Harry Rex. Apologies for interrupting your feast." Wiping his mouth with the back of a thick hand, Harry Rex said, "You're not bothering my lunch? What's going on? Starting the drinking this early?" Jake asked as he sank into a heavy leather chair. "If you dealt with my clients, you'd start at breakfast." "I thought you did." "Never on Mondays. How's Carla doing?" "She's fine, thanks." "And how's let's see, what's her name again?" "Jane, you jerk. Jane Ellen Vonner. Not only is she surviving life with me, she actually seems to be enjoying herself, thankful for her good fortune. Finally found a woman who gets me." He scooped up a handful of the bright red chips and stuffed them into his mouth. "Congratulations. When do I get to meet her? We've been married for 2 years. "I know, but I prefer to wait 5. No sense rushing in when these women have such a short shelf life. Did you come here just to insult me?" "Of course not." And Jake meant it. Trading insults with Harry Rex was a losing battle. The man weighed over 300 pounds and moved through town like a grumpy bear, but his wit was razor-sharp and merciless. Jake changed the subject. "Tell me what you know about Seth Hubbard." Harry Rex let out a laugh, sending a few crumbs scattering across his desk. "Couldn't have happened to a bigger jerk. Why are you asking me? Ozzy mentioned you handled one of his divorces." "I did. His second one. About 10 years back, right around the time you rolled into town and started calling yourself a lawyer. Why should Seth matter to you?" "Well, before he took his own life, he wrote me a letter. He also drafted a 2-page will. Both showed up in my mail this morning." Harry Rex took a slow sip of beer, narrowed his eyes, and considered this. "You ever meet him?" "Never." "Lucky you. You didn't miss a thing. Don't talk about my client that way." "What did the will say?" "Can't tell you. I can't file it for probate until after the funeral." "Who gets everything?" "I can't say. I'll fill you in on Wednesday." A 2-page handwritten will prepared the day before a suicide. Sounds like a 5-year lawsuit goldmine to me. "I sure hope so. That'll keep you busy for a while." "I need the work." What did the old guy have? Harry Rex shook his head as he reached for the hoagie again. "Don't know," he said before taking another bite. Most of Jake's friends had the decency not to talk with their mouths full, but such social niceties had never slowed Harry Rex down. As I remember, and again it's been a decade, he owned a house up on Simpson Road with some land around it. The big asset was a sawmill and a lumber yard over on Highway 21 near Palmyra. My client was Sybil Hubbard, wife number 2. I think it was her second or third marriage. Even after 20 years and countless cases, Harry Rex's memory could still astonish people. The messier the details, the longer they stuck with him. A quick swig of beer, and he went on. She was decent enough, not bad-looking, and sharp as a tack. She worked in the lumber yard, practically ran the place, and it was turning a good profit when Seth got ambitious. He wanted to buy a yard in Alabama and started spending more time over there. Turns out there was a secretary in the front office who had caught his eye. Everything blew up. Seth got caught with his pants down, and Sybil hired me to burn him to the ground, and burn him I did. I persuaded the judge to approve the sale of the sawmill and lumber yard outside Palmyra. The other operation was never profitable. The sale brought in $200,000, every cent of which went to my client. They also owned a pleasant condo along the Gulf Coast near Destin. Sybil ended up with that property as well. That's the condensed story, but the case file is massive. You're welcome to review it if you'd like. Perhaps another time. Any clue about his financial situation now? None. I lost contact with him after the divorce. He kept a low profile. The last I heard from Sybil, she was settled by the beach and enjoying life with a new husband, a much younger man, she insisted. She mentioned rumors that Seth had returned to the timber and lumber industry, but she didn't have specifics. He took a long drink, then released a loud, unapologetic burp before continuing. Have you spoken with his children? Not yet. Are you familiar with them? I was back then. They'll certainly add some excitement to your life. Herschel is a genuine disappointment. His sister, what's her name again? Ramona Hubbard Dafoe. That's the one. She's a bit younger than Herschel and runs with that North Jackson social set. Neither got along well with Seth, and I always sensed he wasn't much of a father. They were quite fond of Sybil, their stepmother, and once it was clear Sybil would win the divorce and walk away with the assets, they sided with her entirely. Let me guess. The old man left them nothing. In the end, Jake gave a silent nod. Then they'll likely panic and hire attorneys. You've got quite a situation brewing, Jake. I'm almost sorry I can't elbow my way in for a piece of the legal fees. If you only knew the half of it, a final bite of the hoagie, then the last of the chips. Harry Rex crumpled the wrapper, the bag, and the napkins, tossing them under his desk along with the empty beer bottle. He pulled a long black cigar from a drawer and clamped it between his teeth, unlit. He'd quit smoking them, but still went through about 10 a day, chewing and spitting. I heard he took his own life. Is that accurate? It is. He planned it thoroughly. Any notion why? You've heard the talk. He was dying of cancer. That's all we know for certain. Who represented him during the divorce? He hired Stanley Wade, which was a misstep. Wade? Since when does he handle divorces? Not anymore. Harry Rex chuckled. Then his expression turned serious. Look, Jake, I hate to say it, but what transpired a decade ago is irrelevant here. I took every dollar Seth Hubbard had, kept a fair share for myself, naturally gave the rest to my client, and closed the file. Whatever Seth did after his second divorce is no concern of mine. He gestured broadly at the chaotic piles on his desk. This, however, is what my Monday is all about. If you want to grab a drink later, fine, but right now I'm buried. A drink later with Harry Rex usually meant sometime after 9 in the evening. Sure, we'll catch up, Jake said, stepping carefully over files as he moved toward the door. Hey, Jake, can I assume Hubbard revoked a prior will? Yes. And was that prior will drafted by a firm considerably larger than yours? Yes. Then, if I were you, I'd sprint to the courthouse and file the first petition for probate. My client wants me to wait until after the funeral. When is that? Tomorrow at 4. The courthouse closes at 5. I'd be there. Being first is always advantageous. Thanks, Harry Rex. Don't mention it. He burped once more and picked up a file. The afternoon saw a steady stream of visitors, neighbors, church members, and other acquaintances, making their respectful way to Seth's home to deliver food, offer condolences, and, most of all, to confirm the gossip swirling through the northeastern part of Ford County. Letty stood guard at the front door, graciously accepting the steady stream of casseroles and condolences while gently turning most visitors away with the repeated explanation that the family was grateful, but not receiving company. A handful, however, slipped past her into the den, strangers to Letty, who had never before set foot in the house. They moved through the rooms with a quiet, curious awe, as if hoping to grasp some fragment of the life their departed friend had led. Their murmured speculations about the tragedy. Did he really hang himself? Drifted through the quiet air. Seeking refuge from this awkward parade, the family had retreated to the rear patio, gathered around a picnic table in a strained huddle. Their earlier fruitless search of Seth's desk had yielded no helpful clues, and their questions to Letty were met with such measured, thoughtful replies that it only deepened their suspicion. She served them lunch on the patio at 2 during a lull in the visitation. They had insisted on a tablecloth, proper linens, and silver, though Seth's set had tarnished from years of disuse. The unspoken sentiment hanging between them was clear. For $5 an hour, the least she could do was perform like a proper servant. As Letty moved quietly, she caught fragments of their discussion about the funeral's attendees. Ian was embroiled in salvaging a massive business deal that he claimed could sway the state's financial future. Crucial meetings made his attendance precarious. Herschel and Ramona resigned themselves to being there, though Letty sensed a palpable, unspoken desire to escape the obligation altogether. Ramona seemed to be wilting by the minute, unsure how much more strain she could endure. Herschel's ex-wife would certainly not appear. She and Seth had shared a mutual dislike. Of his 2 daughters, one was away at college in Texas and couldn't miss more classes, while the younger one in Memphis was also unlikely to come. No surprise there, Letty thought to herself as she cleared another plate. They spoke of Seth's brother, Ansel, a shadowy figure none of them had ever met, who had lied about his age to join the Navy, been wounded in the Pacific, and then vanished into a life at sea. Contact had been lost decades ago. For all they knew, he might already be dead. The conversation turned to other distant relatives, none of whom they had seen in years or had any desire to see now. What a peculiar, lonely family, Letty reflected, offering them a tray of cakes. It was shaping up to be a very small, very swift service. The moment Letty returned to the kitchen, the tone shifted sharply. "Let's get her out of here," Herschel grumbled. "We're getting taken for a ride at $5 an hour." Since when are we paying her?" Ramona shot back. "She's on our clock now, one way or another," Herschel stated. "It's all coming from the estate." "Well, I'm not cleaning this house, Herschel. Are you?" "Of course not." Ian interjected with a cooler strategy. "Let's just play it smooth. Get through the funeral, have her clean the place up, and then we lock the door when we leave on Wednesday." "Who tells her she's fired?" Ramona asked. "I'll do it," Herschel said with a dismissive shrug. "No big deal. She's just a maid." But Ian wasn't so sure. "There's something off about her, can't pinpoint it, but she acts like she's sitting on a secret, something important." "Do you all feel that?" "Definitely something in the air," Herschel agreed, oddly pleased to find common ground with his brother-in-law. Ramona, however, waved it away. "No, it's just the shock and the grief. She was one of the few people Seth could stand, or who could stand him. She's mourning, too." Letty pulled into the gravel driveway with a cake box on the passenger seat, a parting gift from Ramona. It was a simple sheet cake, slathered in generic vanilla frosting and topped with rings of canned pineapple, easily the least tempting of the desserts spread across the Hubbard's counter. A church deacon had handed it to her, taking the opportunity to ask if the family might be selling Seth's old Chevy pickup. Letty said she didn't know but would pass the message along, a promise she had no intention of keeping. For a moment, driving home, she'd considered pitching the whole thing into a roadside ditch, but her ingrained sense of thrift won out. Her mother was diabetic, and certainly didn't need the sugar, but waste was still a sin. She noticed Simeon's rusted truck was absent, which was no surprise. He'd been gone for days. His absence was more a relief than a worry. The house was tense enough without his simmering moods. The kids were still on the school bus, so the place was quiet. Letty carried the cake inside and set it on the kitchen table. As usual, she found Cypress parked in the den, glued to the TV. Her mother beamed and reached up. "There's my girl. How was your day?" Letty bent for a brief, careful hug. "Busy. How about yours?" "Just me and my stories," Cypress said. "How are the Hubbards holding up, honey?" "Sit down and tell me everything." Letty clicked off the TV and perched on a stool beside the wheelchair. She painted a lively picture of her day, Herschel, and the Defoes arriving, walking through their childhood home without their father for the first time, the stream of neighbors and all the food. She kept the tone light, carefully editing out any hint of discord. Cypress's blood pressure was a fragile thing, held in check by a cocktail of pills, and the slightest stress could send it soaring. The news about the job would have to come later when the timing felt right. "What about the funeral?" Cypress asked, patting Letty's arm. Letty shared the details, mentioning Mr. Hubbard's insistence that black mourners be welcome inside the church. "They'll probably stick us in the back row," Cypress said with a wry smile. "Most likely," Letty agreed. "But I'll be there. Wish I could go with you." "Me too." Confined by her size and limited mobility, Cypress seldom left the house. She'd been living here 5 years, growing heavier and more stationary by the month, one of the many reasons Simeon found excuses to stay away. "Mrs. Defoe sent a cake home with me," Letty said, shifting the subject. "Want a little piece? What kind?" Despite her size, Cypress could be surprisingly fussy. "It's pineapple, I think. Never seen one quite like it." "Want some coffee with it?" "Yes, but just a sliver. Let's have it out back, Mama. Get some air." "I'd like that." The wheelchair made a tight journey through the cluttered den, down the narrow hall and into the kitchen, scraping lightly against the table. Letty nudged it through the rear door onto the weathered wooden deck Simeon had slapped together years ago. When the weather was nice, Letty cherished these moments outside with a cup of coffee, away from the cramped, noisy rooms. The house was too small for all of them. 3 tiny bedrooms for Cypress, for Letty and Simeon when he bothered to come home, and usually a grandchild or two squeezed in beside them. The 3rd bedroom was a tight squeeze, but their daughters made it work. 16-year-old Clarice was still in high school and thankfully child-free. Her older sister, Phaedra, 21, managed a kindergartner and a 1st grader without a husband in sight. Down in the den, their 14-year-old brother, Kirk, claimed the sofa. It was a familiar rhythm in their home, with nieces and nephews often drifting through for months at a time while their own parents figured things out. Cypress lifted her mug of instant coffee and prodded the slice of cake with her fork. She took a small, thoughtful bite, her face settling into a frown. Letty wasn't a fan either, so they set the dessert aside, letting their coffee warm their hands as they turned to the tangled web of the Hubbard family. Their conversation meandered, touching on the peculiar haste of white folks at funerals, burying their loved ones within days, while black families understood the importance of taking their time. "You seem a million miles away, sweetheart," Cypress murmured gently. "What's troubling you?" The afternoon quiet was fleeting. Soon the kids would burst in from school, followed by Phaedra from her job. This was the last pocket of peace. Letty drew a long breath and let the words out. "I overheard them talking, Mama. They're fixing to let me go. Likely this week, right after the funeral's done." Cypress's broad face fell, her eyes glistening. "But why on earth? Guess they don't see a need for a housekeeper anymore. They'll sell the place. Neither one wants it." "Lord have mercy. They're circling that money like vultures, couldn't be bothered to visit him. But now they can't wait to divvy up his life." A bitter, sarcastic edge crept into Letty's voice. "Isn't it just a beautiful family reunion? All that neglected love suddenly converted into pure, cold cash. White folks," Cypress sighed. "Same story, different day. They think he overpaid me, so they're in a rush to cut the strings." "How much was he paying you, girl? Now, Mama?" Letty had guarded that secret closely. Mr. Hubbard had insisted on cash, $5 an hour, a small fortune for domestic work in their corner of Mississippi. "Keep your finances quiet, Letty," he'd advised. She knew telling her family would only stir up trouble. Simeon, as unreliable as he was, would find yet another excuse to contribute even less. His appearances were sporadic, and his earnings matched. Letty added, "I heard them call me a servant." "A servant?" Cypress echoed. "Haven't heard that word thrown around in ages. They're not kind people, Mama. I wonder if Mr. Hubbard was much of a father, but his children are a piece of work, and now they get every last dime, reckon so. They're certainly counting on it." "How much did he have, anyway?" Letty shook her head and took a sip of her now cold coffee. "I truly don't know. I'm not sure anybody does." Over at the Irish Road Christian Church, the parking lot was about half full when Sheriff Ozzie pulled in just before 4 on Tuesday afternoon. His car didn't scream police. No bold lettering or numbers, but the array of antennas and the discreet blue light on the dash gave it away. It was a standard-issue brown Ford identical to sheriff's cars across the state. He parked beside a red Saab, which sat apart from the other vehicles. Ozzie met Jake as they both stepped out and walked across the asphalt together. "Anything new on your end?" Jake asked. "Not a thing," Ozzie replied, dressed in a dark suit and his signature black cowboy boots. Jake wore a similar suit, minus the boots. "You?" "Nothing. I suppose all hell will break loose tomorrow." Ozzie chuckled. "I'm almost looking forward to it." The church had started as a modest red-brick chapel with a stubby steeple over its double doors. Over the years, the congregation had tacked on the required metal buildings, one sprawling structure beside the chapel that made the original look small, and another out back for the youth basketball games. On a nearby rise, a cemetery rested beneath shady oaks, a serene and pretty final resting place. A handful of men in ill-fitting Sunday suits lingered outside, taking final drags on their cigarettes. They were quick to offer a respectful word to the sheriff, nodding politely in Jake's direction as they passed. The dim sanctuary held a quiet gathering. People settled into the dark oak pews under the low light. A soft, sorrowful melody from the organ filled the air, setting a somber mood for the service ahead. Below the pulpit, Seth's closed casket rested, covered in floral arrangements. To the left, near the piano, the pallbearers sat in a solemn, unified line. From their spot on a back row, Jake and Ozzie surveyed the room. A small group of 5 black attendees sat together not far away. Ozzie gave a slight nod toward them and murmured, "The woman in the green dress is Letty Lang." Jake acknowledged with a nod of his own and whispered, "Any idea who the others are?" "Too far to make them out," Ozzie replied softly. Jake studied the back of Letty's head, his mind already racing ahead to the complex legal journey they would soon undertake together. He had never met this woman, hadn't even known her name until yesterday, yet their lives were about to become deeply intertwined. Unaware of his gaze, Letty sat with her hands folded calmly in her lap. Her morning had been upended when Herschel, after letting her work for 3 hours, abruptly told her to leave and informed her that her employment would end at 3 o'clock the following day. After that, the house would be locked and empty, awaiting instructions from the court. Financially, Letty was on shaky ground, $400 in a checking account. She kept secret from her husband, Simeon, and another $300 hidden in a pickle jar in the pantry. Meaningful work was hard to come by, and she hadn't spoken to Simeon in nearly 3 weeks. His occasional returns home were usually just to sleep off a drunk, sometimes with a little cash, sitting there, newly unemployed, with mouths to feed and bills looming. She could have been consumed by worry. Instead, she held on to a private hope. Mr. Hubbard had assured her more than once that when he died, and he knew it was coming, he would leave her a little something. The size of that something was a mystery she turned over in her mind. 4 rows behind her, Jake thought, if she only knew what was coming, she had no clue he was there or why. Later, she would say she recognized his name from the Haley trial, though she had never actually seen the man. Directly in front of the casket, Ramona Defoe sat flanked by her sons, Ian and Herschel. None of Seth's grandchildren had made the trip. Their lives were too busy, and their parents hadn't insisted. Behind them was a row of distant relatives who needed introductions in the parking lot, their names immediately forgotten. Seth's parents had been gone for decades. His only brother, Ansel, was long missing, and what little family remained had dwindled over the years. Scattered throughout the shadowy chapel were several dozen other mourners, employees, acquaintances, and church members. When Pastor Don McElwain approached the pulpit exactly at 4 o'clock, everyone understood the service would be short. He led a prayer and gave a brisk summary of Seth's life. Born in Ford County on May 10, 1917, died there on October 20, 1988, preceded in death by his parents, survived by his 2 children and grandchildren, and so on. Jake's attention was caught by a familiar silhouette several rows up and to the left, a man in a sharp suit about his own age from his law school class. Stillman Rush, attorney at law, a third-generation standout from a family renowned for the same part of the blue-blooded world of corporate and insurance law, at least as blue-blooded as it got in the rural South. His firm, Rush Westerfield, was the largest in North Mississippi, based in Tupelo with ambitions for expansion. Seth Hubbard had named the Rush firm in his letter to Jake, and also in his handwritten will, so it was no surprise to see Stillman Rush there, flanked by 2 other well-dressed men, all undoubtedly present to safeguard their firm's interests. After all, where there was insurance money involved, these guys never traveled alone. Even the simplest legal procedures required 2 people. 2 to file court documents, 2 to answer a docket call, 2 for a routine hearing, 2 to drive around town, and naturally, 2 to inflate the billing and thicken the file. Large law firms had a deep-seated reverence for inefficiency. More hours inevitably meant higher fees, but 3 attorneys for a quick funeral out in the countryside, that was notable and intriguing. It signaled money. Jake's racing mind held no doubt that all 3 had activated their time clocks the moment they left their Tupelo offices and were now seated across the way, feigning grief at $200 an hour each, based on Seth's final instructions. A Mr. Lewis McGuire had prepared a will back in September of 1987, and Jake assumed he was among the trio. Jake didn't know McGuire personally, but then the firm employed so many lawyers. Having drafted the document, they naturally expected to handle the probate. Tomorrow he figured they would make the drive again, at least 2 of them, perhaps another full trio, and they would smugly carry their paperwork to the Chancery Court Clerk's office on the 2nd floor of Jake's own courthouse. There, they would inform either Ava or Sarah that they had arrived to open the estate of Mr. Seth Hubbard for probate, and either Ava or Sarah would fight back a smile while pretending to be puzzled. Papers would be shuffled, questions asked, and then the big surprise. "You're a bit late, gentlemen. That estate has already been opened." Either clerk would then direct them to the new filings, where they would stare in disbelief at the slender handwritten will, the very document that explicitly revoked and condemned the bulky version they held so dear. The battle would commence right then. They would curse Jake Brigance under their breath, though once the initial shock faded, they would likely realize this conflict could prove profitable for every lawyer involved. Letty dabbed a tear and suspected she might be the only one actually crying. In front of the lawyer sat a cluster of corporate types. One turned and whispered something to Stillman Rush. Jake wondered if this man was one of Seth's former executives. He was especially curious about Mr. Russell Amberg, identified in the handwritten will as the former vice president of Seth's holding company, the man who knew the full scope of the assets and liabilities. Mrs. Nora Baines sang 3 verses of the old rugged cross, a hymn that could usually be counted on to stir emotion at any funeral. Yet here it left the room unmoved. Pastor McElwain read from Psalms and lingered on the wisdom of Solomon, after which 2 pimpled teenagers with a guitar strummed and mumbled through a strained contemporary tune Seth would have undoubtedly disliked. Ramona finally broke down, comforted by Ian. Herschel simply stared at the floor in front of the casket, motionless and unblinking. Another woman's loud sob echoed in response. Seth's merciless plan had been to withhold knowledge of his final will until after the funeral. In his letter to Jake, he had written plainly, "Do not mention my last will and testament until after the funeral. I want my family to endure all the rituals of mourning before they learn they receive nothing. Watch them pretend they're quite skilled at it. They have no love for me, But as the service wore on, it became clear there was hardly any pretense happening. What remained of his family couldn't even muster the effort to fake it. What a lonely way to leave this world, Jake thought. Following Seth's directions, there were no eulogies. No one spoke except the pastor, though it seemed unlikely there would have been volunteers even if they had opened the microphone. The pastor concluded with an extended prayer, one that felt deliberately drawn out to fill the time. 25 minutes after he began, he dismissed everyone with an invitation to proceed next door to the cemetery for the burial. Outside, Jake skillfully avoided Stillman Rush and the other lawyers. He nearly collided with a man in a dark suit and asked, "Pardon me, I'm trying to find Russell Amberg." The man gestured politely and replied, "He's right over there." Russell Amberg was standing just a few yards away, lighting a cigarette, and had clearly overheard the question. They exchanged a tense handshake and introductions. Jake said, "Could we speak privately for a moment?" Mr. Amberg gave a slight shrug and murmured, "All right, what is it?" The crowd was beginning to move slowly toward the cemetery gates. Jake had no intention of attending the burial. He was there on different business. Once they had stepped far enough aside to avoid being overheard, he explained. "I'm an attorney from Clanton. I never met Mr. Hubbard, but yesterday I received a letter from him. Enclosed was his last will and testament, which names you as the executor. It's urgent that we speak as soon as possible." Amberg froze, pressing the cigarette into the corner of his mouth. He stared hard at Jake, then glanced around to confirm their privacy. "What kind of will?" he asked, blowing out a stream of smoke. Handwritten, dated last Saturday. He was clearly considering his own mortality. Then he was likely not in his right mind, Amberg retorted with a sneer, the first clear signal of the battle to come. Jake hadn't anticipated such hostility. "That will be determined in due time," he replied evenly. "I used to practice law myself, Mr. Brigance, a long time ago, before I found more honest work. I know how these games are played." Jake scuffed the toe of his shoe against a loose stone and looked toward the cemetery where the first of the mourners were now approaching the entrance. "Can we discuss this? What does the will say? I can't go into details now, but I can explain everything tomorrow." Amberg tilted his head back and looked down his nose. "How much do you actually know about Seth's affairs? Let's assume I know nothing. In his will, he states that you have a thorough understanding of his assets and liabilities." Another slow drag on the cigarette, another dismissive sneer. "There are no liabilities, Mr. Brigance. Only assets and plenty of them. Please, let's just meet and talk. All of this is about to come to light. Under the terms of the will, you are the executor, and I'm the attorney for the estate." That doesn't sound right. Seth despised lawyers from Clanton. "Yes, he made that perfectly clear. If we can meet in the morning, I'll be happy to show you a copy of the will and provide some clarity." Amberg began walking again, and Jake fell into step beside him for a few paces. As they neared the cemetery entrance, Ozzie was waiting by the gate. Amber stopped once more and said, "I live over in Temple. There's a diner on Highway 52 west of town. Meet me there at 7:30 in the morning." "All right. What's the name of the diner?" "Just the diner. Understood." Without another word, Amberg turned and vanished into the gathering. Jake looked at Ozzie, shook his head in quiet disbelief, then nodded toward the parking lot. Both men drifted away from the cemetery grounds. They'd had their fill of Seth Hubbard for one day. Their farewell was complete. About 20 minutes later, at precisely 4:55 p.m., Jake hurried into the Chancery Court clerk's office and offered a smile to Sarah. "Where have you been?" she demanded, clearly waiting. "It's not even 5 o'clock." He fired back, unzipping his briefcase. "True, but we stop working at 4 on Tuesdays, 5 on Monday, 3 on Wednesday and Thursday. On Friday, you're lucky if we even show up." The woman talked rapidly and had a sharp wit. After 2 decades of daily exchanges with lawyers, she had perfected her retorts. Jake set the paperwork on the counter and said, "I need to open the estate for Mr. Seth Hubbard. Testate or intestate?" "Oh, he left a will, more than one, in fact. That's where the fun begins. Didn't he just take his own life?" You know perfectly well he did, because you work in this courthouse where rumors spread, gossip is manufactured, and nothing stays secret. I'm offended, she said flatly, stamping the petition. She flipped through a few pages, then smiled. Well, look at that. A handwritten will. Jake grinned as he slid another document across the desk. A real gift for lawyers everywhere. You know it? So who ends up with the whole pie? My lips are sealed. Jake kept up the playful tone while retrieving more papers from his briefcase. Well, Mr. Brigance, your lips might be locked, but this court file is wide open. She brought a stamp down with a theatrical thud. It's now an official public record under the laws of this great state, unless, of course, you filed a written motion to seal it. Not a chance. Excellent, so we can gossip about all the juicy details. There are juicy details, right? Still piecing it together. Listen, Sarah, I need a small favor. Anything for you, sweetheart? It's a race to the courthouse, and I just crossed the finish line first. Probably tomorrow, I'm expecting a couple of stuffy lawyers in expensive suits to waltz in with their own petition to open Mr. Hubbard's estate. They'll most likely be from Tupelo. Turns out there's another will floating around. This just gets better, my thoughts exactly. You're under no obligation to tell them they came in second, but watching their faces might be pretty entertaining. What do you think? I'm already looking forward to it. Perfect. Show them the file, have a good chuckle, then give me the full rundown. Just keep it quiet until tomorrow. Consider it done, Jake. This should be fun. If everything goes how I imagine, this little case might keep us all entertained for the next year. The moment Jake was out the door, Sarah pulled the handwritten will attached to his petition and read it carefully. She waved over the other clerks, and they huddled around her desk to read it together. A woman from Clanton mentioned she'd never heard of Letty Lang. Nobody seemed to recognize Seth Hubbard's name either. They chatted for a bit, but it was past 5, and everyone was eager to leave. The file was returned to its shelf, the lights clicked off, and the clerks pushed work thoughts from their minds. They'd pick up the speculation tomorrow and dig into the mystery then. Had the petition been filed that morning, the courthouse halls would have been humming by lunchtime, and the whole town would have been buzzing by evening. The gossip would have to wait, but not for long. Simeon Lang was drinking, but he wasn't drunk, a fine line his family knew well. Drinking meant he was nursing a beer, eyes glazed and words slurred, but generally contained. Drunk meant chaos. With people fleeing the house and hiding in the woods, to his credit he was often completely sober, which everyone, including Simeon, vastly preferred. After 3 weeks on the road hauling scrap metal across the South, he'd come home with his paycheck still in his pocket, weary but clear-headed. He offered no explanation for where he'd been. He never did. He tried to seem settled, almost tame, but after a few hours of cramped quarters, Cypress's chatter, and his wife's sharp dismissals, he made a sandwich and took his beer outside. He settled under a tree beside the house, a quiet spot where he could sit alone and watch the occasional car pass by. Coming back was always hard. Out on the highway, he'd lose himself for hours dreaming of a different life somewhere else, always a quieter, simpler life alone. 1,000 times he'd been tempted to just keep driving, to deliver his load and never look back. His own father had vanished when he was a boy, leaving a pregnant wife and 4 kids without a word. For days, young Simeon and his older brother had waited on the porch, hiding their tears. He'd grown up hating the man, and part of him still did, but now he felt that same restless tug. His kids were older, they'd manage on the road. He often wondered why he ever felt pulled toward home. He despised living in that cramped rental with his mother-in-law, 2 grandkids he never wanted, and a wife who constantly pushed for a life he couldn't give. Letty had threatened to leave him 100 times over the past 20 years, and sometimes he thought it was a miracle they were still together. He took a slow drink, then said, "If you want to split, then we'll split." But those words had been spoken so many times before they'd lost their meaning. The evening light was fading when she left the house and crossed the backyard toward the big oak tree. Simeon was settled in a worn-out lawn chair, his feet resting on a plastic storage bin, a cooler of beer beside him. He gestured to the empty chair next to him, but she stayed standing, gazing toward the quiet county road. She asked softly, How long are you planning to stay this time? He let out a short, bitter laugh. Just got here, and you're already counting the days until I'm gone. That's not what I meant, Simeon. I was just asking. He didn't answer, just took another sip. These moments alone together were rare, and they always felt stiff, like two strangers who'd forgotten how to have a conversation. A pickup truck ambled by on the road, and they both watched it until its taillights disappeared. Finally, she said, "I'll likely be out of a job tomorrow. I told you Mr. Hubbard took his own life. His family doesn't want me there after the funeral." A twisted sense of satisfaction flickered inside Simeon. He'd be the main provider again, the man of the house. He'd always hated the way Letty carried herself when her paycheck was bigger than his, resented her sharp comments whenever he was between jobs. Even as a housekeeper, she could get a little too proud, acting like that white man's trust made her something special. But the practical part of him knew her wages kept the lights on. Losing that income would cause real problems. He managed to mutter, "That's tough luck," though the words felt hollow. Another long, heavy silence settled between them. From inside the house, they could hear the distant sounds of the television and someone laughing. "You heard anything from Marvis?" he asked. She looked down at her hands. "Not a word. It's been 2 weeks with no letter." "Did you write to him?" "I write every single week, Simeon, and you know it." "When was the last time you picked up a pen?" Anger simmered in his chest, but he swallowed it down. He was proud of coming home clear-headed tonight, and he wasn't going to let a fight wreck that. Marvis Lang was 28, staring down at least another decade in prison for drug running and assault. A car appeared on the road, slowing almost to a crawl as if the driver was lost. It crept forward, then turned into their gravel driveway. In the last of the daylight, they could see it was a strange little foreign car, painted a bright, glossy red, the engine cut off, and a young white man in a rumpled dress shirt and loosened tie stepped out. He carried no briefcase, and he stood for a moment looking confused. "We're over here," Simeon called out. The man jumped, startled, then walked cautiously across the patchy grass. "I'm looking for Letty Lang," he said, his voice carrying across the yard. "I'm right here," she answered. He came closer, stopping about 10 feet away. "Hello, my name is Jake Brigance. I'm an attorney from Clanton. I need to speak with Letty Lang." "You were at the funeral today," she observed. "Yes, I was." Simeon pushed himself up from his chair, and the three exchanged stiff, awkward handshakes. Simeon offered him a beer from the cooler. Jake declined politely, even though a cold one sounded pretty good. He was here on business, after all. Letty studied him, her tone direct, but not unkind. "I doubt you're just passing through our part of the world." "No, ma'am, I'm not, Brigance," Simeon said, taking another drink. "Didn't you represent Carl Lee Haley?" There it was, the familiar name that always seemed to break the ice, at least around here. "I did," Jake said with a modest nod. "I thought so. You did a good job, a real good job." "Thank you. But listen, the reason I'm here involves a confidential matter. I need to speak with Letty privately. No offense intended, but it's something I have to discuss with her alone." "What is it?" Letty asked, her confusion plain. "Why's it got to be private?" Simeon pressed. "Because that's how these things work," Jake replied, stretching the truth a little. The law didn't actually require privacy here, and as he stood in their yard, he suddenly felt unsure. His big, secret news might not need to be a secret at all. There was no question Letty would share everything with her husband before Jake even left the property. Seth Hubbard's final will was now a matter of public record, destined to be picked apart by every attorney in the county before the day was out. So much for privacy and discretion. Simeon, in a fit of anger, hurled an empty beer can against an oak tree, leaving a trail of suds dripping down the bark. He sprang up, muttering "fine, just fine," as he gave a nearby milk crate a sharp kick. Snatching another beer from the cooler, he stormed off into the woods, his fading grumbles swallowed by the gathering darkness. Letty, her voice barely above a whisper, said, "I'm so sorry about that, Mr. Brigance." "Don't worry about it. Listen, Ms. Lang, there's something urgent we need to discuss, ideally tomorrow in my office. It concerns Mr. Hubbard and his last will." Letty pressed her lips together, her wide eyes fixed on Jake, silently urging him to continue. Jake obliged. "The day before he passed, he drafted a new will and mailed it to me, to be opened after his death. It looks legally sound, but I have no doubt his family will challenge it. Am I mentioned in it?" "You are absolutely. He left a substantial part of his estate to you." "Oh, good heavens, exactly. He named me as the attorney for his estate, which will also be contested. That's why we need to talk as soon as possible." Her hand flew to her mouth as she whispered, "Dear Lord." Jake glanced toward the house where lamplight sliced through the night. A shadow shifted near the edge of the property, likely Simeon prowling around. For a fleeting moment, Jake felt a strong urge to get back in his Saab and speed toward the safety of town. Letty gave a slow nod and asked, "Should I tell Simeon?" "That's your decision. I considered including him, but given the stories about his drinking, I wasn't sure of his current state. Honestly, though, Ms. Lang, he's your husband. He should be with you tomorrow, provided he's in decent shape. He will be, I promise you that." Jake handed her his card. "Anytime tomorrow afternoon, I'll be in my office, waiting. We'll be there, Mr. Brigance, and thank you for coming all the way out here." "It's that important, Ms. Lang? I felt I needed to meet you in person. We might be facing a long and difficult battle together. I'm not sure I fully understand. I know I'll explain everything tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Brigance. Good night." After a quick late supper of grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup, Jake and Carla cleared the table and washed the dishes by hand. They eventually settled into the den, which was essentially a continuation of the kitchen just a few steps from the dining area. Living in such close quarters for over 3 years demanded a continual adjustment of expectations and a conscious effort to avoid petty irritations. Their daughter Hannah made it all easier. Young children aren't impressed by material possessions. As long as both parents are loving and present, little else matters. Carla helped Hannah with her spelling words while Jake read her a story, and as they traded off parenting duties through the evening, they also managed to skim the newspaper and catch snippets of cable news. Precisely at 8, Carla gave Hannah a bath, and half an hour later, both parents tucked her snugly into bed. Finally alone, wrapped together under a quilt on their well-worn sofa, Carla broke the silence. "All right, out with it. What's going on, Jake?" Pretending to browse a sports magazine, replied, "What do you mean, what's going on?" "Don't act oblivious. Something's up. Is it a new case, a new client who can actually pay a proper fee? Maybe even a huge fee that could finally drag us out of this financial hole? Please tell me." Jake tossed the quilt aside and stood up. "Well, as a matter of fact, my dear, there's a very good chance we've just told poverty to take a hike. I knew it. I can always tell when you land a good car wreck case. You get this nervous energy." "This isn't a car wreck," Jake said, already rummaging through his briefcase. He slid a folder across the table and passed her several pages. "It's a suicide case." "Oh, that one, exactly. Last night I mentioned the sad passing of Mr. Seth Hubbard, but I left out the part where, right before he died, he scribbled out a new will, mailed it to my office, and named me the attorney for his estate. I filed it late today. It's public now, so I can discuss it, and you never actually met this man." "That's right, a complete stranger, yet you attended his funeral today. You've got the picture? Why choose you? Must be my sterling reputation. Just read the will, please." A quick look, and she said, "But it's handwritten." "You don't say?" Jake settled back beside his wife on the couch and studied her face as she read the 2-page document. Gradually, her jaw went slack, her eyes grew wide, and when she was done, she stared at Jake, bewildered, and whispered, "Perish in pain? What a piece of work." "Apparently so. I never met him. But Harry Rex handled his second divorce and doesn't have a high opinion of Mr. Hubbard. Most folks don't have a high opinion of Harry Rex. Fair point. Who is Letty Lang?" "His housekeeper. She's black." "Oh, Jake, this is going to cause an uproar." "I certainly hope so." "Was he wealthy?" "Did you see the line where he states, 'My estate is substantial'?" Ozzie knew him and seems to think so. I'm heading to Temple first thing in the morning to meet the executor, Mr. Russell Amberg. I'll know a lot more by lunchtime." She fluttered the 2 pages in her hand. "Is this even legal? Can you just make a will like this?" "Absolutely. Wills and Estates 101, taught for decades by Professor Robert Weems at Ole Miss Law School. He gave me an A if every word is in the deceased's own handwriting and it's signed and dated. It's a valid will. I'm sure his 2 children will challenge it, but that's where things get interesting. Why would he leave almost everything to his black housekeeper? Maybe he admired her dusting skills. I don't know. Perhaps she provided more than just cleaning. What are you implying?" "He was ill, Carla, dying from lung cancer." "My guess is Letty Lang took care of him in many ways. Clearly he thought highly of her. His kids will hire lawyers and scream about undue influence. They'll argue she got too close, whispered in the old man's ear, and maybe even more. It'll be for a jury to decide." "A jury trial." Jake was grinning, already lost in the prospect. "Oh yes, good grief, who knows about this so far? I filed the petition at 5 this afternoon, so the rumor mill hasn't started. But I bet by 9 tomorrow the courthouse will be buzzing. This will blow the roof off the place, Jake. A wealthy white man disinherits his family, leaves it all to his black housekeeper, then hangs himself. Is this for real?" He was dead serious. She read the will again while her husband shut his eyes and imagined the courtroom drama. When she finished, she set the papers on the floor and scanned the room. "Just wondering, honey, but how are your fees handled in something like this?" "Sorry for asking." She made a vague gesture that took in the cramped space, the thrift store furniture, the sagging bookshelves stuffed with books, the worn rug, the hand-me-down curtains, the magazines stacked on the floor, the overall shabbiness of renters who had better taste than their budget allowed. "What? You want a nicer place? Maybe a townhouse or a double-wide trailer?" "Don't go there. The fees could be significant. Not that I've given it much thought, significant. Sure, the fees are based on actual work, billable hours, a concept pretty foreign to us. The estate attorney gets to log his time each day and actually get paid for it. This is uncharted territory for us. All fees need approval from the judge, who in this case is our good friend, the Honorable Reuben Atlee, and since he knows we're barely scraping by, he'll likely be feeling generous. A sprawling estate, a mountain of cash, a will that's bound to be fought over tooth and nail, and maybe we can keep the wolves from the door. A mountain of cash? Just an expression, honey. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Don't talk down to me, she said, meeting the gleam in a lawyer's ambitious eyes. Fine. But Carla was already mentally sorting through belongings, planning a move. She'd felt this same surge of hope a year ago when a young couple walked into Jake Braganza's office, their newborn lost to a Memphis hospital. A case that seemed full of promise, a clear-cut medical malpractice, had simply evaporated under expert analysis, leaving Jake with no option but to accept a token settlement to make it go away. She shifted on the couch. "So you went to see Letty Lang?" "I did. She lives past Box Hill in a neighborhood called Little Delta. You won't find many white faces out there. Her husband's a drinker, here today and gone tomorrow. I didn't step inside, but you get the feeling it's packed tight. I looked at the property records. They don't own it. It's a low-rent place, much like this charming hovel we call home, right? Similar to our own situation. Probably thrown up by the same cut-rate builder who inevitably went under. But the point is, there are just 3 of us here, and I'd guess a small army crammed into Letty's place. Is she decent? Seemed decent enough. We didn't chat long. She struck me as a pretty typical black woman for around here, a house full of kids, a husband who's more of a visitor, a job that pays peanuts, a life that's nothing but hard work. That's a cold way to put it. Maybe, but it's also the truth. Is she good-looking? Beneath the blanket, Jake's hand found her calf, his fingers working at a knot. He considered the question. Hard to say. It was getting dark fast. She's around 45. Seemed to keep herself together. Definitely not hard to look at. Why? You think romance is the secret ingredient in Mr. Hubbard's last will, romance? Who said anything about romance? That's exactly where your mind went. Did she charm her way into his inheritance? All right, yes, that's what I'm thinking. And it's what every busybody in town will be whispering about by lunchtime tomorrow. This whole thing reeks of it. He was a dying man and she was the one taking care of him. Who knows what happened behind closed doors? You have a wonderfully suspicious mind. I adore it. His hand wandered higher, but met a firm blockade. The phone's jangle made them both jump. Jake padded to the kitchen, answered, and returned. "It's Nesbit outside," he told her. He snagged a cigar and a book of matches and stepped out. At the end of the short drive by the mailbox, he struck a match and drew in the first rich puff, exhaling a cloud into the chill night. A moment later, a county patrol car turned onto the street and glided to a stop. Deputy Mike Nesbit heaved his considerable frame out, offered a gruff, "Evenin', Jake," and lit his own cigarette. "Evenin', Mike." Leaning against the car's warm hood, they blew smoke into the air. Nesbit got to it. Ozzy's come up empty on Hubbard, ran a full search through Jackson, and got squat. Looks like the old fox kept his treasures buried out of state. No records here except the obvious. The house, the cars, the land, the lumber yard up near Palmyra. Beyond that, it's a ghost town. No bank accounts, no shell companies, no LLCs, no silent partners, a couple of life insurance policies, which you'd expect, but that's the whole show. Talk is he had dealings elsewhere, but we haven't chased that rabbit yet. Jake nodded, taking a long drag. By now, the news was no surprise. What about Amberg? Russell Amberg hails from Foley, Alabama, way down near Mobile. Practiced law there until they yanked his license about 15 years back, mixing client money with his own. But he skated on criminal charges, no record. Once he was out of the law game, he got into timber, which is likely where he crossed paths with Seth Hubbard. Everything looks clean on the surface. Can't figure why he'd plant himself in a backwater-like Temple, though. I'm heading to Temple first thing in the morning. I'll ask him, myself. Good luck with that. An older couple strolled past with an ancient prancing poodle, oblivious to the conversation hanging in the smoky air. They exchanged brief greetings as they passed, neither slowing their pace. Once they were out of sight, Jake exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, "Any leads on Ansel Hubbard, the brother?" "Nothing at all. Complete silence. Can't say I'm shocked. It's strange, really. I've spent my whole life in this town and never once heard Seth Hubbard's name. My father is 80, lived here just as long, and he doesn't know him either. Mike, there are over 30,000 people in this county. You can't possibly know every single one." Ozzy seems to... They shared a short, knowing laugh. Nesbit flicked his cigarette into the street and arched his back with a stretch. "Better head home, Jake. Appreciate you stopping by. I'll touch base with Ozzy tomorrow. You do that? Take care." He discovered Carla in the vacant bedroom, seated in a chair facing the window that overlooked the street. The room was dim. He entered softly, pausing, and when she sensed his presence, she murmured, "I am utterly exhausted from seeing police cars parked in front of our home, Jake." He drew a slow breath and moved nearer. This dialogue felt worn and dangerous, where a single misplaced word could send it tumbling into old arguments. "I feel the same," he replied gently. "What did he want?" she asked. "Not much. Just some information about Seth Hubbard. Ozzy's been asking around, but hasn't uncovered anything substantial." "Couldn't he have called you tomorrow? Why does he have to drive over and park right in front of our house, letting the whole neighborhood see that the Brigances can't even get through an evening without another police visit?" They were questions with no good answers. Jake held his tongue and quietly slipped from the room. Russell Amberg was concealed in a rear booth at the cafe, hidden behind a newspaper. He wasn't a regular, nor was he a familiar face in the small community of Temple. He had relocated there for a woman, his third wife, and they kept mostly to themselves. He also worked for a man who prized discretion and secrecy, which suited Amberg perfectly. He had claimed the booth shortly after 7, ordered coffee, and begun reading. Regarding Seth Hubbard's will or wills, he knew absolutely nothing. Despite working for Mr. Hubbard for nearly 10 years, he understood very little about the man's private affairs. He could locate most of his boss's assets, though certainly not all, and had learned early on that Mr. Hubbard adored secrets. He enjoyed playing games, nursing grudges, and keeping everyone off balance. The two had traveled extensively across the Southeast together as Mr. Hubbard assembled his holdings, but they had never been close. No one was ever truly close to Seth Hubbard. Jake entered precisely at 7:30 and spotted Amberg in the back booth. The cafe was about half full, and Jake, the outsider, drew a few curious glances as he made his way through. They shook hands and exchanged polite small talk. Based on their prior conversation, Jake had anticipated a chilly reception and reluctant cooperation, though he wasn't overly worried about Mr. Amberg's initial demeanor. Jake had been instructed by Seth Hubbard to perform a task, and if challenged, the court would support him. Amberg, however, appeared relaxed and reasonably agreeable. After a few minutes discussing football and the weather, Jake steered the conversation to the matter at hand. "Has the will been probated?" Amberg asked. "Yes. As of 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I left the funeral and rushed straight to the courthouse in Clanton. Did you bring a copy for me?" "I have it," Jake said, without making a move toward his pocket. "You are named as the executor. It's now a public record, so you're entitled to a copy." Amberg held up both hands and asked, "Am I a beneficiary?" "No." He gave a grim nod, and Jake couldn't tell if this was anticipated. "I received nothing in the will." Amberg pressed. "Nothing. Does that come as a surprise?" Amber swallowed hard and glanced around the room. "No," he said, though his tone lacked conviction. "Not really. With Seth, nothing is ever surprising. You weren't surprised he took his own life?" "Not at all, Mr. Brigance. The past year has been a living nightmare." Seth simply grew weary of the pain. He knew he was dying. We all knew he was dying. So no real shock there. Just wait until you hear what's in the will. A waitress swept past their table, pausing just long enough to refill their coffee cups. Amberg took a careful sip. "So tell me your side of things, Mr. Brigance. How were you connected to Seth?" "I never actually met him," Jake replied, giving the condensed version of how he ended up at the diner. Amberg listened closely, his small, balding head tilted. He had a nervous tic of running his right hand from his eyebrows back over his scalp, as if smoothing down the few remaining strands of dark hair. Dressed in a polo shirt, faded khakis, and a light jacket, he looked more like a man enjoying his retirement than the solemn figure from the funeral. Jake finished his story and asked, "Can I assume you were his right-hand man?" "Not at all," Amberg said, shaking his head. "Frankly, I'm puzzled as to why Seth wanted me involved. There were others he was closer to." He took a long drink of coffee. "Seth and I had our disagreements. I considered leaving more than once. The more wealth he accumulated, the bolder his gambles became. I was genuinely afraid he was steering toward a spectacular crash, a planned bankruptcy with all the real money tucked away overseas. His fearlessness was terrifying." "Since we're on the topic," Jake said, his tone deliberately casual, as if shifting from discussing the weather, "let's talk about Seth's finances." "All right, I'll share what I know, but I don't have the full picture." "Understood," Jake said calmly. For 2 days now, the central burning question had been, what exactly did Seth Hubbard own? Finally, he might get some answers. He had no legal pad, no pen at the ready, just his cup of black coffee. Amberg scanned the nearly empty diner once more, then leaned in slightly. "What I'm about to tell you isn't common knowledge. It's not a secret exactly, but Seth was very good at keeping his affairs private. It's all going to become public now, Mr. Amber." "I know." He took another sip of coffee for fortification. Seth amassed his fortune almost entirely in the last decade. After his second divorce, he was a bitter, angry man, flat broke and utterly determined to rebuild. He'd actually cared for his second wife, and her leaving fueled a desire for revenge. For Seth, revenge meant making more money than what she'd walked away with. I'm very familiar with her attorney. The large gentleman? What was his name? Harry Rex Vonner. Harry Rex. I've heard Seth curse that name more than a few times. He's not the only one who does. So I've heard. Anyway, Seth held onto his house and land, then took out hefty loans against them to purchase a large lumber mill near Dothan, Alabama. I was working there as a timber buyer, which is how we met. He bought it at the perfect time, late 1979. Plywood prices skyrocketed, and business was good. A brutal hurricane season that year meant massive demand for rebuilding materials. He leveraged that mill to buy a furniture factory outside Albany, Georgia. The place manufactured those oversized rocking chairs you see on the porches of griddle restaurants nationwide. Seth secured a contract with the chain, and suddenly they couldn't produce the chairs fast enough. He used that success as collateral, borrowed more, and snatched up another factory near Troy, Alabama around then. He connected with a hungry banker in Birmingham who was eager to grow his small operation. That banker and Seth were a perfect match, both aggressive and ambitious. The deals started flowing. More factories, more lumber mills, more timberland leases. Seth had an instinct for spotting undervalued or struggling businesses, and his new banker almost never refused him. I warned him about the mountain of debt, but he was too driven to listen. He had a point to prove. He even bought a private plane, kept it hangared in Tupelo to avoid local gossip, and was constantly in the air chasing the next deal. Amberg paused, a wry, almost sarcastic smile touching his lips. You asked if this has a happy ending. Oh, it does. But happy depends entirely on your definition. For Seth, it was about winning a game only he was playing. For roughly a decade, Seth acquired close to 36 businesses. His focus was on furniture factories across the southern states, several of which he later relocated to Mexico, but his portfolio also expanded to include lumber yards, sawmills, and vast tracts of forest land. Every single purchase was made with borrowed capital. While I noted the banker in Birmingham, he had financiers in several cities. The larger his empire grew, the more eager lenders became. It was a nerve-wracking strategy at times, yet Seth never faced a serious setback. He wasn't a seller, he was a holder, always with an eye fixed on the next opportunity. For him, the thrill of the deal and the weight of debt were like a drug where some men are drawn to cards, liquor, or romance. Seth was intoxicated by the prospect of leveraging other people's funds to snap up another enterprise. He had an appreciation for romance, too. Then, about a year back, his breakneck pace came to a halt. A doctor's visit delivered a diagnosis of lung cancer, giving him a year at most. The news shattered him. Acting alone, he decided to cash out. We'd connected with the Rush firm in Tupelo a few years prior, and for the first time, Seth found attorneys he could rely on. He'd cycled through lawyers almost as fast as he hired them. They persuaded him to roll all his holdings into one corporate entity. Last November, he sold that entire company to a buyout group from Atlanta for $55 million. He settled his debts, which amounted to about $35 million, with what seemed like genuine relief. So he cleared 20? Jake asked. 20 million, more or less, Amberg confirmed. There were a few other matters to tidy up, including my own position. I held some stock in the holding company, so I came out of it quite comfortably. I retired at the end of last year. What Seth did with his share afterward is a mystery, probably hid it in a coffee can under the porch. He also maintained separate assets outside the sale. There's a mountain cabin in North Carolina and a handful of other properties. I'd wager there's an offshore account or two in the mix as well. You'd wager? Jake pressed. I can't state it as a fact, Mr. Brigance. Just rumors picked up over the years. As I told you, Seth Hubbard cherished his secrets. Well, Mr. Amberg, as his executor and his lawyer, it's our job to find every last asset. It shouldn't be too difficult. We'll need to get into his office. Where is it located? At the lumber yard near Palmyra. That was his sole office. His secretary, Arlene, manages everything there. I called her Sunday night and advised her to lock the place down until she hears from the legal team. Jake took another slow drink of coffee, letting the information settle. $20 million. I can't name another soul in Ford County with that kind of money. I can't assist you there, Mr. Brigance. I've never lived in the area, but I can guarantee you nobody here in Milburn County is worth a tenth of that." "It's the rural South," Jake observed. "Precisely. And that's what makes Seth's tale so remarkable." He woke up one morning at 60 years old, flat broke and sick of it, and declared he was going to change his fate. He caught a couple of lucky breaks early on and then discovered the sheer audacious beauty of using other people's money. He leveraged his own home and land so many times it would make your head spin. The man had nerves of steel. The waitress arrived with oatmeal for Amberg and scrambled eggs for Jake as they seasoned their food. Amberg inquired, "Did he disinherit his children?" "He did," a slight smile and a nod showing no shock. "You anticipated this?" Jake asked. "I anticipate nothing, Mr. Brigance, and very little surprises me," Amberg replied with a touch of smugness. It was a tone Jake decided to puncture. "Well, I have a surprise for you," Jake said. He cut out both of his children and both of his ex-wives, who, for the record, aren't legally entitled to anything anyway. He excluded everyone except for a long-lost brother named Ansil, who's likely deceased, but gets 5% if he's alive, and his church, which also receives 5%. That leaves a full 90% of his estate to his black housekeeper, a woman named Letty Lang, who worked for him for only 3 years. Amberg's spoon froze midway to his mouth, his jaw went slack, his eyes narrowed into slits, and a network of deep wrinkles suddenly etched themselves across his forehead. Jake couldn't hide his triumphant grin. "You can't pretend this isn't a shock," he said, shoveling another bite of eggs into his mouth. Amber exhaled slowly, extending his hand across the table. From his jacket pocket, Jake produced the folded document and passed it over. As Amber read, the lines on his face seemed to etch themselves deeper into stone. He shook his head slowly, a gesture of pure disbelief, then read it a second time before setting it carefully beside his coffee cup. "Tell me," Jake asked, leaning forward, "did you ever happen to know a woman named Letty Lang?" "Never laid eyes on her," Amberg replied flatly. "I've never even been to Seth's house, Mr. Brigance. He never spoke of it or of the people who worked there. Seth was a man who kept his life in sealed boxes, and most of those boxes were marked private. Do you know this woman yourself?" "I met her for the first time just yesterday. She's coming to my office this afternoon." Amberg used his fingertips to push his half-finished breakfast away. His appetite clearly vanished. Why in the world would he do something like this? "I was hoping you might have some insight on that very question." "Well, it's utter nonsense, which is precisely why this document is in deep trouble. The man wasn't in his right mind. You can't execute a valid will if you lack the mental capacity to understand what you're doing." "Naturally," Jake conceded, "but nothing is straightforward here." In some ways, he planned his final days with incredible precision, as if he knew exactly what was coming. Then, on the other hand, leaving everything to a housekeeper is baffling, unless she had some influence over him. "I'm certain that argument will be presented." Amberg patted his shirt pocket. "Do you mind if I smoke? Go ahead." He lit a menthol cigarette and absently tapped the ash into his cold bowl of oatmeal. His thoughts were clearly racing, trying to piece together a puzzle that refused to fit. After a long drag, he finally spoke. "I'm not sure I have the stomach for this fight, Mr. Brigance. Just because I'm named as the executor doesn't mean I'm obligated to take the job. You mentioned you used to practice law. It shows. Back in the day, I was just another small-town attorney over in Alabama, no different from a million others. Probate laws don't change all that much from one state to the next." "You're correct. Serving as executor is voluntary." Who would possibly want to get tangled up in this mess? Me, for starters, Jake thought, but he kept the words to himself. The waitress swept by to clear the dishes and refill their coffee. Amberg picked up the will again, read it a third time, and lit another cigarette. After a long contemplative exhale, he began thinking aloud. "All right, Mr. Brigance, let's walk through this. Seth references a prior will, one drafted last year by the Rush firm in Tupelo. I know those lawyers. It's safe to assume that document was far more thorough, professionally crafted to leverage every estate planning tool available. Gift exclusions, generation skipping transfers, the whole strategy to shield the estate and legally minimize the tax burden. Are you following? I am. Then, at the 11th hour, Seth scribbles out this crude paper. It revokes the proper will, leaves almost everything to his black housekeeper, and virtually guarantees a huge portion of his estate will be devoured by taxes. Still with me. About 50% could vanish to taxes, Jake confirmed. Just like that, half of it gone. Does that sound like the action of a clear-thinking man, Mr. Brigance? It did not, though Jake wasn't about to concede the point. I'm sure that will be a central argument in court, Mr. Amber. My role is to probate the estate and carry out the wishes of my client. Spoken like a true attorney. Thank you. So, are you going to serve as executor? Will I be compensated? Yes, there's a fee involved, subject to the judge's approval. How much of my time will it consume? Potentially a great deal. If the will is contested, and that seems almost certain, we could be in court for days. As executor, you'd need to be present listening to every witness. But here's the thing, Mr. Brigance, Amberg said, his tone shifting to one of blunt sarcasm. I don't like this will. I don't approve of what Seth did. I haven't even seen the other one. The nice, thick, sensible one, but I'm pretty damned sure I'd prefer it. This feels less like a final wish and more like a grenade with the pin pulled. Why should I put my name on this sloppy, last-minute handwritten mess that hands everything over to some undeserving black housekeeper who probably had too much sway over the old man? You get it right. Jake gave a slight nod, his expression clouded with deep suspicion. After half an hour with this individual, he was pretty sure he didn't want to be tied to him for the next year. Removing an executor was usually straightforward, and Jake felt confident he could persuade a judge that this guy needed to be replaced. Amberg scanned the room again and lowered his voice. It just doesn't add up. Seth worked himself to the bone for the last decade of his life to build that fortune. He took huge gambles, he got lucky, and then he just drops it all into the lap of some woman who had absolutely nothing to do with his success. Frankly, it turns my stomach, Mr. Brigance, makes me sick and more than a little wary. Then don't agree to serve as executor, Mr. Amberg. I'm certain the court can find someone else to handle it. Jake picked up the will, smoothed its creases, and tucked it back into his jacket pocket. But think it over, there's no immediate deadline. When does the battle begin? Shortly. The other attorneys will arrive with the competing will. Should be quite a show. Thanks for your time, Mr. Amberg. Here's my card. Jake left his business card and a $5 bill on the table and made a quick exit. Sitting in his car, he took a moment to gather his thoughts, trying to focus his mind on a contested estate worth $20 million. Just a year before, the town of Clanton had been consumed by gossip over a lawsuit involving an insurance policy for a fertilizer plant that had, quite mysteriously, burned to the ground. The owner was a local schemer named Bobby Carl Leach, a slippery character with a history of suspicious fires and litigation. Jake, thankfully, had steered clear of that entire mess. He avoided Leach whenever possible. But during the trial, it came out that Leach had a net worth of around $4 million. There wasn't much cash involved, but after subtracting his debts from his assets, the equity number was impressive. This had sparked endless debates all over town about who exactly was the richest person in Ford County. The arguments flourished over morning coffee around the square, in bars where bankers gathered after work, and throughout the courthouse where lawyers clustered to embellish the latest testimony. Bobby Carl, with his $4 million, was certainly a top contender. The Wilbanks family would have been if Lucien hadn't blown through the family fortune years ago. A few farmers were mentioned out of tradition, but by the late 1980s, having family money often meant owning plenty of land while still scrambling to pay the bills. A man named Willie Traynor had sold the Ford County Times 8 years earlier for $1.5 million, and rumors swirled that he'd doubled that in the stock market, though few rumors about Willie were ever taken seriously. Then there was a 98-year-old woman who held bank stock valued at $6 million. As the local contest of speculation wore on, an anonymous list materialized in a court clerk's office and was promptly faxed all over town. It was wryly titled the Forbes Top 10 List of Richest Ford Countians. Soon everyone had a copy, which only poured gasoline on the gossip fire. The list was edited, expanded, detailed, amended, modified, and even outright fictionalized. But through all the revisions, one name was conspicuously absent: Mr. Seth Hubbard. The town's enthusiastic game of guesswork eventually lost steam after a few weeks. Not surprisingly, Jake had never spotted his own name on any version of the list. He allowed himself a quiet chuckle, thinking of Miss Letty Lang and her impending, rather spectacular, debut onto that very list. For her final day of work, Letty arrived a full 30 minutes early, clinging to the faint hope that such punctuality might make an impression on Mr. Herschel and Mrs. Dafoe, that they might have a change of heart and let her stay. At 7:30, she parked her aging Pontiac next to Mr. Seth's pickup truck, the morning air feeling heavier than usual. Months ago, she had dropped the Mr. when they were alone. Though she kept up the formality in front of others for the sake of appearances, gripping the steering wheel, she took a long breath, dreading the thought of facing those people again. They would be gone soon, and not a moment too soon. She'd overheard their complaints about having to spend even 2 nights in this place. Their own lives back home were falling apart, and they acted as if burying their father here was nothing but a massive inconvenience. They had nothing but contempt for Ford County. Sleep had been scarce. The lawyer's phrase, a sizable portion of his estate, had echoed in her mind all night long. She hadn't mentioned it to Simeon. Maybe she would later, or maybe she'd let Mr. Brigance handle it. Simeon had pestered her about what the lawyer wanted, but Letty had been too shaken and too scared to even begin explaining. How could she explain something she didn't understand herself, as muddled as she felt? She knew the dumbest thing she could do was to start hoping for a good outcome. She'd believe it when she saw the money, and not a second before. The kitchen door from the garage was unlocked. Letty stepped inside quietly and listened. The television was murmuring from the den, and coffee was percolating on the counter. She gave a deliberate cough, and a voice called out, "Letty, is that you?" "It's me," she answered, her tone artificially bright. She walked into the den wearing a practiced smile and found Ian Defoe on the sofa, still in his pajamas, surrounded by documents and completely absorbed in some impending business deal. "Good morning, Mr. Defoe," she said. "Morning, Letty," he replied with a thin smile. "How are you holding up?" "Just fine, thank you, and yourself?" "As well as possible." "Up half the night with all this," he said, gesturing vaguely at his precious papers, as if she could possibly grasp their importance. "Could you fetch me some coffee? Black, please." "Of course." She brought him the coffee, which he took without a glance or a word, already sinking back into his paperwork. Returning to the kitchen, she poured herself a cup and opened the refrigerator for cream. There, she spotted a nearly empty bottle of vodka. Liquor had never been in this house before. Seth didn't keep it. Once a month he might bring home a 6-pack of beer, tuck it in the fridge, and then usually forget about it. The sink was piled with dirty dishes apparently. Loading the dishwasher was too much to ask when there was a paid servant around. Letty started cleaning, and after a while Mr. Dafoe appeared at the doorway. "I believe I'll grab a shower now. Ramona isn't feeling well. Probably caught a chill." A chill or the vodka, Letty thought. But aloud she said, "I'm sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do for her?" "Not really, but some breakfast would be good. Eggs and bacon for me, scrambled. I'm not sure what Herschel will want. I'll check with him." Since they were all leaving, the family and the help, and the house was about to be locked up, sold off, or otherwise discarded, Letty decided to clear out the pantry and the refrigerator. She fried bacon and sausage, whipped up a batch of pancakes, scrambled eggs, made omelets and cheese grits, and warmed store-bought biscuits, Seth's favorite brand. The table was laden with steaming platters when the 3 of them sat down to eat, grumbling the whole time about the excessive spread. But they ate. Ramona, eyes swollen and face flushed, barely spoke but seemed particularly drawn to the greasy food. Letty lingered for a few minutes, attending to them properly, the air thick with tension. She guessed they'd had a difficult night filled with drinking, arguing, and enduring one last evening in a house they despised. Slipping back toward the bedrooms, she was relieved to see their suitcases packed and ready. From the hallway shadows, she overheard Herschel and Ian discussing a visit from the lawyers. Ian insisted it was easier for the attorneys to come to Seth's house than for the three of them to trek all the way to Tupelo. "You're damned right they can come to us," Ian declared. "They'll be here at 10, someone said. All right, Herschel agreed, and their conversation dropped to a murmur. Once breakfast was finished and Letty began clearing the dishes, the three of them drifted back outside to the patio. They settled around the picnic table, sipping coffee under the gentle morning sun. Ramona appeared to brighten a bit. Letty, familiar with the slow starts of living with a drinker, figured most mornings were a struggle for Mrs. Defoe. There was a flicker of laughter as they briefly set aside the sharp words from the previous night. The doorbell chimed, announcing a locksmith from Clanton. Herschel gave him a tour, announcing loudly, clearly for Letty's benefit, that they wanted new locks installed on all 4 exterior doors as the man started on the front entry. Herschel paused in the kitchen. "We're putting in all new locks, Letty, so the old keys won't work anymore." "I never had a key," she replied, a sharpness in her voice because she'd already stated this fact. "Right?" Herschel said, his tone dripping with disbelief. "We'll leave 1 key with Calvin down the road and keep the others. I expect I'll be back now and then to check on the place." Whatever, Letty thought. But she said aloud, "I'd be glad to come over and clean whenever you like. Calvin can let me in." "That won't be needed, but thank you. We're meeting with the lawyers here at 10, so please make a fresh pot of coffee. After that, we'll be heading home. I'm afraid we won't be requiring your services any longer, Letty. Sorry, but my father's passing changes everything." She tightened her jaw and managed, "I understand. How often did he pay you?" "Every Friday for 40 hours. And he paid you last Friday?" "That's correct. So we owe you for Monday, Tuesday, and half of today, is that right?" "I suppose so. At $5 an hour." "Yes, sir." "I still can't believe he paid you that much," Herschel remarked, shaking his head as he opened the door and stepped back onto the patio. Letty was stripping the bedsheets when the lawyers arrived. Despite their dark suits and solemn expressions, they might as well have been Santa Claus arriving with sacks of toys for eager children. In the moments before their cars turned into the driveway, Ramona, now in heels, pearls, and a dress far nicer than her funeral attire, peeked out the front window repeatedly. Ian, wearing a coat and tie, paced the den checking his watch. Herschel, clean-shaven for the first time since he'd arrived, moved in and out of the kitchen door over the past 3 days. Letty had overheard enough to know their expectations were soaring. They didn't know the exact sum old Seth had in the bank, but they were shrewd enough to sense something was there. And wasn't it all a windfall anyway? The house and land alone were worth at least $500,000, according to Ian's latest estimate. How often do you get to split $500,000? Then there was the lumber yard, and who knew what other assets they assembled in the den, 3 lawyers, 3 expectant beneficiaries, all well-dressed, impeccably mannered, and in conspicuously light spirits. The housekeeper, in her best white cotton dress, served them coffee and cake before retreating into the background to listen. The lawyers offered grave condolences. They had known Seth for years and were great admirers. What a man. It was entirely possible the lawyers held Seth in higher regard than his own children did, though no one was pondering that at the moment. Herschel and Ramona performed admirably as the conversation moved through its initial formalities. Ian, however, seemed bored by the preliminaries and eager to get to the heart of the matter. "I have a thought," Herschel interjected. "There could be other ears listening right now. It's a beautiful day, so why don't we move outside to the patio where things are, shall we say, more confidential?" "Really, Herschel?" Ramona protested, but Ian was already on his feet. The group moved together through the kitchen and out to the patio, rearranging themselves around the picnic table. An hour earlier, anticipating just such a move, Letty had quietly cracked open a bathroom window. Letty perched on the rim of the bathtub, the porcelain cool through her clothes, and found the voices from the kitchen carried with perfect clarity. Louis McGuire unlatched his substantial briefcase and withdrew a folder. He distributed 3 copies of a thick document. "Our office drafted this for your father more than a year ago," he began. "There's a fair amount of standard legal language, I'm afraid, but it's unavoidable." Ramona, her eyes still puffy, waved a hand. "I'll look at the papers later. Just tell us what it says." "Of course," McGuire said. "To put it simply, each of you, Herschel and Ramona, is set to receive 40% of the estate. Some portions are direct, others are held in trusts, but the essential fact is that together you will inherit 80% of Mr. Hubbard's holdings, and the remaining 20, Ian pressed. 15% is designated for trusts benefiting the grandchildren," McGuire continued, "with a 5% outright donation to the Irish Road Christian Church." Herschel leaned forward. "What exactly is in this estate?" Stillman Rush answered with practiced calm. "The assets are considerable." When Letty returned 30 minutes later carrying a fresh pot of coffee, the atmosphere in the kitchen had transformed. The earlier tension and sorrow had evaporated, replaced by a kind of breathless excitement that only the sudden prospect of great wealth can generate. It was as if they'd all scratched winning tickets. Now the only puzzle was how to cash them in. The conversation died. The moment she entered, the 6 of them falling into a stiff, conspicuous silence as she refilled their cups. The instant the kitchen door swung shut behind her, the animated discussion resumed. Letty listened, her confusion mounting by the second. The will named Louis McGuire as executor, meaning he wouldn't just oversee the document, but would steer the entire legal process of settling the estate. The third attorney, Sam Larkin, who had served as Seth's primary business consultant, seemed eager to highlight his role in that financial success. Larkin launched into stories of one bold venture after another, painting Seth as a daring figure who leveraged debt with a cool head, or so he claimed. The implication was clear. Seth had outsmarted everyone. Ian alone grew visibly weary of this glowing recap. McGuire explained that since they were already in Ford County, they intended to stop by the courthouse to file the initial paperwork for probate. A notice would run in the local paper for 90 days, calling for any creditors to come forward. Frankly, McGuire added, he suspected there were none. Seth had been fully aware his time was short. The two had spoken just weeks before. Stillman Rush offered all things considered. "We view this as a relatively straightforward probate, though it will not be quick." More billable hours, Ian thought grimly. Over the coming months, McGuire went on, "We'll need to prepare a full accounting and inventory for the court. That will require engaging a CPA firm. We have several we work with to locate and value all assets. Every piece of real estate must be appraised, every item of personal property cataloged. It's a detailed procedure. How long does all that take?" Ramona asked. The 3 lawyers shifted almost in unison, that familiar dance of professionals avoiding a precise answer. Louis McGuire, the eldest, gave a slight shrug. "I'd estimate 12 to 18 months. Ian's expression tightened as he processed this timeline, mentally tallying the loan payments looming in the near future. Herschel fought to keep his face neutral, attempting to project the image of a man with no financial worries whatsoever. Ramona gave an irritated shake of her head. "Why so long, fair question?" McGuire replied. "How generous of you to say so." "A year is not unusually lengthy in these affairs," he said. "A great deal of foundational work is required. Fortunately, your father's estate is substantial. Most are not. If he had died with nothing, the entire process could be wrapped up in 90 days. In Florida, Sam Larkin chimed in. The average probate runs about 30 months. Ian fixed him with a frosty look. "This isn't Florida." Stillman Rush spoke up again, his tone brisk. "The law does allow for partial distributions, meaning you could potentially access a portion of your inheritance before the estate is fully settled." "That sounds promising," Ramona replied. Ian cut in, steering the conversation. "Let's get to the taxes. What are we looking at?" Mr. McGuire settled back in his chair, a confident smile on his face as he crossed his legs. For an estate of this magnitude with no surviving spouse, the tax burden would typically be severe, over 50%. However, thanks to Mr. Hubbard's careful planning and our firm's guidance, he said, lifting a copy of the will, we've structured several trusts and legal strategies to bring the effective rate down to roughly 30%. Ian, ever, the numbers man, didn't need a calculator. A net estate of just over 20 million, less 30%, would leave about 14 million. Ramona's 40% share came to around 5.5 million, clean and free of further tax, since everything was handled at the estate level. Almost absently, he contrasted this with the tangled web of debts he and his business partners owed, over 4 million to various banks, half of it already overdue. Herschel, running his own mental math, caught himself humming softly before he landed on a similar figure. The thought of finally moving out of his mother's house, of his children's college tuition being covered, brought a wave of relief. Ramona, however, turned toward Ian with a sharp, venomous smile. 20 million, Ian. Not too shabby for someone you always dismissed as just an uneducated logger. Herschel closed his eyes and let out a slow breath as Ian muttered, "Really, Ramona?" The lawyers suddenly found their shoes fascinating. She wasn't finished. "You'll never see 20 million in your entire life, but my father built that in a decade, and your family, with all their banking history, never came close to that kind of wealth." "Doesn't that just eat at you, Ian?" Ian could only stare, his mouth slightly agape. Alone, he might have lunged at her, but here he felt utterly trapped. "Stay calm," he told himself, wrestling down the fury. "You have to stay calm because that smug woman sitting right there is about to come into millions, and even if it destroys this marriage, some of it will find its way to you." Stillman Rush snapped his briefcase shut and rose. "We should be going. We'll file the initial paperwork at the courthouse, and we'll need to reconvene very soon if that's acceptable." He was already moving, clearly eager to exit the family drama. McGuire and Larkin followed suit, offering stiff, hurried goodbyes before practically tripping over themselves to find the front door and escape. After they left, a heavy, dangerous silence settled over the patio. All three avoided looking at each other, each waiting for someone to break the tension. The wrong word could ignite another argument, or worse. Finally, Ian, his anger simmering, asked his wife, "Why would you say something like that in front of the lawyers?" Herschel interjected, "Forget the lawyers. Why say it at all?" Ramona ignored her brother and glared at Ian. "Because I've wanted to say it for years, Ian. You've always looked down on us, especially my father, and now here you are eagerly tallying up his money." "Aren't we all doing that?" Herschel asked. "Shut up, Herschel," she snapped, her eyes locked on Ian. "I'll divorce you now, you know that, right?" Didn't take long for the gloves to come off. No, it didn't. "Come on, you two," Herschel pleaded, having seen this threat play out before. "Let's just go inside, finish packing, and get out of this place." The two men stood and walked away slowly. Ramona remained, her gaze fixed on the distant trees beyond the backyard, the same woods where she had played as a child. For the first time in years, she felt a profound sense of freedom, as if a weight had been lifted. She noticed a single hawk circling high above the pines, a detail she hadn't registered before, and its solitary, graceful arc seemed to mirror her own newfound detachment. Another cake showed up just before lunch, and Letty did her best to refuse it. In the end, she placed it on the kitchen counter while finishing the last of the pots and pans. The Defoes offered a hurried farewell, more out of obligation than genuine sentiment. Ramona made vague promises about staying in touch. Letty stood silently watching them drive away, knowing the long road back to Jackson lay ahead. Right at noon, Calvin appeared as scheduled. At the kitchen table, Herschel passed him a key for the new locks, instructing him to swing by every couple of days to mow the lawn, clear the leaves, and keep a general eye on the place. Once Calvin left, Herschel turned to Letty. "So, Letty, I make it 18 hours at $5 an hour. That sound right, if you say so." He frowned slightly as he wrote out the check by the counter, muttering, $90, as though the amount pained him. He signed it, tore it free, and handed it over with a perfunctory. "There you go," as if bestowing a favor. "Thank you." "Thanks, Letty." for looking after Dad and the house and all of it. I know this isn't easy." Her reply was steady. "I understand. The way life goes, we'll probably never cross paths again, but I did want you to know how much we appreciate what you did for our father." What a line, Letty thought, but she simply said, "Thank you." Her eyes grew damp as she folded the check. After an uncomfortable silence, he added, "Well, Letty, I'll need you to head out now so I can lock up." "Yes, sir." On a slow Wednesday morning, 3 sharply dressed, out-of-town lawyers marching through the courthouse were sure to turn heads, something they appeared to fully ignore. One attorney could have handled the simple filing, but 3 meant triple the billing. They brushed past the local lawyers, clerks, and courthouse regulars in the hallways and made straight for the Chancery clerk's office. There they were met by Sarah, who had already been tipped off by Jake Brigance, who'd gotten an unexpected call from Letty Lang, still at Seth's house, warning that a whole team of lawyers had just left and was en route to Clanton. Stillman Rush offered a polished smile to Sarah, who kept chewing her gum slowly and eyeing the men like they were intruders. "We're from the Rush firm in Tupelo," he announced. None of the other clerks even glanced up, and soft radio music played on. "Congratulations," Sarah said flatly. "Welcome to Clanton." Louis McGuire opened his leather briefcase and began pulling out documents. Stillman continued. "Yes, well, we need to file a petition to probate an estate." The paperwork landed on the counter in front of Sarah, who looked it over without touching it. "Who died?" she asked. "A man named Seth Hubbard," Stillman replied, his voice slightly raised but still too quiet to draw attention in the clerk's office. "Never heard of him," Sarah said dryly. "He live in this county. He did up near Palmyra." She finally picked up the papers and immediately began to frown. "When did he pass?" "Last Sunday. He buried yet." Stillman nearly snapped. "Is that any of your concern?" But he held back. He was on unfamiliar ground, and irritating the staff would only cause headaches. He swallowed, forced a smile, and said, Yesterday Sarah's gaze drifted upward as if annoyed. "Seth Hubbard? Seth Hubbard?" She called over her shoulder, "Hey, Eva, didn't we already get something on a Seth Hubbard?" From across the room, Eva called back, "Late yesterday. There's a new file in the rack over there." Sarah took a few steps, pulled a folder, and skimmed it while the 3 lawyers stood frozen, watching her every move. Finally, she said, "Yep, got a petition to probate the last will and testament of Mr. Henry Seth Hubbard, filed at 4:55 yesterday afternoon." All 3 lawyers tried to speak at once, and not one managed to get a word out. Finally, Stillman managed to faint. "What on earth is this?" "I didn't file it," Sarah replied. "I'm just a clerk here. Is that document a matter of public record?" Mr. McGuire inquired. "It is," she confirmed, sliding the file onto the counter. All 3 men leaned in, their heads nearly touching as they examined it. Sarah turned, gave a quick wink to her colleagues, and walked back to her desk. About 5 minutes later, Roxy buzzed Jake on the intercom. "Mr. Brigance, there are some gentlemen here to see you, from his office terrace." Jake had already watched them stride purposefully from the courthouse toward his building. "Do they have an appointment scheduled?" "No, sir, and they insist it's urgent. I'm currently in a meeting that will take another half hour," Jake said to the empty room. "They are welcome to wait." Roxy, having been quietly briefed, set the phone down and relayed the message. The lawyers exchanged frowns, let out exasperated sighs, shifted uncomfortably, and finally opted to step out for coffee. At the door, Stillman added, "Please make sure Mr. Brigance understands this is a pressing matter." "That has already been communicated."
"Right, thank you."
Jake heard the firm click of the door closing and allowed himself a slight smile. They would return, and he was anticipating the conversation. He turned his attention back to the newest issue of the Ford County Times, published every Wednesday morning and always full of local happenings. Below the fold on the front page was a short article about the death of Seth Hubbard, termed an apparent suicide. The reporter had pursued some leads and done a bit of digging. Anonymous sources suggested Mr. Hubbard had once held significant interests in lumber, furniture, and timber rights across the southeastern U.S. He had divested most of these assets less than a year earlier. No family members had returned calls for comment. A portrait showed a much younger Seth. He bore little resemblance to the man in the sheriff's grim photographs, but then again, who would? It was a jarring contrast, a reminder of how life and death can reshape a person entirely. About 20 minutes later, the lawyers returned. Roxy escorted them to the first-floor conference room. They stood by the window, observing the sluggish late-morning traffic around the town square and waiting. Now and then, they would whisper to each other, as if suspecting the room might be bugged. Finally, Mr. Brigance entered and greeted them. The smiles were strained, the handshakes formal yet polite. Once everyone was seated, Roxy offered coffee or water. All declined, and she shut the door behind her. Jake and Stillman had both graduated from the University of Mississippi School of Law about a decade earlier. While they had known each other during those demanding years and shared several classes, they moved in very different social circles. As the privileged son in a family that owned a firm boasting a century of history, Stillman's professional path was secured long before he ever opened a casebook. Jake, like most of their peers, had to hustle for a job after graduation. To his credit, Stillman had worked diligently to prove himself, finishing in the top 10th of their class, with Jake not far behind. Their professional paths had crossed only once since law school, when Lucien had directed Jake to file a long-shot gender discrimination suit against an employer represented by the Rush firm. The case ended in a stalemate, but the process had cemented Jake's dislike for Stillman. He had been tolerable in school, but a few years in practice had inflated his ego, transforming him into a self-important figure in a prestigious firm. His blonde hair was now a bit longer, curling slightly around his ears, a style that contrasted sharply with his expensive black wool suit. Jake had never met Mr. McGuire or Mr. Larkin personally, but he knew them by reputation. It was a small legal community in the state. "To what do I owe this visit, gentlemen?" Jake began. "Oh, I believe you've already pieced it together, Jake," Stillman replied with a smug tone. "We saw you at Mr. Hubbard's funeral yesterday. We've reviewed his handwritten will, and its meaning is quite clear. It is legally deficient in several critical aspects," Louis McGuire added, his voice grave. "I didn't draft it," Jake stated flatly, his words cutting across the table. "But you're submitting it for probate," Stillman pointed out. "Clearly you believe it's legitimate." "I have no evidence to doubt it," Jake replied. "The will arrived in my mail. I was instructed to handle the probate, so here we are." Sam Larkin picked up a copy of the document, handling it with deliberate care. "But how can you stand behind something this poorly constructed?" Jake felt a surge of irritation, classic big firm arrogance. You think billing by the hour makes your opinion gold, and that this handwritten will is somehow beneath your refined legal standards. Jake kept his expression neutral. Arguing over the merits of Mr. Hubbard's handwritten will here is pointless. Let's save that debate for the courtroom. With that, he had fired the opening shot. The courtroom was his territory, the place where he had built whatever reputation he had. McGuire drafted wills, Larkin handled contracts, and as far as Jake could tell, Stillman's real expertise was in defending suspicious fire claims, though he liked to posture as a tough trial lawyer. That courtroom, his courtroom, right across the street in the county courthouse, was where the intense Haley trial had unfolded, not even 3 years ago. Though none of the three would admit it, they had all followed that trial closely from the sidelines. Like every attorney in the state, they had watched Jake's spotlight with a quiet, professional jealousy. "Is it appropriate to ask about your connection to Seth Hubbard?" Stillman inquired, his tone polite. "I never met him," Jake said. "He passed away on Sunday, and his will was in my mailbox by Monday." They seemed intrigued by this, pausing to take it in. Jake decided to push forward. "I'll admit this is new for me. I've never handled a handwritten will before. I assume you have copies of the previous one, the one your firm prepared last year. Any chance I could get a look at it?" They shifted in their seats, exchanging uneasy glances. Stillman finally said, "Well, Jake, if that will had been entered into probate, it would be public record, and we'd provide a copy. But we withdrew it once we learned another will was in play." So I'm afraid our version remains confidential for now. Understood. The three lawyers continued to look at each other, clearly uncertain about their next move. Jake stayed quiet, amused by their discomfort. Stillman, trying to take charge, said, "So, Jake, we're asking you to withdraw the handwritten will and allow us to proceed with the authentic one." The answer is no. No surprise there. How do you propose we move forward? It's straightforward, Stillman. We file a joint request with the court for a hearing to sort this out. Judge Atlee will review both wills, and trust me, he'll lay out the process. I appear in his court regularly, and there's no question who'll be running the show. I was thinking the same thing, Lewis McGuire added. I've known Reuben for years. I believe we should start with him. I'm happy to handle the arrangements, Jake said. So you haven't spoken to the judge yet? Stillman asked. Of course not. He doesn't know anything about this. The funeral was just yesterday, remember? They managed to part with civil goodbyes, though all four knew a fierce legal fight was coming. Later, Lucian was on his front porch, sipping what looked like lemonade, a rare choice for him, usually made only when the relentless bourbon became too much, and he forced himself into a brief, grim detox. The porch wrapped around an old house on a hill just outside Clanton, offering a view of the town below and the courthouse dome centered in the distance. The house, like most of Lucian's possessions and problems, had been passed down from ancestors he often criticized. Though looking back, they had done a decent job of ensuring he lived comfortably. At 63, Lucien looked every bit the old man, his face weathered and framed by a grizzled, untidy beard that matched his long, gray hair. Years of whiskey and cigarettes had etched deep wrinkles across his skin, while too many idle hours on the porch had thickened his middle and darkened his already complex temperament. Stripped of his law license 9 years back, he was now eligible to apply for reinstatement, a fact he'd dropped casually in front of Jake more than once, just to test the waters. Jake never let it show, but beneath the surface, the idea horrified him. The thought of Lucien returning as a senior partner, reclaiming the office Jake now occupied, and diving back into his old habits of suing anyone who crossed him or defending society's worst offenders, was enough to make Jake's stomach turn. He wouldn't survive 6 months in that scenario. "How are you holding up, Lucien?" Jake asked, as he reached the top of the steps, clear-eyed and surprisingly fresh. Lucien replied, "Doing just fine, Jake. Always a pleasure. You mentioned lunch. Have I ever turned down a meal, weather permitting? The two shared a meal on that porch at least twice a month." "Not that I can recall," Lucien said, rising barefoot to offer a hand. They shook firmly, followed by the quick pat-on-the-shoulder gesture men use when a hug feels like too much, settling into the same worn white wicker chairs that hadn't budged more than a few inches in a decade. They were soon joined by Sally, who greeted Jake warmly. He asked for iced tea, and she ambled off, never one to rush. Originally hired as a housekeeper, she'd been promoted to nurse during one of Lucien's legendary benders, a 2-week bender that left him needing care. Eventually, she moved in, sparking whispers all over Clanton. But the gossip faded quickly by then. Nothing Lucien Wilbanks did could truly shock the town. Sally returned with the tea and refreshed his lemonade before slipping away again. "So, you on the wagon?" Jake ventured. "Never on the wagon. Just taking a breather. I'd like to stick around another 20 years, Jake, and I worry about my liver. I don't want to die, but I also don't want to give up Jack Daniels. It's a constant dilemma. I fret over it all the time, and the stress builds until the only thing that eases it is another glass of Jack. Sorry I brought it up. What about you? Still drinking? Not really. An occasional beer, but we don't keep it at the house. Carla doesn't approve, you know." My second wife felt the same way. She didn't last a year, but then she didn't look like Carla either. "Thanks, I think." "Don't mention it. Sally's cooking up some vegetables, if that's all right." "Sounds perfect." They fell into their usual rhythm, moving through a familiar, unspoken checklist of topics almost in a rehearsed order. So predictable, Jake sometimes wondered if Lucien kept notes tucked in his pocket. They covered family, Carla, and their daughter Hannah, the office, the current secretary, and any promising cases that had surfaced. The ongoing lawsuit against the insurance company, The latest on the Klan investigation, updates on Max Stafford, the lawyer who vanished with his client's money, gossip about other attorneys and judges, college football, and inevitably the weather. Eventually, they shifted to a small table at the far end of the porch, where Sally had laid out lunch: butter beans, squash, stewed tomatoes, and cornbread. They filled their plates, and she vanished once more. After a few quiet bites, Jake broke the silence. "Did you ever know Seth Hubbard? Saw it in the paper this morning." A real shame. Met him once or twice, maybe 15 years back. Some minor legal issue. Never sued him, though, so I'll always regret that. He might have had some real assets. I tried to sue everyone with assets around here, which, as you well know, is a pretty small club. Why do you ask? I've got a hypothetical for you. Can't it wait? I'm eating. No, listen. You've got a few things to your name: no spouse, no children, some relatives you barely know, and a kind black housekeeper who seems to be a bit more than just an employee. This feels like prying. What's your point? If you drafted a new will right now, who do you think would end up with your estate? It certainly wouldn't be you. No shock there, and I can promise you're not in mine either. No great loss. Speaking of which, you still owe last month's rent. The check is on the way. Can you just answer the question? No. I don't care for where this is headed. Come on, play along. Indulge me. If you sat down and wrote a will today, who gets it all? Lucien took a bite of cornbread and chewed deliberately. He glanced toward the kitchen to be sure Sally was out of earshot. After a moment, he replied, "That's private. Why do you ask?" Jake reached into his jacket and pulled out a few folded pages. Take a look at this. The last will and testament of Seth Hubbard, drawn up just last Saturday after careful thought about what he planned to do on Sunday. The original showed up in my office mailbox Monday morning. Lucien adjusted his glasses, took a sip of lemonade, and began to read. By the time he turned to the second page, his expression softened and a smile crept across his face. He was nodding in agreement with old Seth by the end. "I like this," he said, lowering the papers with a grin. "I'm guessing Letty is the housekeeper." "That's right. I met her for the first time yesterday. Does the name sound familiar?" Lucien thought it over, the will now holding his attention more than his lunch. "I don't remember any Tabors. Maybe a Lang or two. Box Hill is a peculiar corner of the county. I never spent much time up there." He read through it once more while Jake kept eating. "What's he worth?" Lucien asked as he refolded the papers and handed them back. "Around 20 million, more or less," Jake said casually, as if that were an ordinary sum in Ford County. He did well with furniture and timber, clearly. Mostly cash now, from what I gather. Lucien started to laugh. "Just what this town needs," he chuckled, shaking his head. "A brand new black millionaire with more money than anybody else." "She doesn't have it yet," Jake said, enjoying the moment. "I just met with some attorneys from the Rush firm, and they all but declared war." "Of course they did. Wouldn't you fight over that kind of money?" "Absolutely." "I'd fight over a whole lot less, so would I. Ever dealt with a messy will contest yourself?" "Ah, so that's where this is going. You want some free legal advice from a disbarred lawyer? These cases don't come around often." Lucien worked over a mouthful of food and scratched his beard. He shook his head. "No, not really. Look, the Wilbanks family has bickered over land, stocks, and bank accounts for a century. Every last thing has been fought over, sometimes viciously. There have been fistfights, divorces, suicides, duels, even murder threats. You name it, a Wilbanks has probably done it. But we've always managed to keep it out of the courtroom." Sally came out and refilled their glasses. They ate quietly for a few minutes. Lucien gazed out at the front lawn, his eyes bright, his mind clearly turning. "It's fascinating, isn't it, Jake? It really is, and either side can demand a jury trial, correct?" "Yes. The law hasn't changed on that. The request has to be made before any hearing, so it needs to be decided soon. That's what I want you to think about, Lucien. That's the big question right now. Do I take this before a jury, or do I trust Judge Atlee to decide it alone?" What if Atlee recuses himself? He won't. This case will be too entertaining. The biggest estate he'll ever see. A packed courtroom, high drama, and if there's a jury, Atlee gets to run the whole circus while hiding behind their verdict. You might be right. The real question is, can you trust a Ford County jury? 3 black jurors, 4 at the most. The Haley jury was all white, as I recall. This isn't Carl Lee Haley, Lucian far from it. That was about race. This is about money. Everything in Mississippi comes back to race, Jake. Never forget that. A simple black woman about to inherit what could be the largest fortune this county has ever known, and the decision lies with a jury that's mostly white. It's race and money, Jake. A potent mix around here. So you wouldn't take the chance with a jury? I didn't say that. Let me mull it over for a bit, all right? My advice, still free to you, is worth a little contemplation. Fair enough. I might swing by this afternoon. I'm hunting for an old book that could be up in the attic. You own the building, Jake said, pushing his plate aside, and you're behind on the rent. Take me to court. I'd enjoy that. But you're broke. You're renting a house, and your car's odometer is nearly as high as mine. Maybe I should have gone into the furniture business. Anything but law. I like this case, Jake. I might want in on it. Sure, Lucian, Jake replied without pause. Come by late this afternoon and we'll talk. He stood and tossed his napkin on the table. No coffee? No, I've got to go, thanks for lunch, and give my best to Sally. Down the hall, a curious paralegal, sifting through old property deeds, caught wind of the gossip floating from the water cooler. He went and made copies of the most recent will filed for probate in Ford County. Returning to his office, he showed it to his superiors, made additional copies, and started faxing them around. His bosses did the same, and by noon on Wednesday, copies of Seth's 2-page will were circulating everywhere. The Perish in Pain line was a popular detail, but chatter soon focused on the size of the deceased's fortune. The moment Herschel left his father's house, he phoned his lawyer in Memphis to share the good news that he'd soon be inheriting several $1 million. He was especially worried about his ex-wife. He was still smarting from the divorce, and wondered if she could make a claim. His lawyer assured him she could not. That lawyer then called a colleague in Tupelo for no reason other than to gossip, casually mentioning that Seth Hubbard's net worth was over $20 million. The Tupelo lawyer called some friends. The estimated size of the estate began to balloon. Meanwhile, Ian Defoe got onto the Natchez Trace Parkway heading south, set his cruise control to 50, and relaxed into the drive. Traffic was light, the sun was bright, the leaves were starting to turn, and a few drifted down in the breeze. Despite his wife, as usual, making his life difficult, he had reason to smile. He had managed to sideline the divorce talk, at least for now. She was hungover, she had just buried her father, and her nerves were frayed, even on a good day. Ramona didn't handle hardship well. He could soothe her, win her over, smooth things over with enough charm, and get down to the business of managing their newfound wealth together. He was confident he could pull it off. She was sprawled across the back seat on her back with an arm over her eyes, trying to sleep it off. She had stopped talking, and her breathing was heavy. He glanced back often to make sure she was out, then carefully picked up his new car phone and called his office. Keeping his voice low, he gave his partner Rodney just the basics. The old man's gone estate's worth more than 20 mil, furniture and lumber. Pretty incredible, had no idea, just saw the will 40% after taxes. Not bad, about a year. I'm serious, more later. Ian drove on, smiling at the passing trees and imagining a better life. Even if they divorced, he'd still get a slice of her inheritance, wouldn't he? He considered calling his lawyer, but thought better of it and decided to wait. The phone rang abruptly, startling him and rousing Ramona. "Hello," he answered. On the other end, a formal male voice stated, "Ian Stillman Rush. Hope I'm not interrupting. We're heading back to Tupelo now." "Not a problem. We're on the Natchez Trace with a couple hours left. Nothing to do but talk, right?" "Well, there's been a slight complication, so I'll get straight to it." His tone carried a nervous edge, and Ian instantly sensed trouble. In the back seat, Ramona sat up and rubbed her tired eyes. Stillman continued. We weren't able to proceed with Mr. Hubbard's estate this morning because another will has surfaced. A lawyer over in Clanton rushed to the courthouse late yesterday and filed a handwritten document allegedly written by Mr. Hubbard last Saturday, the day before he passed. Holographic wills can still be valid under specific conditions. This one is quite shocking. It leaves nothing to the family. Ramona and Herschel are explicitly excluded, and instead bequeaths 90% of the estate to the housekeeper, Letty Lang. Letty. Ian choked out, swerving slightly before correcting the wheel. What is it? Ramona demanded from behind him. Yes, Letty Lang, Stillman confirmed. It appears he was very fond of her. This is absurd. Ian snapped, his voice climbing in pitch, his eyes wide in the rearview mirror. 90%? You're telling me 90%? That's correct. I have the document here, and it clearly states 90%. Handwritten. Could it be forged? It's too early to say. Everything is very preliminary right now. Well, Stillman, this obviously can't hold up, can it? Of course not. We've met with the attorney who submitted it, and he's not backing down. We've agreed to see the judge soon to try and resolve this. Resolve it? What does that mean? We'll ask the judge to invalidate this handwritten version and proceed with the legitimate will we reviewed this morning. If he refuses for some reason, then we'll have to go to court and contest which document should stand. When is the court date? Ian demanded, a layer of desperation now audible beneath his anger, as if he could feel the foundation of his expectations crumbling. We're not certain yet, but I'll call in a few days. We'll handle this, Ian. You're damned right you will. Or I'm bringing in the Lanier firm from Jackson. Those are my longtime attorneys, the heavy hitters. They know how to fight in court. In fact, I'll probably call Wade Lanier the moment we hang up. That's not necessary, Ian. Not at this stage. The last thing we need is more lawyers complicating things. I'll be in touch in a couple of days. You do that. Ian slammed the phone down and fixed a hard stare on his wife, who asked, Ian, what's happening? He drew a long breath, let it out slowly, and said, You're not going to believe this. Herschel was behind the wheel of his modest Datsun, parked near the main entrance of the BMW dealership in East Memphis, listening to the final chords of a Springsteen track when his car phone rang. Rows of gleaming new BMWs shone under the afternoon sun. He'd wrestled with the indulgence of even stopping here, finally bargaining with himself that he would only talk to a salesman, absolutely no test drive. Not today. As he reached to turn off the radio, it was Stillman Rush. He started with a tense, Herschel, we've hit a snag. Letty arrived by herself. Jake escorted her upstairs to the large office, closed the door, and guided her to a comfortable seating area with a sofa and chairs. He removed his tie, poured them both coffee, and tried to calm her obvious anxiety. She mentioned that Simeon had taken off again. She hadn't told him a thing about Seth's will, which had infuriated him. Their argument was brief but sharp, every word bouncing off the walls of their crowded home, and he had stormed out. Jake handed her a copy of the will. She read it and began to weep. He set a box of tissues beside her chair. She read the document once more, then placed it on the coffee table and sat for a long while with her face buried in her hands. When the tears finally subsided, she wiped her cheeks and straightened her posture, the initial shock giving way to a more resolute demeanor. Why would he do this, Letty? Jake asked, his tone steady. I don't know. I swear I don't, she replied, her voice quiet and strained. Did he ever discuss this will with you? No. Have you laid eyes on this paper before? She shook her head slowly. No, never. Did he ever mention his will to you at all? She paused, gathering her thoughts. A couple times these past few months, he said he'd leave me a little something, but he never said what. Sure, I hoped he would, but I never brought it up. I never had a will myself. My mama never had one either. It just wasn't something we thought about, you know, Mr. Brigance. Please, call me Jake. I'll try. What did you call him? Mr. Hubbard? Mr. Seth, or just Seth. Carefully, she answered. When we were alone, he wanted me to call him Seth. If anyone else was around, I always said Mr. Seth. or Mr. Hubbard. And what did he call you? Letty. Always. Jake asked her about Seth's final days, his illness, treatments, doctors, daily routines, and her own role. She knew very little about his business affairs, explaining that he kept his papers locked away. Most had been moved to his office in recent months. He never discussed business with her or in her presence before his illness, and on days he felt well enough he traveled frequently, preferring to be away. The house was often quiet and lonely, not a cheerful place. Many days she would arrive at 8 in the morning with little to do for the next 8 hours, especially if Seth was out of town. When he was home, she cooked and cleaned. When he was sick and dying, she stayed by his side. She fed him, and yes, she bathed him and tended to him when needed. There had been difficult stretches, particularly during chemotherapy and radiation, when he was confined to bed and too weak to care for himself. Jake gently outlined the idea of undue influence. Any legal challenge to the handwritten will would essentially be an attack on Letty, suggesting she had grown too close to Seth and had manipulated him into including her. For her to succeed, it would be crucial to show that wasn't the case. As they spoke, and as she began to relax, Jake could already picture her deposition, a room full of eager lawyers all fighting for a chance to question her about every detail of her time with Mr. Hubbard. He felt a pang of sympathy for her. When she seemed composed, he continued, "I need to be clear about our roles here. Letty, I am not your attorney. I represent Mr. Hubbard's estate, and in that role, my job is to advocate for this will and carry out its instructions. I'll work with the executor. We're assuming it will be Mr. Amberg to handle legal requirements like notifying creditors, safeguarding assets, and preparing an inventory. If the will is contested, and I'm certain it will be, then I go to court to defend it. You are a beneficiary, just like his brother Ansel Hubbard and his church. But you and I are on the same side because we both want this will to stand. Does that make sense?" "I suppose so. Do I need my own lawyer?" "Not right now, not at this stage. Don't hire one until you truly need one." He knew the vultures would soon be circling. Drop $20 million on the table and watch the frenzy begin. "Will you tell me if I need one?" she asked, her trust evident. "Yes, I will," Jake said, though privately he wondered how he could ever give that advice with a clear conscience. Jake refilled his own coffee cup and realized hers remained untouched. He checked his watch. They had been talking for half an hour, and she still hadn't asked about the money. In his experience, anyone else would have led with that question within the first 5 minutes. Her reactions were unpredictable. Sometimes she hung on every word. Other times she seemed to shut down as if the information was too much to take in. She wiped fresh tears from her face. "Aren't you going to ask how much is involved?" Jake finally prompted. "I assumed you'd tell me when you were ready," Letty replied. "I haven't seen the official paperwork yet, and I still need to get into his office. But according to Seth Hubbard's accountant, he recently sold his business and netted around $20 million. That's likely sitting in a bank account right now, in cash. There are other holdings, too, some property here and there. Part of my job is to track it all down, catalog everything for the court and for those named in the will. And I'm one of those people." "Absolutely. You're set to receive 90%. 90% of $20 million. "That's correct, more or less." "Good Lord, Jake." She reached for a tissue and broke down once more. Over the next hour, they inched forward. Between her waves of emotion, Jake outlined the basics, the timeline, the key players, court dates, taxes, and eventually, the transfer of assets. But the more he explained, the more her confusion seemed to grow, and he had a feeling they'd be covering the same ground again soon. He simplified the complexities of a will contest and offered careful guesses about what might come next. Knowing Judge Atlee's impatience with drawn-out cases, Jake figured any trial would happen within the year, maybe sooner. And with this much money involved, whoever lost would surely appeal, adding another 2 years before anything was truly settled. As the sheer scale of the ordeal and the time it would take started to sink in, Letty's composure slowly returned. Twice she asked if there was any chance to keep things quiet, Gently, Jake told her no. She confessed her fear of Simeon and his relatives, even wondering aloud if she should just pack up and leave town. Jake didn't offer advice on that, but he could already picture the turmoil headed her way once distant relatives and newfound friends started appearing. After 2 hours, she stood to leave. Jake walked her to the door, where she paused and looked through the glass to the street outside, almost as if she wanted to stay in the safety of his office. The will had stunned her, the legal process had overwhelmed her, and right now, Jake was the only person she felt she could trust. Her eyes were glistening again as she finally stepped out. Once the door was closed, Roxy looked over. Tears of happiness, or is she terrified? A little of both, I'd guess. Roxy held up a pink message slip. Doofus Lee called. Says he's on the scent. You're joking. I'm not. He mentioned he might swing by this afternoon to dig around in Seth Hubbard's business. What's there to dig up? Jake took the slip from her. Everything's a story to Doofus. Dumas Lee reported for the Ford County Times and was well known for mangling facts and skirting libel suits. His mistakes were usually careless but harmless, mixing up dates, names, and locations, never quite crossing into outright defamation. He had a knack for picking up gossip the moment it hit the street, and though he wasn't one for deep investigation, he could always be counted on to stir the pot. He preferred covering the courthouse, mainly because it was just across the street from the newspaper's office and most of the records were public. Late Wednesday afternoon, he walked into the law offices of Jake Brigance, dropped into a chair near Roxy's desk, and announced he needed to see the lawyer. I know he's in there, the man said with a slick grin that Roxy pointedly disregarded. He fancied himself a ladies' man operating under the persistent delusion that every woman found him irresistible. He's occupied, she replied flatly. So am I. He picked up a magazine and started to whistle a low tune. After about 10 minutes, Roxy finally announced, he can see you now. Jake and Dumas went back years and had always gotten along. Jake was among the handful of attorneys around the courthouse square who had never threatened legal action against the reporter, a fact Dumas genuinely valued. So tell me about Seth Hubbard. Dumas began, flipping open his notepad and clicking his pen. I suppose you've read the will, Jake responded. I've got a copy. They're practically littering the town. What's the estate worth? Nothing. He's deceased. Very funny. His estate, then. I can't discuss it, Dumas, not right now. I don't have much information, and I'm not at liberty to speak. All right, let's go off the record. With Dumas, nothing was ever truly off the record. Every lawyer, judge, and court clerk was well aware of that. I'm not off the record. I'm not on the record. I'm just not talking, Dumas. It's straightforward. Maybe another time. When's the court date? The funeral was just yesterday, all right? There's no hurry. Oh, really? No hurry? Then, why did you file your petition 20 minutes after the service ended? Jake hesitated, caught off guard. It was a sharp question. All right, perhaps I had a reason to move quickly. The classic race to the courthouse, huh? Dumas remarked with a knowing smirk as he jotted something down. No comment. I can't locate Letty Lang. Any clue where she might be? No comment. And she won't be speaking to you or any other journalist. We'll see about that. I reached a contact in Atlanta who writes for a financial magazine. He mentioned an LBO group purchased a holding company owned by Seth Hubbard for $55 million. That was late last year? Sound familiar? No comment, Dumas, Jake said inwardly, surprised that the notoriously laid-back reporter had been making calls. I'm no business expert, but you have to assume the old man carried some debts, right? No comment, I suppose, Jake gave a slight nod. Yes, no comment. But I can't pin down his banks. The deeper I dig, the less I seem to uncover about your client. I never met him, Jake said, immediately regretting the slip. Dumas wrote it down. Any idea if he had outstanding debts? Mr. Amberg refused to talk and then hung up on me. No comment. So if I report that Mr. Hubbard sold out for $55 million and omit any debts due to a lack of sources, my readers will naturally assume the estate is worth far more than it actually is. Correct? Jake nodded silently. Dumas watched him, waited a beat, then scribbled again. Changing tack, he asked. So the big mystery, Jake, is this. Why would a man worth millions alter his will the day before taking his own life, cutting out his family with the new version and leaving everything to his housekeeper? You've hit the nail on the head, Dumas. That is indeed the central question. Jake continued nodding but offered no words. And perhaps question number 2 might be, what did Seth and his younger brother witness that left such a lasting mark that Seth referenced it decades later? Right? Jake replied. That's certainly a compelling question, though I'm not convinced it's number 2. Fair enough. Any idea where Ansel Hubbard is these days? None at all. I tracked down a cousin in Tupelo who says the family has presumed he's been dead for years. I haven't had the chance to look for Ansel yet. But you will. Yes, he's named as a beneficiary in the will. It's my responsibility to find him if possible, or determine what became of him. And how do you plan to do that? I haven't a clue. Haven't given it much thought so far. When's the initial court hearing? It hasn't been scheduled. Will you have your assistant notify me once a date is set? Yes, unless it's a closed proceeding. Fair enough. Jake's final appointment that afternoon was with his landlord. Lucian was downstairs in the first-floor conference room where the legal volumes were stored. He had spread books across the entire table, clearly immersed in his own intricate world of thought. Jake stepped inside, offered a greeting, and felt a knot tighten in his stomach at the sight of a dozen law books spread open across the desk. He couldn't recall the last time Lucian had buried himself in legal texts. The disbarment had come not long after Jake joined the practice, and since then Lucien had kept a deliberate distance from both the office and the profession. Now he was clearly back in the thick of it. Catching up on some bedtime reading? Jake asked, sinking into a worn leather chair. Just refreshing myself on probate law. Never handled much of it. Dry as dust, usually. Unless you stumble into a case like this one. I'm still turning over whether you'd want a jury or not. I'm inclined toward a jury, but it's all speculation at this point. Naturally. Lucien shut one volume and pushed it aside. You mentioned meeting Letty Lang this afternoon. How did that go? It went fine, Lucien. And you know perfectly well I can't discuss client conversations. Right. But do you like her? Jake took a breath, willing himself to stay calm. Yes, she's a decent person who gets overwhelmed easily, and this situation is about as overwhelming as it gets. But will a jury take to her? You're talking about white jurors, aren't you? Look, I understand black folks better than most white people around here. I'm not a racist, Jake. I'm one of maybe a dozen whites in this county whose eyes aren't shut tight by prejudice. I was the first and only white member of the local NAACP chapter. Most of my clients used to be black. I know the community, Jake, and having black jurors could complicate things. Lucien the man was buried yesterday. Isn't this jumping the gun a little? Perhaps, but these are talks you'll have to have sooner or later. You're lucky to have someone like me in your corner, Jake. Indulge me, talk it out. A lot of black folks might resent Letty Lang because suddenly she's one of them, but if she comes into this money, she'll be the wealthiest person in Ford County. There aren't any wealthy black families around here. It's practically unheard of. She won't be seen as black anymore. She'll be viewed as uppity and rich, looking down on everyone, especially her own people. Do you see what I'm saying? I follow some of it. Yes. But I'd still prefer black jurors over a panel of rednecks who can hardly make their house payments. No rednecks either. Jake let out a short laugh. Well, if you rule out black jurors and rednecks, who exactly is left for your ideal jury? Still working on that part. I'm fascinated by this case, Jake. Haven't been able to think about anything else since lunch. It's reminding me why I ever loved the law in the first place. He leaned forward on his elbows, his expression suddenly earnest. I want to be in that courtroom, Jake. You're getting ahead of yourself, Lucien. A trial, if there even is one, is months down the road. I know that, but you'll need help, and plenty of it. I'm bored, Jake, sick of sitting on the porch drinking, and I need to cut back. I'm worried about it, to be honest. And with good reason, Jake thought. I'd like to spend time around here. I'll keep out of your hair. I know most people steer clear of me. I get why. Hell, I'd avoid me too if I could. This would give me something to do, keep me away from the bottle at least till sundown. Besides, I still know more law than you do, and I want to be in that courtroom. He said it again, and Jake knew the subject wasn't going away. The courtroom was a grand, formal space with several seating areas. Was Lucian imagining himself sitting with the spectators watching the drama unfold, or was he picturing a chair at the counsel table beside the other attorneys? If it was the latter, Jake's life was about to get complicated. If Lucian wanted to practice law again, he'd have to endure the gauntlet of the bar exam. Passing would mean a license to practice, which would inevitably weave him back into Jake's professional world. The mental image of Lucian seated at the counsel table, just feet from the jury box, was unsettling. To most of the county's white residents, he was a toxic legend, an erratic old drunk who'd disgraced a once respected family and now lived with his housekeeper. We'll see, Jake replied cautiously. Judge Reuben V. Atlee was on the mend from his third heart attack, with doctors promising a full recovery, though the term felt optimistic for a man who had endured so much. His strength was returning, a fact made evident by the renewed vigor in his courtroom. The docket was moving with purpose. Lawyers were being sharply reprimanded, deadlines were strictly enforced, and long-winded witnesses found themselves abruptly cut short. Those caught lying under oath were threatened with contempt, and frivolous lawsuits were being dismissed without ceremony. The courthouse halls buzzed with a single relieved observation from clerks, lawyers, and even the maintenance staff. He's back. For 3 decades, Judge Atlee had presided, now running unopposed every election cycle. He was a political enigma, affiliated with no party, aligned with no ideology, and a fan of neither of the state's major football teams. He held no biases or preconceptions, striving to be as impartial as his background and nature would allow. His courtroom was ruled firmly. He was swift to chastise an ill-prepared attorney, but just as quick to offer guidance to one in genuine difficulty. He possessed a deep well of compassion, yet also harbored a formidable temper that intimidated every lawyer in the county, perhaps save for Harry Rex Vonner. 9 days after Seth Hubbard's death, Judge Atlee took the bench in the main courtroom, offering a brisk "Good morning." To Jake, he appeared as robust as ever, which, given his medical history, was a relative but welcome state. He was a large man, standing over 6 feet, with a substantial midsection artfully concealed beneath his black robe. "A nice crowd," Judge Atlee remarked, his tone lightly amused as he surveyed the packed room. The abundance of attorneys had created a seating crisis. Jake, arriving early, had secured the plaintiff's table, where he now sat with Russell Amberg. Amberg had confided that very morning he wished to withdraw from his role. Directly behind them, aligned on their side, but not precisely with their team, sat Letty Lang, flanking her. Were 2 lawyers from Memphis, both African-American. Jake's equilibrium had been shattered the previous day upon learning Letty had retained Booker Sistrunk, a notorious legal provocateur whose involvement promised to turn a complex case into a circus. Jake's attempts to reach Letty had gone unanswered, leaving him baffled by what he saw as a profoundly misguided decision. Across the aisle, the defense table was surrounded by a cluster of well-tailored suits. Beyond the bar, the old wooden pews were filled with a curious public, drawn by the spectacle. "Before we begin," Judge Atlee started, "let's establish our position and our objectives. We are not here due to a specific motion that will come later. Today we aim to formulate a plan to move forward. My understanding is that Mr. Seth Hubbard left 2 wills. One, a handwritten document dated October 1st of this year, is being offered for probate by you, Mr. Brigance." Jake nodded from his seat, a barely permissible gesture in a courtroom where addressing the judge required standing. "The second will is dated September 7th of last year," the judge continued, "though it was expressly revoked by the handwritten version. Now, does anyone have knowledge of a 3rd will? Any possibility? Mr. Hubbard left us another surprise." He paused briefly, his large brown eyes scanning the room over the thick rims of his reading glasses. "Good. I didn't think so." He shuffled a few papers, making a note. All right, let's begin over here. Please stand, state your name, and let's all get acquainted. He pointed at Jake, who rose and gave his name. Russell Amberg stood next and did the same. And you are the named executor in the handwritten will? Judge Atlee asked, though it was a mere formality. Yes, Your Honor, Amberg said, but I'd frankly prefer to be excused from the role altogether. We can address that matter at a later time. Now, you there in the light gray suit. The taller of the two black attorneys rose deliberately, fastening the top button of his well-cut jacket. Your Honor, Booker Sistrunk, my colleague Kendrick Bost and I represent Ms. Letty Lang. Sistrunk placed a hand on her shoulder as Bost also stood, the two of them creating a protective, imposing wall around their client. Her presence at the counsel table felt out of place, a strategic maneuver by her lawyers who had practically installed her there, challenging anyone to question it. In a standard motion hearing, Judge Atlee would have swiftly corrected the seating, but today he chose to let the breach of protocol slide. I don't recall seeing either of you in my courtroom before, the judge remarked, his tone laced with skepticism. Where are you based? Our firm is in Memphis, Sistrunk answered, though the information was hardly news. Their practice had been dominating the headlines lately, locked in a very public and successful series of battles against the city's police department. Sistrunk had cultivated a reputation as a brash, provocative figure, a master at stirring the pot in a city all too familiar with racial tensions. Jake figured Simeon's Memphis relatives had made the connection which explained the unwelcome phone call from Booker Sistrunk announcing their entry into the case. It meant another set of eyes scrutinizing Jake's every move and another hand reaching for a share of the potential prize. Rumors were already swirling about unfamiliar cars idling in Letty's yard and opportunistic hangers-on loitering on her porch. Judge Atlee pressed on. I assume you are licensed to practice in this state, not as of this morning, Your Honor, but we will be retaining local counsel for future appearances. A prudent course of action, Mr. Sistrunk. When you return, I expect to know who that attorney is? Understood, Sistrunk replied, his voice tight with a barely concealed contempt. He and Bost sat flanking Letty closely. Jake had attempted a quiet greeting to her before things started, but her lawyers had closed ranks. She kept her eyes fixed downward. Over here, Judge Atlee directed, gesturing toward the defense table. Stillman Rush was on his feet instantly. Stillman Rush, Your Honor, of the Rush firm in Tupelo. With me are Sam Larkin and Louis McGuire. The two associates stood and offered respectful nods to the bench. They were known entities here, requiring no lengthy introduction. And your firm prepared the 1987 will in question? The judge asked. We did indeed, Stillman affirmed with a practiced, unctuous smile. Very well, next. A bulky man with a smooth, bald head heaved himself upright. Wade Lanier, Your Honor, of the Lanier firm in Jackson. My associate Lester Chilcott and I represent Ms. Ramona Defoe, the deceased's daughter. Her husband, Ian Defoe, has been a client of our firm for many years, and that's sufficient, Mr. Lanier. Judge Atlee interrupted sharply. Welcome to Ford County, where pedigree meant little. I did not inquire about your other clients or your firm's history. The mere presence of Wade Lanier was an ominous development. Jake knew him only by reputation, which was more than enough to inspire dread, a big firm litigator known for aggressive, no-holds-barred tactics and an ego stoked by consistent success. The judge pointed again. And you, sir? A man in a loud plaid sports coat sprang up. Yes, well, Jack O'Malley, Your Honor, representing Mr. Herschel Hubbard, the surviving son. My client resides in Memphis, as do I, but I will absolutely be associating local counsel before my next appearance. A wise plan. Next, crammed in behind O'Malley, was a lean, sharp-featured young man with an unruly mop of wiry hair. Zach Zeitler stood with a hesitant posture as though he were unfamiliar with courtroom protocol. In a voice that wavered slightly, he introduced himself. Your Honor, I'm Zach Zeitler, also from Memphis. I've been retained to represent the interests of Herschel Hubbard's children. Judge Atlee gave a slow nod. So the grandchildren have legal counsel as well? Yes, sir. They are named beneficiaries under the earlier will. I understand. And I assume they are present in the courtroom today. They are, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Seitler. For future reference, unless you are licensed in this state, please bring a local attorney next time. We can certainly use more. Unless, of course, you are. I'm licensed here, Your Honor. Very well, next. From a corner near the railing where he stood without a chair, another lawyer glanced around. Yes, Your Honor, Joe Bradley Hunt, with the Skoll firm in Jackson. Which firm? Skoll, Your Honor? Skoll, Rumke, Ratliff, Bodini, and Zacharias. Never mind, proceed. We represent the two minor children of Ramona and Ian Defoe, also grandchildren of the deceased. Anyone else? Judge Atlee asked. The room fell silent as people looked around. The judge did a quick tally. A dozen. I count 11 attorneys already, and I doubt that's the end of it. He shuffled the papers before him and surveyed the spectators. To his left, behind Jake and Letty, sat a group of black attendees. Simeon, their children and grandchildren, assorted cousins and aunts, Cypress, a local preacher, and a gathering of friends, both old and new, all there to lend moral support to Letty as she began her fight for what she believed was rightfully hers. To his right, across the aisle and behind the cluster of lawyers preparing to challenge the last will, was a crowd of white spectators. This group included Ian and Ramona with their two children, Herschel and his two kids, Herschel's ex-wife positioned as far back as possible, Dumas Lee with another reporter, and the usual assortment of courthouse regulars who rarely missed a contentious hearing. Deputy Prather stood by the main door, sent by Sheriff Ozzie to observe and report back later. Lucien Wilbanks sat on the back row on the black side, partly obscured by a broad-shouldered young man in front of him. He and Judge Atlee went back many years, and Lucien preferred not to draw attention. Just before the proceedings began, Jake had tried to introduce himself politely to Herschel and Ramona, but they had turned away coldly. He was now the adversary, no longer their father's friend. Ian in particular looked ready to throw a punch. Their teenage children were dressed in crisp, expensive preppy attire and carried themselves with the air of those accustomed to privilege. In stark contrast, Herschel's two children appeared disheveled and unkempt. It was ironic. Just days earlier, all 4 grandchildren had been too occupied to attend their grandfather's funeral. Now, suddenly, their schedules had cleared. Jake suspected the lawyers had stressed the importance of the children's presence to visually align them with the outcome of the case. A pointless theater, he thought. But then again, the stakes were enormous. At that moment in the packed courtroom, Jake felt profoundly isolated. Beside him, Russell Amberg was unhelpful, barely civil, and clearly planning a swift exit. Directly behind him sat Letty, someone he once felt he could confide in, but now she was flanked by a pair of aggressive attorneys who seemed ready to brawl over the estate, and these were the people supposedly on his side. Across the aisle, an entire pack of opponents waited poised to attack. Judge Atlee's voice cut through his thoughts. I have reviewed both wills. We will proceed with the most recent one. The handwritten document dated October 1st. A petition to probate it was filed on October 4th. Mr. Briggins, you will initiate the administration of the estate as the law requires, posting the notice to creditors, filing a preliminary inventory, and so forth. I expect this to be done without delay. Mr. Amber, I understand you wish to be relieved of your duties. Amber rose to his feet, his movements deliberate. That is correct, Your Honor. I cannot, in good conscience, proceed. My role as executor would require me to swear an oath affirming this document as Seth Hubbard's true and final will. I refuse to take that oath. I have no faith in this instrument, and I want no association with it. Mr. Brigance? Jake stood beside his client, who would soon be former. Your Honor, given Mr. Amberg's prior legal background, he is familiar with probate fundamentals. I will draft an order for his withdrawal and concurrently submit a list of potential replacements for the court's consideration. Expedite that, please. The estate requires administration while we untangle these other issues. Regardless of the fate of the handwritten will or the one that preceded it, Mr. Hubbard's affairs must be managed. I presume there are multiple parties prepared to challenge this document. Is that correct? A phalanx of attorneys stood in unison, offering silent affirmation. Judge Atlee raised a hand. "Thank you, everyone. Please be seated, Mr. Amber. You are excused." Amber muttered a curt thank you before quickly departing from the plaintiff's table and making his way up the aisle. Judge Atlee adjusted his spectacles. "We will proceed as follows, Mr. Briggins. You have 10 days to secure a replacement executor. In keeping with the deceased's stipulations, insured is not an attorney from within this county. Once appointed, you and the new executor will commence cataloging assets and liabilities. A preliminary inventory is needed at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, all other parties should formally file their objections to this will. After all opposing parties are properly joined, we will reconvene to chart a course for trial. As you are aware, any party may demand a trial by jury. If that is your wish, please assert that demand promptly within your objection. Will contests in Mississippi follow standard civil trial procedure? All evidentiary and procedural rules will apply." He removed his glasses, tapping a stem against his lips as his gaze swept over the assembled lawyers. A wry, almost sarcastic smile touched his lips. "And since we are barreling toward a trial, let me be perfectly clear right now. I will not preside over a circus with a dozen lawyers clanging around. I refuse to envision that nightmare, and I certainly won't inflict it upon a jury, should we have one. We will narrow the issues, simplify the process, and try this case with efficiency. Are there any questions? Questions?" There were a million, but they could all wait. In that moment, Booker Sistrunk rose, his deep baritone voice filling the room. "Your Honor, if it pleases the court, I would like to propose my client, Letty Lang, as the substitute executor to assume Mr. Amberg's role. I have examined state statute and find no mandate requiring a lawyer, accountant, or similar professional to serve. Indeed, the law establishes no specific prerequisites of training or experience for one to serve as an administrator for an intestate estate, or as an executor in a case such as this." Sistrunk spoke with measured, precise diction, each word resonating through the courtroom. Judge Atlee and every other lawyer listened intently. The statement was legally accurate. Technically, any sane adult over 18 could be named to replace Russell Amberg. Criminal history was not even a barrier. Yet, given the estate's immense value and the tangled web of issues surrounding it, a steady and experienced hand seemed not just prudent, but essential. The mere suggestion of placing Letty, with Sistrunk as her guide, in control of a $20 million fortune sent a palpable shock through the white spectators in the room. Judge Atlee himself appeared momentarily stunned, as if someone had suggested handing the courthouse keys to a passing tourist. Sistrunk, however, was not done. He allowed a moment for the shock to settle in the room before pressing on. "Your Honor, I understand that probate matters are typically handled by the estate's attorney under the court's supervision. For that reason, I propose my firm be appointed as counsel of record. We will work directly with our client, Ms. Letty Lang, to honor Mr. Hubbard's exact wishes. We may, if needed, confer with Mr. Brigance, a capable attorney in his own regard, but the primary responsibility will rest with me and my team." With that, Booker Sistrunk had drawn his line. The conflict was now framed in stark racial terms. Across the aisle, Herschel and Ramona and their families fixed hateful stares upon the group of black spectators who met their gazes with a defiant, almost smug assurance. Their champion Letty had been named the heir, and they were present to defend her claim. But in their minds, the Hubbard family wealth rightfully belonged to them. Seth Hubbard had lost his senses. Jake, reeling, shot a sharp glance over his shoulder, but Sistrunk paid him no mind. Jake's initial thought was sheer disbelief at the tactic's foolishness. A mostly white county would likely produce a mostly white jury. They were far from Memphis, where Sistrunk had built a reputation for seating sympathetic federal juries and securing massive awards. Memphis was a different universe. Force 9 or 10 white Ford County residents to endure a week of Booker Sistrunk's theatrics, and Ms. Letty Lang would walk away empty-handed. The cluster of white lawyers sat just as stunned, but Wade Lanier spotted the opening instantly. He leapt to his feet and declared, "We have no objection, Your Honor." Judge Atlee cut him off sharply. "You lack the standing to object to anything here." A second, more cynical thought crossed Jake's mind. Fine, let me out of this. With this flock of scavengers circling, there would be nothing left to salvage. Life was simply too brief to spend a year evading crossfire in a battle over race. Judge Atlee turned his attention back. "Is there anything further, Mr. Sistrunk?" "Not at this precise moment, Your Honor," Sistrunk replied. He turned, offering a satisfied look to Simeon and the family. He had just demonstrated his nerve, fearless, unshakable, and prepared for a bare-knuckle fight. They had chosen the right lawyer. Before taking his seat, he caught Herschel Hubbard's eye, his smirk silently telegraphing, "The game is on, old man." Judge Atlee responded with calm authority. "You need to continue your legal research, Mr. Sistrunk. Our probate code grants supreme deference to the testator's expressed wishes." Mr. Hubbard was explicit regarding his chosen attorney. "That will not be altered. Any further requests from you must be presented through proper motion once you have associated with counsel admitted to practice before this court and are properly on the record." Jake felt his breathing steady, though he remained rattled by Sistrunk's audacity and his transparent greed. There was little question Sistrunk had secured a contingency fee agreement with Letty entitling him to a portion of any recovery. Most plaintiffs' attorneys took a third of a settlement, 40% of a verdict, and half if an appeal followed. A personality like Sistrunk's, backed by a winning record, would undoubtedly command the highest percentages, and as if that weren't enough, he was now angling for an additional hourly fee as the probate lawyer. Judge Atlee had concluded. He lifted his gavel, announced, "We will reconvene in 30 days. Court is adjourned," and brought it down firmly. Letty was immediately surrounded by her attorneys, who guided her swiftly past the bar railing to the front row, where her family and other supporters enveloped her. As if shielding her from imminent threat, they clustered close, offering soothing words and gentle touches of reassurance. Sistrunk basked in admiration and congratulations for his bold stance, while Kendrick Bost kept a protective hand on Letty's shoulder as she spoke in hushed, earnest tones to her loved ones. Cypress sat in her wheelchair, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. The strain on the family was palpable, a heavy cloud hanging over the proceedings. Jake had no interest in conversation, and thankfully, no one attempted to engage him. The other attorneys gathered their things in small murmuring groups, preparing to depart. The Hubbard heirs huddled together, their glances carefully avoiding the plaintiffs they viewed as threats to their inheritance. Seeking a quick exit, Jake slipped through a side door toward the rear staircase, only to be halted by the elderly courtroom deputy, Mr. Pate. "Jake," he called out. Judge Atlee would like a word. Inside the cramped conference room where lawyers often grabbed coffee, Judge Atlee was shrugging off his black robe. "Close the door," he instructed as Jake entered. The judge was not one for legal theatrics or humorous anecdotes. He dealt in substance, with little patience for pretense, despite having a captive audience always ready to laugh at his every word. "Take a seat," he said, and they both settled at a small, worn desk. "What a complete fool," Judge Atlee remarked. "That sort of grandstanding might fly in Memphis, but it won't work here." "I'm still trying to process it all," Jake admitted. "Are you familiar with Quince Lundy?" "He's an attorney down in Smithfield." "I know the name. He's an older fellow, practically semi-retired. He's handled nothing but estate law for decades, knows it inside and out, and he's honest as the day is long. An old friend of mine, file a motion proposing Quince and 2 others. You choose them as the substitute executor. I'll appoint Quince. You'll find him easy to work with. As for you, you're in this until it's finished. What's your standard rate?" "I don't really have one, Judge. Most of my clients are lucky to make $10 an hour. They can't afford to pay a lawyer $100. I believe $150 is a fair market rate these days. Do you agree? $150. Sounds perfectly reasonable. Good. You're officially on the clock at $150 an hour. I assume you have the availability." "Absolutely. You'll need it. This is going to consume your life for the foreseeable future. Every couple of months file a petition for your fees. I'll see to it you're compensated. Thank you, Judge. There's plenty of speculation about the estate's value. Any insight into what's accurate? Russell Amberg estimates it's at least $20 million, mostly in cash, stashed out of state. If it were local, the whole town of Clanton would know the details. Then we need to act quickly to secure it. I'll sign an order granting you authority to take control of Mr. Hubbard's financial records. Once Quince Lundy is on board, the two of you can start the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Judge Atlee took a slow drink from a paper cup, his eyes drifting to the grimy window overlooking the courthouse lawn. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he finally spoke.
I almost feel sorry for that woman. She's lost all agency, surrounded by vultures who can scent money from a mile away. She won't have a penny left once Sistrunk is through with her. That's assuming the jury rules in her favor. Are you planning to request a jury trial, Jake? I haven't decided.
Would you advise it? The question crossed a professional line, but in the intimacy of the room it felt permissible. Jake expected a rebuke, but instead the judge offered a thin, knowing smile, his gaze still fixed on the window. I'd prefer a jury, Jake. Making difficult rulings is part of the job. I don't shy from it. But in a case like this, it would be refreshing to have 12 of our upstanding citizens shoulder that burden. I'd welcome the change of pace. His smile widened slightly. Consider it done. I'll make the formal request. You do that. And Jake, there are many lawyers out there, but few I genuinely trust. Don't hesitate to stop by for coffee if you need to discuss anything. I'm sure you understand the gravity of this situation. Money is scarce around here, Jake. Always has been now. Suddenly, there's a fortune up for grabs, and everyone wants a piece. You don't. I don't. But plenty of others do. It's crucial that you and I remain aligned. For the first time in hours, the tension in Jake's shoulders eased, and he drew a deep, steadying breath. Judge, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll be seeing you. On Wednesday, October 12th, Dumas' lead dominated the front page of the Ford County Times. The previous day's hearing had clearly been the only event of note in the entire county. A bold headline declared, "Battle lines drawn over Hubbard will," and Dumas launched into the lead story with his signature sensational flair. A packed courtroom of hopeful heirs and their zealous attorneys faced off yesterday before Chancellor Reuben Atlee, marking the first volley in what is shaping up to be a legendary war over the estate of the late Seth Hubbard, who took his own life on October 2. A photographer had been industrious. Centered on the front page was a large photograph of Letty Lang walking toward the courthouse, with both Booker Sistrunk and Kendrick Bost flanking her, their grips on her arms making her look like a patient being escorted. The caption identified her as Letty Lang, 47, of Box Hill, former housekeeper to Seth Hubbard and the alleged beneficiary of his final handwritten and questionable will, escorted by her two attorneys from Memphis. Flanking it were two smaller, candid shots of Herschel and Ramona, also captured near the courthouse grounds. Jake read the paper at his desk early that Wednesday morning. He sipped his coffee, went over every word twice hunting for errors, and was mildly astonished to find Dumas had actually gotten his facts correct for once. But he cursed him silently for using the term questionable. Every registered voter in the county was a potential juror. Most would either read the paper or hear the gossip, and right from the start, Dumas had branded the will as dubious. The glowering, smug expressions on the faces of those well-dressed, out-of-town lawyers from Memphis didn't help the situation one bit. Staring at the photograph, Jake tried to picture a jury of 9 white and 3 black citizens mustering any sympathy for Letty with $20 million on the line. They would find very little. After a single week in a courtroom with Booker Sistrunk's grandstanding, they'd see right through his act and nullify the will entirely. A jury might come to dislike Herschel and Ramona, but at least they were white and weren't being paraded around by a flashy charlatan with the theatrical charm of a TV evangelist. Jake reminded himself that, for the present, they were technically on the same side, or at least occupying the same half of the courtroom. He made a firm decision to quit. If Judge Atlee permitted Sistrunk to remain in the case, Jake would withdraw and go find a simpler legal skirmish elsewhere. Anything would be preferable to a grueling trial he was fated to lose. He needed the income, but not the accompanying migraines. A disturbance echoed from downstairs, followed by footsteps. There was an unmistakable, jarring cadence to the way Harry Rex stormed up the old wooden stairs to Jake's office. His steps were slow, ponderous, and each one seemed intent on splintering the planks. The whole stairwell trembled. Roxy's voice trailed after him in futile protest, seriously overweight and woefully out of condition. He was practically wheezing by the time he shouldered Jake's door open and greeted him with a cheerful, "That woman has completely lost her mind." He flung a copy of the newspaper onto Jake's desk. "Morning, Harry Rex," Jake said as his friend sank into a chair, laboring through his heavy breathing, each gasp a little shallower, each exhale staving off a heart attack. "Is she trying to antagonize the whole town?" Harry Rex asked. "It certainly appears that way. You want some coffee? You got a beer? It's 9 o'clock in the morning." "So, I'm not headed to court today, on my days off. I like to get an early start." "Do you ever think you might be drinking too much?" "Absolutely not. Dealing with my clients, I'm not drinking nearly enough, and neither are you. I don't keep beer in the office. I don't keep it at home either. What a miserable existence." Harry Rex suddenly leaned forward, snatched the paper back up, and jabbed a finger at Letty's photo. "Tell me something, Jake. What's the first thing that goes through the average white person's mind in this county when they see this picture? You've got a black housekeeper, who's admittedly not hard to look at, who somehow got herself written into the old man's will, and now she's hired these smooth-talking African-American lawyers from the city to come down here and snatch the money. How's this situation being received at the coffee shop? I believe you already know. Is she foolish?" "No, but they've influenced her. Simeon has relatives in Memphis, and a link was somehow established. She doesn't understand the consequences and is receiving terrible guidance. You're defending her, Jake? Can't you reason with her?" He threw the paper back onto the desk. "No, I thought I might, but then she brought Sistrunk on board. I attempted to approach her in the courtroom yesterday, but her people kept her shielded. I even tried to speak with the Hubbard children, but they weren't exactly welcoming. You're quite the celebrity lately, Jake." "I didn't feel very celebrated yesterday, though Judge Atlee still seems to appreciate me. I heard he wasn't too taken with Sistrunk." "Not at all. The jury won't be either." "So you're pushing for a jury trial?" "Yes, His Honor wants one, but you didn't hear that from me." "Never did. You need to find a way to reach her. Sistrunk will alienate everyone in the state, and she'll end up with nothing. Does she deserve anything?" "Absolutely. It was Seth's money. If he wanted to leave it to the Communist Party, that's his right. He earned every penny himself, so he can certainly give it away as he sees fit. Just wait until you have to deal with those two kids. They're a couple of worthless characters, if you ask me, and you'll see exactly why Seth chose someone else." "I thought you despised Seth." "I did a decade ago, but I always resent the guy on the opposite side. That's what fuels my edge. I moved past it in time. Whether you hated him or admired him, he wrote a will before he died, and the law has to uphold that document, assuming it's legitimate." "Is it legitimate?" "That's for the jury to decide, and it'll be challenged from every angle." "How would you go about attacking the will?" Harry Rex leaned back and propped an ankle on his knee. "I've been pondering that. First, I'd hire some experts, medical professionals who'd testify that Seth was heavily medicated with painkillers, that his body was wrecked by lung cancer, and that after a year of chemotherapy, radiation, and various drugs, he couldn't have been thinking clearly. He was in agony, and I'd bring in another specialist to explain how pain can cloud judgment. I don't know where you find these experts, but, heck, you can pay someone to say just about anything. Remember, Jake, the typical juror in this county hardly finished high school. They're not that refined. Bring in a smooth-talking expert or a whole panel of them, and the jury can get thoroughly muddled. Why, I could paint Seth Hubbard as a babbling fool as he was putting his head through that noose. Don't you have to be insane to hang yourself? I can't answer that. Second, Seth had trouble with his zipper, couldn't keep his pants fastened. Don't know if he ever crossed racial lines, but maybe he did. If a white jury catches even a whiff of suspicion that Seth was getting more than warm meals and pressed shirts from his housekeeper, they'll quickly turn against Miss Letty. They can't dig into a dead man's intimate life. True, but they can skirt the edges of Letty's. They can hint, suggest, exaggerate, and use all sorts of vague insinuations. If she takes the stand, which she inevitably will, she becomes fair game. She has to testify. Of course she does. And here's the real issue, Jake. It almost doesn't matter what's said in court or who says it. The reality is, if Booker Sistrunk is in that courtroom shouting and making a spectacle of himself in front of a white jury, then your chances are shot. I'm not sure I'm that invested. You have to be. It's your responsibility. This is a major trial, and it's a hefty paycheck. You're billing by the hour now and actually getting paid. That's rare in our line of work, Jake. If this goes to trial, then through appeals and so forth, you could clear $500,000 over the next 3 years. How many drunk driving cases would you need to handle to make that kind of money? I hadn't considered the fee. Well, every other ambulance chaser in town certainly has. It'll be substantial, a real windfall for a street lawyer like you. But you have to win this, Jake, and to win you need Sistrunk out of the picture, Harry Rex insisted. How do we do that? I'm working on it. Just give me a little time. That photo in the paper already did some harm, and you can bet Doofus will try it again at the next hearing. We have to get Sistrunk disqualified as soon as we can. Jake noted, not for the first time, how Harry Rex had started saying we. There was nobody more loyal, and certainly no other legal mind as shrewd and underhanded. He couldn't ask for a better ally. Give me a couple of days to think it over, Jake said, standing up. Right now, I need a beer. He was still at his desk an hour later. When the Booker Sistrunk situation took a sharp turn for the worse, Roxy's voice came through the intercom. There's an attorney named Rufus Buckley on line 1 for you. Jake drew a long breath and said, All right. He watched the phone light blink, scrambling to figure out why Buckley would be calling. They hadn't spoken since the Carl Lee Haley trial, and if they never crossed paths again, it would have suited both of them just fine. During Buckley's last re-election campaign, Jake, like most lawyers in Clanton and probably the whole 22nd District, had quietly backed his opponent. Over a 12-year stretch, Buckley had a real talent for rubbing every attorney in the 5-county area the wrong way. The payback had been satisfying. Now the once ambitious former district attorney was reportedly holed up in a small office on Main Street in Smithfield, an hour away, handling wills, deeds, and simple divorces. Hello, Governor, Jake said, deliberately needling him. 3 years hadn't softened his opinion of the man one bit. Well, hello, Jake, Buckley replied, oddly polite. I was hoping we could skip the cheap shots. Sorry, Rufus, didn't mean anything by it. Which was a lie, of course. Not too long ago, plenty of people had called him governor. What are you up to these days? Just practicing law, taking it easy. I do more oil and gas work than anything else. Sure he did. Buckley had spent years trying to convince people his wife's family's natural gas leases were a gold mine. They weren't. The Buckleys' lifestyle never quite matched their boasts. That's nice. What's on your mind? Just got off the phone with a Memphis lawyer named Booker Sistrunk. I believe you've met him. Seems like a decent guy. Anyway, he's bringing me on as local counsel in Mississippi for the Seth Hubbard matter. Why would he pick you, Rufus? Jake asked, the question slipping out as his shoulders slumped. Reputation, I suppose? No, Sistrunk had done his homework and found the one lawyer in the entire state who held a deep grudge against Jake. He could only imagine the nasty things Buckley must have said about him. I'm not sure where you fit in, Rufus. We're figuring that out. Booker wants you off the case to start with so he can take the lead. He mentioned possibly filing for a change of venue. He says Judge Atlee has a clear bias against him, so he'll ask the judge to recuse himself. These are just preliminary thoughts, Jake. As you know, Sistrunk is a high-powered litigator with plenty of resources. I guess that's why he wants me on the team. Well, welcome aboard, Rufus. I doubt Sistrunk filled you in on the rest, but he's already tried to get me removed. It didn't work because Judge Atlee can read the will as well as anyone. It specifically names me as the estate's attorney. Atlee isn't going to step aside, and he won't move the trial out of Clanton. You guys are wasting your time and annoying every potential juror in the county. Pretty stupid, in my opinion, Rufus, and that stupidity is wrecking our chances. We'll see about that. You're inexperienced, Jake, and you need to step aside. Sure, you've had a few nice verdicts in criminal court, but this isn't criminal law, Jake. This is complex, high-stakes civil litigation, and you're already in over your head. Jake clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to snap back at the grating voice on the line. He replied with measured calm, "You were a prosecutor, Rufus. Since when did you become the authority on civil cases?" "I'm a trial lawyer. I live in the courtroom. For the past year, my entire docket has been civil, and I've got Sistrunk on my team. He took the Memphis Police Department to the cleaners 3 times last year for over $1 million. And every single verdict is under appeal. He hasn't seen a penny of it yet. He will, just like we're going to dominate the Hubbard case. What's your cut on this, Rufus?" "Taking 50% off the top." "That's confidential, Jake. You know the rules. The public deserves to know. Don't let jealousy cloud your judgment, Jake." "Goodbye, Rufus," Jake said, ending the call. He exhaled sharply, pushed back from his desk, and headed downstairs. "Be right back," he muttered to Roxy as he passed her station. The coffee shop was quiet at 10:30. Dell was polishing silverware behind the counter when Jake entered and took a stool. "Need a break?" she asked. "Yeah. Decaf, please." It wasn't unusual for Jake to drop in at odd hours, usually to escape the office and the relentless phone. She poured his coffee and moved closer, still wiping a spoon. "What's the latest?" Jake asked, stirring in a packet of sugar. With Dell, there was always a distinction between confirmed facts and town chatter. Most patrons assumed she repeated everything, but Jake knew better. After 25 years running the shop, she'd heard enough wild tales and outright fabrications to understand their potential harm. Despite her gossipy reputation, she was often surprisingly discreet. "Well," she started cautiously, "I don't think Letty did herself any favors by bringing in those attorneys from Memphis." Jake nodded and took a drink. She continued, "Why would she do that, Jake? I thought you were her lawyer." She spoke of Letty as though they were old friends, though they'd never met. A common phenomenon in Clanton these days. "I'm not her personal attorney. I represent the estate, the will itself. We're technically on the same side, but she couldn't hire me directly." "Does she even need a lawyer?" "Not really. My role is to uphold the will and execute its terms. I do my job, and she receives her inheritance. There's no need for her to hire separate counsel." "Did you make that clear to her?" "I did, and I believed she understood. So what happened?" "Why are they in the picture?" Jake took another sip, reminding himself to tread carefully. While they often exchanged insights, some topics remained too sensitive. "I'm not certain, but I suspect word about the will leaked up to Memphis. Booker Sistrunk caught a whiff of money, drove down here in his black Rolls-Royce parked right in front of her house, and swept her off. He promised her the world, and in exchange, he gets a hefty percentage." "How hefty?" "Only they know. Those arrangements are always kept private." "A black Rolls-Royce? You're not serious, Jake." "Absolutely. People saw him pull up to the courthouse yesterday. He parked right in front of the security bank. He was driving, his associate was in the passenger seat, and Letty was in the back with a man in a dark suit, looked like some kind of bodyguard. They're putting on a full production, and Letty's bought the ticket." "I don't understand it." "Neither do I. Prather was in here this morning saying they might try to move the trial. Shift it to a different county where they could seat more black jurors. Any truth to that?" "Just a rumor, I suppose. You know Marshall? I swear he plants half the gossip in this town. Hearing anything else?" "Oh, you bet, Jake. It's the talk of the town. The regulars go quiet when you walk in, but the second you leave, it's all they can discuss." The door swung open, and 2 clerks from the tax office entered, settling at a nearby table. Jake recognized them and offered a polite nod. They were within earshot, and he knew they wouldn't miss a word. Jake leaned closer to Dell, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "Just keep listening, all right?" Dell gave a knowing smile. "Jake, sweetheart, you know I catch every little thing." "I do." Jake left $1 on the counter for the coffee and said his goodbyes. Still not ready to head back to the office, he took a slow walk around the town square and eventually paused outside the practice of Nick Norton. Nick was another solo attorney who'd finished at the Ole Miss Law School the year Jake began. He'd taken over the office from his uncle and was probably keeping a bit busier than Jake these days. Over the years, they'd sent clients back and forth across the square without ever having a real disagreement. A couple of years back, Nick had represented Marvis Lang when he pled guilty to drug trafficking and assault with a deadly weapon. The family paid a $5,000 cash fee, less than Nick had hoped for, but still more than most of his clients could manage. Marvis was guilty as sin, with very little room to maneuver, and he hadn't been willing to give up his co-defendants. Nick negotiated a 12-year sentence. Just 4 days earlier, over lunch, Nick had shared everything he could recall about the Lang family and Marvis. Now, though Nick was with a client, his secretary pulled the file. Jake promised to copy what he needed and return it promptly. No hurry, the secretary assured him. The case had been closed for a while. Wade Lanier's go-to lunch spot was Hal and Mal's, a Jackson institution just a few blocks from the state capitol and a short walk from his office on State Street. He settled at his usual table, ordered an iced tea, and waited with thinly veiled impatience until Ian Defoe walked in and joined him. They ordered sandwiches, made small talk about the weather and college football, and before long got down to business. "We're taking this to trial," Lanier said solemnly, his voice barely above a whisper as though sharing a state secret. Ian gave a half nod and a shrug. Glad to hear it. Anything else would have been a shock. This was one of the few big-money cases in the state, and plenty of lawyers were already circling. "But we don't need extra help," Lanier continued. "Herschel's got that clown from Memphis, not even licensed here, and he'll just be in the way. There's nothing that guy can do to help us, but he can sure irritate me. Can you talk to Herschel? Make him see that he and his sister are on the same side, and that I can handle everything." Ian hesitated. "Herschel has his own ideas. Ramona doesn't always agree with him." "Well, figure it out. The courtroom's going to be crowded enough, and I expect Judge Atlee will start trimming the lawyer list soon." "What if Herschel says no and insists on keeping his own attorney?" "We'll cross that bridge later. First, try to convince him his lawyer isn't needed, just another cook in the kitchen." "All right. On that note, what's your fee proposal?" "We'll take it on contingency, 1/3 of the recovery. The legal issues aren't overly complicated, and the trial shouldn't last more than a week. Normally, we'd suggest 25% for a settlement, but in my opinion, a settlement's highly unlikely here." "Why's that?" "It's all or nothing. One will or the other. No middle ground." Ian thought it over, but didn't fully follow. Just then the sandwiches arrived, and they took a moment arranging their plates. Lanier picked up where he left off. "We're in, but only if both Ramona and Herschel sign on. So you'd rather have 1/3 of 14 million instead of 1/3 of 7, Ian cut in, trying for a bit of humor that landed with a thud. Lanier didn't smile, he rarely did, and took a bite of his sandwich instead. After swallowing, he said, "You got it? I can win this case, but I'm not going to have some jackass from Memphis looking over my shoulder, getting underfoot, and turning off the jury. Besides, Ian, you need to understand, my partners and I are swamped. We've made a vow to stop taking new cases. My partners are hesitant to dedicate the firm's time and resources to a will contest. Honestly, we have 3 major injury trials against Shell Oil set for next month, all involving offshore rig accidents." Ian stuffed a handful of fries into his mouth to keep from having to reply. He even held his breath briefly, hoping the lawyer wouldn't launch into another tiresome recitation of his greatest courtroom victories, a tedious habit so many trial attorneys seemed to possess, and one Ian had endured too many times before. Fortunately, Lanier skipped the war stories and pressed on. "And you're correct. If we proceed, we need both heirs on board, not just you. It's essentially the same workload, and frankly, it simplifies things, because we won't be wasting energy dealing with that young man from Memphis. I'll see what I can do, Ian managed after swallowing. We'll send you monthly invoices for expenses, and there will be plenty, primarily for expert witnesses. What's the estimate? We've drafted a litigation budget. $50,000 should cover the anticipated costs. Lanier's eyes scanned the nearly empty diner, though no one was close enough to overhear. He lowered his voice anyway. Additionally, we need to hire an investigator, and not some bargain bin private eye. We have to invest in someone who can discreetly navigate Letty Lang's world and uncover useful information, which won't be simple or cheap. What's that figure? It's a rough estimate, but I'd budget another $25,000. I'm not certain I can afford this entire lawsuit. Finally, a smile appeared on Lanier's face, though it looked strained. You're on the verge of becoming a wealthy man, Ian. Just stay the course with me. What's changed to make you so confident? Last week, you were extremely cautious, even skeptical. Another gruff, knowing smile. That was our initial conversation, Ian. A surgeon is always reserved when first presented with a complex procedure. Now the picture is coming into focus. We were in court yesterday morning. I assessed the landscape, listened to the opposition, and, most crucially, I got a good look at Letty Lang's attorneys, those polished operators from Memphis. They are the key to our success. Place them before a jury here in Clanton, and that handwritten will starts to look like a pathetic joke. Understood. Let's return to the $75,000 in expenses. I was under the impression some firms advanced those costs and were reimbursed from the verdict or settlement. We've done that before. Come on, Wade. You do it routinely because most of your clients have no money. They're regular working people who've been injured on the job. True, but you're not in that position, Ian. You can finance this lawsuit. They cannot. Professional ethics require a client to cover expenses if he is financially capable. Ethics? Ian replied with a smirk. It bordered on insult, but Lanier didn't flinch. He was adept at invoking professional ethics when they served his purpose and conveniently overlooking them when they didn't. Come on, Ian. It's only $75,000, and it will be spread out over the next year or so. I'll cover up to $25,000. Beyond that, you can advance the funds and we'll settle up at the end. Fine, whatever. We'll sort it out later. We have more pressing issues. Start with Herschel. If he doesn't fire his current lawyer and sign with me, then I have bigger problems to manage. Is that clear? I suppose. All I can do is try. The Burring Lumber Company was a sprawling complex of mismatched metal buildings surrounded by an 8-foot-tall chain-link fence and secured behind heavy gates that stood only partially open, suggesting visitors weren't particularly welcome. Tucked away at the end of a long asphalt drive, it was invisible from Highway 21 and sat less than a mile from the Tyler County line. Once inside the main gate, a cluster of office buildings stood to the left, while vast acres of raw timber stretched out to the right. Directly ahead lay a series of connected structures where pine and hardwoods were processed, cleaned, sized, cut, and treated before being moved into storage warehouses. The air carried the sharp, resinous scent of fresh-cut wood, a constant reminder of the operation's scale. The parking area to the right was packed with a collection of weathered pickup trucks, a clear indicator that times were good and people had work, a rare sight in these parts. Seth Hubbard had lost the lumber business during his second divorce, only to reclaim it a few years down the line. It was Harry Rex who orchestrated the distressed sale for $200,000, securing the funds for his client. Ever the opportunist, Seth bided his time until the market took a dip, then pressured the struggling owner into a swift transaction. The origin of the name Burring remained a mystery to everyone. As Jake was discovering, Seth had a habit of plucking names out of thin air for his various corporate entities. When he owned the operation initially, it was called Palmyra Lumber. To throw off any curious observers during his second stint, he opted for Bering. This location served as his primary base, though he maintained others sporadically. After selling off his holdings and receiving his lung cancer diagnosis, he gathered all his documents and began spending considerably more time at the Bering office. The day following his death, Sheriff Ozzie Walls paid a visit, advising the staff in a cordial manner to leave everything undisturbed. He warned that attorneys would be arriving soon and matters were bound to become tangled. Jake had exchanged a couple of phone calls with Arlene Trotter, Seth's secretary. She had been polite, if not particularly forthcoming. On a Friday, nearly 2 weeks after the suicide, Jake entered the front reception area, which featured a central desk. Behind it sat a young woman with dramatic makeup, untamed dark hair, a snug sweater, and an air that suggested a rather free-spirited lifestyle. A small brass plate displayed only her first name, Camila, and Jake's immediate thought was that the unusual name suited her perfectly. She flashed a charming smile, and Jake couldn't help but recall the whispered rumors about Seth's wandering eye. He introduced himself. She remained seated but offered a limp handshake. "Arlene's expecting you," she murmured, pressing an intercom button. "I'm sorry for your loss," Jake said. He was sure he hadn't seen her at the funeral. A face and figure like hers would have been memorable. "It's been a difficult time," she replied. "How long have you been with the company?" "About 2 years. Seth was decent to work for, a fair boss. I never actually met him myself." Arlene Trotter emerged from a hallway and extended her hand. She was in her 50s with fully gray hair, carrying a few extra pounds, but dressed neatly. Her coordinated pantsuit was noticeably outdated. As they walked through the maze of offices, she made small talk. "That was his," she said, indicating a closed door. Her own desk was positioned directly outside, as if standing sentry. "All his files are in there," she added, nodding toward another door. "Nothing's been moved. Russell Amberg phoned me the night he died and told me to lock everything down. Then the sheriff came by the next day with the same instructions. It's been very quiet here since." Her voice wavered slightly. "My apologies. You'll likely find his books in perfect order. Seth was meticulous with records, and as his health declined, he became even more focused on getting everything organized. When did you last see him?" "The Friday before it happened. He wasn't feeling well and left around 3, saying he was going home to rest. I heard he wrote that final will here. Is that true?" "It seems to be the case. Were you aware of it?" She hesitated, appearing either unable or unwilling to respond. "Can I ask you something, Mr. Briggins?" "Of course. Whose side are you on? Should we trust you, or do we need to hire our own attorneys?" "Honestly, I don't believe bringing in more lawyers is helpful. I was appointed by Mr. Hubbard as the attorney for his estate, with clear instructions to ensure his handwritten will is respected and executed, and that's the one that leaves everything to his housekeeper." "In essence, yes?" "All right then, what exactly is our part in all this? You don't have a formal role in managing his estate. You might be asked to testify if his family decides to challenge the will, like in a court case in front of a judge." She took a step back, her expression uneasy. "It's a possibility, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Who around here worked closely with Seth on a regular basis?" Arlene clasped her hands, gathering her thoughts before settling on the edge of her desk. "That would be me, Camila, and Duane. Pretty much just us. There are other offices across the way, but those folks hardly ever crossed paths with Seth. Honestly, we didn't see much of him either, not until this past year when his health declined. Seth was always on the move, inspecting his factories, checking timberland, chasing down business deals, or flying to Mexico to oversee a new furniture plant. He never liked staying put for long. Who managed to keep in touch with him? That fell to me. We spoke on the phone every single day. I handled some of his travel plans, though he usually preferred to make those arrangements himself. Delegating wasn't his style. He paid all his personal bills, wrote every check, balanced every account, and tracked every penny. His accountant is based over in Tupelo. I've already spoken with him. He has stacks of records. I'd appreciate the chance to talk with you, Camila, and Duane a bit later. If that works, of course. We're all here." The windowless room was dimly lit, with a stale, dusty smell hanging in the air. An old desk and chair suggested it might have once served as an office, though not in recent memory. A fine layer of dust coated every surface. One wall was lined with tall black metal filing cabinets, while another held nothing but a faded 1987 Kenworth truck calendar hanging crookedly from a nail. 4 sturdy cardboard boxes were stacked on the desk, and that's where Jake began. Moving carefully to preserve the order, he sifted through the files in the first box, scanning contents without diving deep into the numbers that would come later. The box marked real estate was packed with deeds, satisfied mortgages, appraisals, tax documents, contractor invoices, copies of Seth's personal checks, and legal closing statements. There were records for Seth's home on Simpson Road, a rustic cabin near Boone, North Carolina, a high-rise condo close to Destin, Florida, and several parcels that appeared to be undeveloped land. The second box was labeled Timber Contracts. The third, marked Bank Brokerage, caught Jake's attention. A Merrill Lynch portfolio from an Atlanta office showed a balance nearing $7 million. A bond fund at UBS in Zurich was valued just above $3 million. A cash account at the Royal Bank of Canada in Grand Cayman held $6.5 million. Yet all 3 of these intriguing accounts had been closed in late September. Jake dug further, tracing the meticulous trail Seth had left, and soon discovered the funds consolidated in a Birmingham bank, earning 6% annually and simply awaiting probate, $21.2 million in cash. The numbers made his head spin. Here he was, a small-town lawyer living in a rental house and driving a car with nearly 200,000 miles on it, casually rifling through cardboard boxes in a dusty, poorly lit storage room inside a prefab office building at a remote Mississippi sawmill, staring at sums that dwarfed the lifetime earnings of every attorney currently practicing in Ford County. He let out a low, disbelieving chuckle. The money was actually real. Shaking his head in awe, he felt a sudden, deep respect for Seth Hubbard. A sharp rap at the door made him jump. He closed the box, opened the door, and stepped out. Arlene said, "Mr. Brigance, this is Dwayne Squire. His title is Vice President, but really he just follows my directions." Arlene offered a brief, tense laugh, the first he'd heard from her. Jake and Dwayne exchanged an awkward handshake while Camilla watched intently nearby. All 3 employees stood watching him, clearly wanting to discuss something urgent. Dwayne was a jittery, thin man who seemed to be in constant motion, and, as it became apparent, had a habit of chain-smoking cools without much care for who was downwind. "Mind if we have a word?" Arlene asked, speaking as the clear leader of the group. Dwayne lit another cigarette, his hands trembling slightly as he positioned it. This wasn't a casual chat. They meant business. "Of course," Jake replied. "What's going on?" Arlene stepped forward and handed Jake a business card. "Do you recognize this name?" she inquired. Jake examined it. Reed Maxey, attorney at law based in Jackson, Mississippi. "No," Jake said firmly. "Never heard of him. Why do you ask?" "Well, he showed up here last Tuesday," Arlene explained. "Claimed he was handling Mr. Hubbard's estate and said the court was worried about that handwritten will you submitted. He insisted it was likely invalid because Seth was heavily medicated and not in his right mind when he was planning to take his life and drafting that document. He told us the 3 of us would be key witnesses since we saw Seth the Friday before everything happened, and it would be up to us to describe just how out of it he was. On top of that, he mentioned the official will, the one drawn up by proper attorneys, actually leaves some money to us as friends and employees. So, he said, it would be in our best interest to tell the truth and explain how Seth didn't have the proper, what was the phrase, testamentary capacity? Dwayne interjected, his voice muffled by a cloud of menthol smoke. "Right, that's it, testamentary capacity." He made it sound like Seth had lost his marbles. Jake felt a surge of anger but kept his expression stern and unreadable. His initial impulse was outrage. How dare another attorney interfere in his case, spread falsehoods, and attempt to manipulate witnesses? The ethical breaches were too numerous to count. But his second, more measured thought was that this so-called lawyer had to be a fraud. No legitimate attorney would ever pull such a stunt. Maintaining his composure, Jake said, "All right, I'll have a conversation with this lawyer and make it clear he needs to back off. What's in the other will? The real one?" Dwayne pressed, I haven't seen it, Jake admitted. It was prepared by a firm in Tupelo, and they haven't been compelled to produce it yet. Do you think we're included in it? Camilla asked bluntly, without any pretense of subtlety. I don't know. Can we find out? She persisted. Probably not. Jake considered asking whether knowing that might influence their testimony, but thought better of it, deciding to keep his remarks minimal. Arlene added he asked a lot of questions about Seth and how he was behaving that Friday. He wanted details about his mood and all his medications. And what did you tell him? Not much, honestly. He wasn't someone I felt comfortable talking to. He had shifty eyes and a real slick talker, Dwayne cut in, too slick. Sometimes I couldn't even follow him, and I kept thinking, this guy's supposed to be a lawyer. I'd hate to see him try to convince a jury. Camilla chimed in. He got pretty pushy, too, almost insisting we tell our stories a specific way. He really wanted us to say Seth was unstable because of all the drugs. Dwayne, exhaling smoke through his nostrils, said, at one point he set his briefcase on Arlene's desk, standing it upright in a weird way, and didn't even try to open it. I thought to myself, he's trying to record this, there's a recorder in there. He wasn't exactly smooth, Arlene conceded. We believed him at first. You know, a man walks in wearing a sharp, dark suit, says he's a lawyer, hands over his card, and seems to know all about Seth Hubbard and his affairs. He insisted on speaking to all three of us together, and we didn't know how to refuse. So we talked, or rather, he did most of the talking. We mostly listened. Can you describe him for me? Jake asked. Age, height, weight, anything like that. The three exchanged hesitant glances, each seeming doubtful they would agree on the details. How old? Arlene asked the others. I'd say around 40. Dwayne nodded, and Camilla offered, yeah, maybe 45. About 6 feet tall, solidly built, I'd guess 200 pounds. At least 200, Dwayne confirmed. His hair was dark, almost black, thick, and a bit unkempt. It looked like he was overdue for a trim, Arlene added. He had a full mustache and sideburns, no glasses. Dwayne chimed in. He smoked Camel filter cigarettes. I'll find him and see what he's really after, Jake said. Though by that point, he was almost sure there was no attorney named Reed Maxey. Even the most inexperienced lawyer would know that. Showing up like that was asking for trouble and a professional misconduct complaint. None of it made sense. Should we get a lawyer ourselves? Camilla asked. This is all new territory for me. For all of us, it's a little frightening. Not right now, Jake replied. He intended to speak with each of them separately to hear their accounts. A group discussion could shape the story in ways that weren't helpful. Maybe later, but not at this moment. What's going to happen to the company? Dwayne asked, then took a loud, deep breath. Jake crossed the room and forcefully shoved a window open to let in some air. Why can't you step outside for that? Camilla whispered sharply to the vice president. It was clear the smoking debate had been simmering for a while. Their former boss had died from lung cancer, and his office still carried the stale scent of burnt charcoal. Naturally, smoking had been allowed there. Jake walked back, faced them, and stated, Mr. Hubbard's will instructs his executor to sell all his assets at fair market value and convert everything to cash. This business will keep running until a buyer is found. When might that be? Arlene inquired. Whenever the right offer appears. It could be next week, or it might take 2 years. Even if the estate gets tied up in a will dispute, the court will protect Mr. Hubbard's assets. I'm certain the word is already out that this operation is up for sale. We might receive an offer soon. Until then, everything stays the same. That is, assuming the team here can keep things going. Dwayne has been managing things for the past 5 years, Arlene said kindly. We'll keep it moving, he affirmed. Good. Now, if there's nothing else, I need to return to the paperwork. The three thanked him and left. About half an hour later, as Arlene was tidying her desk, Jake approached and said, I'd like to see his office. She gestured vaguely. It's unlocked. Then she stood and opened the door for him. It was a long, narrow room with a desk and chairs at one end and a simple conference table at the other. Unsurprisingly, there was a lot of wood on display, Heart pine walls and floors stained a bronzed hue, darker oak bookshelves lining the walls, many of them empty. There was no wall of pride, no diplomas, since Seth hadn't earned any, no civic awards, no photos with politicians. In fact, there wasn't a single photograph in the entire office. The desk seemed to be a custom-made table with drawers, and its surface was nearly bare, one stack of papers and 3 empty ashtrays. In one way, it was exactly what you'd expect from a countryman who had accumulated some wealth later in life. In another way, it was hard to believe someone worth $20 million wouldn't have a more impressive workspace. "Everything is very orderly," Jake remarked, almost to himself. Seth preferred things that way, Arlene said. They walked to the far end where Jake pulled out a chair from the conference table and asked, "Do you have a minute?" She sat down as well as if she had been anticipating a talk and was ready for it. Jake slid a phone closer and said, "Let's give this Reed Maxey a call." "All right." "All right. You're the lawyer." Jake dialed the number on the business card and, to his surprise, reached a receptionist who announced the name of a prominent, well-established law firm in Jackson. Jake asked for Mr. Reed Maxey, who apparently worked there because she said, "One moment, please." Another woman's voice then said, "Mr. Maxey's office." Jake gave his name and asked to speak to the attorney. "Mr. Maxey is out of town and won't be back until Monday," she replied. Switching to a friendly, concerned tone, Jake outlined the situation and, with a touch of foreboding, mentioned he was worried someone might be pretending to be Mr. Reed Maxey. "Was he in Ford County this past Tuesday?" Jake inquired. "Oh, no," the secretary replied. "He's been in Dallas on a business trip since Monday." Jake provided a physical description of the man who had visited, posing as her employer. At one point, she laughed softly and said, "No, that's definitely not right. The Reed Maxey I work for is 62, completely bald and shorter than I am, and I'm 5'9". "Do you know of any other attorney in Jackson named Reed Maxey?" Jake asked. "No, I don't," she answered. Jake thanked her and said he would try her boss directly the following week for a fuller conversation. Hanging up, he turned to Arlene. "Exactly as I suspected. That man was dishonest. He isn't a lawyer, he might be employed by one, but he's a fraud." Arlene simply stared, struggling to form a sentence. Jake continued, "I have no idea who he really is, and we may never see him again. I'll do what I can to find out. But it's possible we'll never know. My guess is someone connected to the case sent him, but that's just speculation." "But why would they do that?" she finally asked. "To intimidate you? To create confusion? To scare you? It's very likely that you 3, and maybe others who work here, will be called to testify about Seth's state of mind in his final days. Was he thinking clearly? Was he acting oddly? Was he on strong medication? If so, did those drugs cloud his judgment? These questions will become extremely important later on." She seemed to consider this, and after a quiet moment, Jake said, "So, Arlene, let's get some answers. He wrote the will right here in the office on Saturday morning. He had to mail it before noon for me to get it Monday. You saw him on Friday, correct?" "Yes." "Did anything seem out of the ordinary?" She took a tissue from her pocket and dabbed at her eyes. "I'm sorry," she said, beginning to cry before she could say more. This might take a while, Jake thought. Then she gathered herself, straightened her posture, and offered a faint smile. "You know, Mr. Brigance, I'm not sure who to trust in all this, but honestly, I trust you. Thanks, I suppose. You see, my brother served on that jury." "Which jury? The Carl Lee Haley case?" Every one of those 12 names was permanently fixed in Jake's memory. He smiled. "Which one was he? Barry Acker. My baby brother. I'll never forget him. He has a great deal of respect for you because of that trial and everything. And I have a great deal of respect for him. They were incredibly brave, and they reached the only verdict that made sense. When I heard you were handling Seth's estate, I felt relieved. But then when we learned about this last will, well, it's all very confusing. I understand. Let's just trust each other, all right? Skip the mister, call me Jake, and tell me the truth. Is that fair?" Arlene set the tissue on the table and settled back into her chair. Fair enough, but I don't want to have to go to court. Let's cross that bridge later. For now, just give me some context. Okay. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and began. Seth's final days were difficult. He'd been up and down for about a month after his chemo. He went through 2 rounds of chemotherapy and radiation, lost his hair and a lot of weight, and was so weak and ill he could barely get out of bed. But he was a stubborn old man and refused to give up. It was lung cancer, and when the tumors returned, he knew time was short. He stopped traveling and spent more hours here. He was in pain, taking a lot of Demerol. He would come in early, have some coffee, and feel all right for a little while, but then he'd fade. I never actually saw him take the pain medication, but he told me about it. Sometimes he was drowsy and dizzy, even nauseated. He insisted on driving himself, and that worried all of us. All of you meaning who? The 3 of us. We looked after Seth. He never let many people get close. You mentioned you never met him. I'm not surprised. Seth avoided people. He despised small talk. He wasn't a warm person. He preferred to be alone and didn't want anyone knowing his private affairs or doing favors for him. He'd get his own coffee. If I brought it to him, he wouldn't even say thank you. He trusted Dwayne to manage the business, though they weren't especially close. Camila had been around for a few years, and Seth enjoyed a bit of harmless flirting with her. She had a sharp edge, but a good heart, and he was fond of her. That was the extent of it, just the 3 of us here with him, during his final days. Did you notice anything unusual? Not exactly. He was in pain, sleeping more than usual. That Friday, though, he seemed almost cheerful. We've discussed it since, and it's common, isn't it? When someone has settled on ending their life, they sometimes seem at peace, even relieved. I believe Seth knew what he was going to do. He was worn out. He was dying regardless. Did he ever mention his will? She let out a short, humorless laugh. Seth kept his private affairs private, always. In 6 years working for him, I never heard a word about children, grandchildren, family, friends, or anyone he might have disliked. What about Letty Lang? Not a syllable. I've never been to his home, never met the woman, know nothing about her. I saw her photograph in the paper this week. That was the first time. There's talk that Seth enjoyed female company. I've heard the rumors, but he never made a pass at me, never stepped over that line. If Seth Hubbard had romantic interests, he kept them completely hidden. Were you informed about his business dealings? Much of it passed across my desk. It had to. He stressed confidentiality constantly. But I didn't know everything. I doubt anyone did. When he sold out last year, he gave me a $50,000 bonus. Dwayne and Camila got bonuses too, though I don't know the amounts. He paid fairly. Seth was a just man who expected hard work and rewarded it. And there's something else. Seth wasn't a bigot like plenty of other white folks around here. We have 80 employees on this yard, half white, half black, all on the same pay scale. I understand all his factories and lumber yards operated the same. He stayed out of politics, but he hated how black people have been treated in the South. He was simply fair. I came to respect him deeply. Her voice wavered and she reached for a tissue. Jake checked his watch, surprised to find it nearly noon. He'd been there for 2.5 hours. He said he needed to leave, but would return early the following week with Quince Lundy, the court-appointed administrator. On his way out, he exchanged a few words with Dwayne and received a warm smile from Camila. Driving back to Clanton, his mind raced with possibilities about some hired tough pretending to be a high-powered lawyer from Jackson, trying to scare off witnesses just days after the suicide and before the first hearing. Whoever he was, he'd vanished. Most likely he was working for one of the attorneys representing Herschel or Ramona or their children. Wade Lanier topped Jake's list of suspects. He led a 10-lawyer litigation firm known for aggressive, inventive strategies. Jake had spoken to an old classmate who often tangled with Lanier's team. The report was both impressive and discouraging. On matters of ethics, the firm had a reputation for bending the rules, then rushing to the judge to blame the other side. "Don't turn your back," his friend had warned. For 3 years, Jake had carried a gun for protection against Klansmen and extremists. Now he was starting to wonder if he needed guarding from the sharks circling the Hubbard fortune. Sleep was hard to come by for Letty lately, as her home felt increasingly crowded. Simeon hadn't left the house in over a week, and he occupied half the bed. Letty shared the other half with two of her grandchildren while two nephews slept on the floor. She woke at sunrise, lying on her side, watching her husband bundled in a blanket, snoring off the previous night's drinks without stirring. She studied him for a long moment, her thoughts drifting into a heavy, unsettled place. He was growing heavier and grayer, and his pay seemed to shrink with each passing year. "Hey there, big guy. Maybe it's time for one of your famous road trips, huh? Time to vanish like only you know how, and give me a little peace around here for a month or two. You're not much use for anything except one thing, and who can manage that with grandkids underfoot?" But Simeon wasn't going anywhere. Nobody was leaving Letty these days. She had to admit his behavior had taken a sharp turn for the better over the past couple of weeks, ever since Mr. Hubbard's passing changed the landscape. Simeon still drank every evening, but not to the point of excess. Not like before. He was being kind to Cypress, offering to run errands and holding back his usual biting remarks. He showed more patience with the children. He'd fired up the grill twice and even cleaned the kitchen afterward, something he'd never done. Last Sunday, he went to church with the family. The most noticeable shift was his gentle, thoughtful manner whenever he was near his wife. He hadn't struck her in years, but when you've been beaten, you never really forget. The bruises fade, but the scars stay buried, tender and raw. You carry that beaten feeling inside. It takes a special kind of coward to hit a woman. Eventually, he'd said he was sorry. She told him she forgave him, but she never did. In her book, some sins were beyond forgiveness, and beating your wife topped the list. She'd made a vow to herself, one she was still determined to keep. One day she would walk away and be free. It might take 10 years or 20, but she'd find the courage to leave his sorry self behind. She wasn't sure whether Mr. Hubbard's death made divorce more likely or less. On one hand, it would be harder to walk out when Simeon was practically fawning over her, obeying her every word. On the other, the money could mean independence, or would it? Would it mean a nicer house, finer things, fewer worries, and maybe freedom from a husband she didn't even like? Those things seemed possible. But would it also mean a lifetime of dodging family, friends, and strangers, all with their hands out? Already, Letty felt the urge to run. For years, she'd felt trapped in her cramped, box-like house. Too many people, not enough beds, too little space. Now the walls seemed to be pressing in even tighter. Anthony, her 5-year-old, stirred in his sleep near her feet. Letty slipped quietly out of bed, picked her bathrobe off the floor, put it on, and left the room without a sound. The hallway floor creaked beneath the worn, dirty carpet. Next door, Cypress was asleep in her bed, her large frame too big for the thin blanket. Her wheelchair sat folded by the window. On the floor were 2 kids belonging to one of Letty's sisters. She peeked into the 3rd bedroom, where Clarice and Phaedra were tangled together in a single bed, limbs hanging over the edges. Letty's sister occupied the other bed and had for nearly a week. Another child lay curled on the floor, knees tucked to chest. In the den, Kirk was on the floor, while an uncle snored loudly on the sofa. Bodies seemed to be everywhere. Letty thought as she flicked on the kitchen light and stared at the mess from last night's dinner. She'd tackle the dishes later. She started the coffee, and while it brewed, she checked the refrigerator and found exactly what she expected. Aside from a few eggs and a package of lunch meat, there was hardly any food, certainly not enough to feed the crowd. She'd send her dear husband to the store as soon as he woke up, and the groceries wouldn't be paid for by Simeon's wages or hers, nor by a government check, but by the generosity of their new hero, the Honorable Booker Sistrunk. Simeon had asked him for a loan of $5,000. A man who drives a car like that isn't worrying about $5,000. It wasn't really a loan. Simeon had said more like an advance. Booker agreed, and they both signed the promissory note. Letty kept the cash hidden in a saltine box in the pantry. She slipped on sandals, tightened her robe, and stepped outside. It was October 15, and the air held a crisp chill once again. The leaves rustled and danced in the autumn wind. Taking a slow sip from her cherished mug, she made her way across the dew-damp lawn toward the small storage shed behind it. A simple swing dangled from the sturdy limb of a hemlock tree, and Letty settled onto its worn wooden seat. She slipped off her sandals, pushed against the earth with her bare feet, and began to glide gently back and forth. The same relentless questions kept circling in her mind, and she knew they would return. Why had Mr. Hubbard made the choices he did? And had he ever truly confided in her? The second question was simpler to answer. No, real conversations about anything meaningful never happened between them. Their talks were strictly surface level: the forecast, household repairs, grocery lists, and dinner plans. That was the answer she gave everyone, for now. The uncomfortable truth was that on 2 separate occasions when he knew his time was short, he had offhandedly mentioned leaving something for her. He was preparing his final arrangements and wanted her to feel secure. But the sheer scale of what he left behind baffled her. His own children were difficult. Yes, but did they deserve to be cut off so completely? And Letty certainly didn't feel entitled to such a fortune. None of it added up. Why couldn't she just sit with Herschel and Ramona without a battalion of attorneys and broker a fair, simple split? She had never owned much and wasn't driven by greed. A modest portion would be more than enough to build a new life. She'd gladly hand the bulk of the estate back to the Hubbards. A car crept along the county road out front, slowing almost to a stop as if the driver were studying the home of the suddenly infamous Letty Lang. Not long after, another vehicle approached from the opposite direction. Letty recognized it immediately: her brother Rontel, along with his unruly brood and his perpetually displeased wife. He'd phoned to say they might visit, and here they were, arriving unannounced on a Saturday morning to see their beloved Aunt Letty, the woman who'd somehow landed on the front page and become the town's favorite subject of gossip after weaving her way into an old white man's will. She hurried inside, her voice rising in frustration as she entered. Simeon was at the kitchen counter, preoccupied with a grocery list, when he glimpsed Letty reaching into a box of saltines in the pantry. He saw her fingers close around a stack of bills before she slipped them into her pocket. Playing it cool, he waited until she retreated to the den, then snatched the box and pulled out a neat fold of $100 bills. So this was her hiding spot for what he already thought of as their money. At least 4 of the kids, plus Rontel, suddenly announced they wanted to tag along to the store, but Simeon was desperate for a moment of peace. He seized his chance, slipping out the back door, jumping into his truck, and pulling away unnoticed. The 15-minute drive to Clanton offered a rare slice of solitude. It reminded him of the freedom of the open road, those long hauls away from home, the dimly lit bars and unfamiliar faces. He knew he would leave Letty one day for good and for somewhere far away, but that exit was firmly on hold. For now, Simeon Lang was committed to playing the role of the devoted husband. Or so he kept telling himself. The truth was, he rarely understood his own impulses. A dark, persuasive whisper would rise from nowhere, and he'd follow it without question. Tank's Tonk sat a few miles north of Clanton, down a dirt road traveled only by those seeking the kind of trouble that couldn't be found in town. Tank operated without a liquor license, a permit, or any official blessing, while drinking, gambling, and other vices were illegal elsewhere in the county. Here the beer was always the coldest, and Simeon felt a sudden, powerful thirst for it as he drove along, his wife's grocery list in one pocket and a stack of borrowed lawyers' cash in the other icy beer. Saturday morning dice games. What could be better inside? The hazy aftermath of the previous night was being swept away. A one-armed young man, everyone called Loot, was mopping around the tables, and shattered glass glittered across the dance floor, the usual evidence of a night that had ended in a brawl. Simeon lifted the tab on a tall can of beer, alone at the bar. "Anybody catch a bullet?" he asked. "Not yet," answered Ontario, the bartender with one leg who'd done time for killing his first 2 wives and was currently unmarried. Tank had a soft spot for folks missing parts, and most of his staff were short a limb or an ear, like Baxter, the bouncer. 2 ended up in the hospital with busted heads, though. Shame, I missed it, Simeon said, taking a long drink. Heard it was a real brawl, looked like one. Benji around. Should be. Benji ran the blackjack game from a locked, windowless room behind the bar. Next door, in an identical room, dice were clattering and tense voices rose and fell. A pretty blonde woman walked in, all her necessary parts present and accounted for, and announced to Ontario, "I'm here. Thought you slept all day." He grunted, expecting company. She kept moving, and as she passed behind Simeon, she let her long, fake pink nails drag lightly across his shoulder. "Open for business," she whispered, near his ear, but he acted like he didn't hear a thing. Her name was Bonnie, and for years she'd worked the back room where plenty of Ford County's young black men had their first taste of sin. Simeon had visited a few times himself, but not today. Once she was gone, he wandered to the rear and found the blackjack dealer. Benji shut the door. "How much you playin'?" "A grand," Simeon declared, puffed up with cash, feeling like a high roller. He fanned 10 crisp bills across the green felt of the table. Benji's eyes got big. "Good Lord, man, you checked this with Tank?" "Nope." "Don't tell me you've never seen $1,000 before." "Hold on." He fished a key from his pocket and opened the cash box beneath the table. He counted, hesitated, looked worried, then finally said, "All right, I suppose I can cover it. From what I remember, you ain't much of a threat anyway. Just deal the cards." Benji swapped the cash for 10 black chips. The door swung open and Ontario hopped in with a fresh beer. "You got any peanuts?" Simeon asked. The woman didn't bother with breakfast. "I'll scrounge something up," Ontario muttered on his way out. Benji, shuffling the deck, said, "From what I hear, I wouldn't be calling that lady names." "You believe every story you hear?" They split the first few hands. Then Bonnie reappeared with a dish of mixed nuts and another icy beer in a frosted mug. She'd changed outfits and was now in sheer lingerie with black stockings and outrageous platform heels that would make a streetwalker think twice. Simeon gave her a long look. Benji mumbled, "Oh, brother," Bonnie asked. "Need anything else?" "Not right now," Simeon said. An hour and 3 beers later, he checked his watch. He knew he should leave, but he couldn't make himself go. His house was full of mooching relatives. Letty was unbearable, and he couldn't stand Rontel on the best of days. All those noisy kids underfoot. Bonnie came back with another beer, this time delivering it topless. Simeon called a break, saying he'd be right back. The trouble started after Simeon doubled down on a hard 12, a fool's move in any gambler's handbook. Benji dealt him a queen, busted him, and scooped up his last 2 chips. "Loan me 500. Simeon demanded instantly. "This ain't no bank," Benji said, just as expected. "Tank don't give credit." Simeon, drunk now, slapped the table and yelled, "Give me 5 chips, 100 each." The game had drawn another player, a thick young man with biceps like basketballs. They called him Rasco, and he'd been playing $5 chips while watching Simeon toss around big money until it was gone. "Watch it." Rasco barked, snatching his chips closer. Simeon had been annoyed by Rasco's presence from the start. A big spender like himself ought to play alone, just him and the dealer. In a flash, Simeon knew a fight was coming, and in these spots he'd learned it was always better to strike first, to land the opening and maybe finishing blow. Simeon took a wild swing, missing completely as Benji shouted, "Cut it out, not in here." Rasco sprang from his chair, standing. He was far taller than he seemed, and hammered Simeon with 2 vicious punches to the face. Later, Simeon came to in the parking lot, dumped on the tailgate of his own truck. He pushed himself up, glanced around the empty lot, then carefully touched his swollen right eye, already sealed shut. His left jaw throbbed when he prodded it. He checked his wrist for his watch, but it was gone. Not only had he blown the $1,000 stolen from Letty, he realized the 120 he'd set aside for groceries had vanished too, every bill and coin pocketed. They'd left his wallet behind, empty as a promise. For a hot second he considered storming back into the tonk, seizing one-legged Ontario or one-armed Lute, and demanding his money back. He'd been robbed right under their roof. What kind of joint were they running? But sense won out. He'd drive off now and settle things with Tank later. Ontario watched from the window until Simeon's truck disappeared, then picked up the phone and called the sheriff. They stopped him at the Clanton city limits, arrested him for DUI, cuffed him, and hauled him to jail. Tossed into the drunk Tank, he was told no phone calls until he sobered up. Not that he was in any hurry to call home. Right around lunchtime, Darius rolled in from Memphis with his wife Natalie and a car full of kids. Everyone was hungry, and at least Natalie had brought a big tray of coconut squares. Rontel's wife hadn't brought a thing, still no sign of Simeon or the groceries. New plans were made, and Letty sent Darius out to the store. As the afternoon wore on, the crowd drifted outside. The boys played tackle football in the yard while the men nursed beers. Rontel fired up the grill, and the smoky scent of barbecue ribs hung over the backyard like a heavy perfume. The women gathered on the porch, talking and laughing. More folks arrived, 2 cousins from Tupelo, some friends from Clanton, all eager to spend time with Letty. She basked in the spotlight, the admiration, the fuss, and even though part of her doubted their motives, she couldn't help enjoying being the center of attention. Nobody brought up the will, the money, or Mr. Hubbard, at least not within her earshot. That $20 million figure had been repeated so often, and with such certainty it was now treated as plain fact. The money was out there, and Letty was poised to collect 90% of it. At one point, though, Darius couldn't hold back. When he and Rontel were alone by the grill, he asked, "You catch the paper this morning?" "Yep," Rontel answered. "Don't see how that helps us much." "Same here. But it sure makes Booker Sistrunk look good." "Bet," he called the paper himself, planted the whole story. There it was, front page of the Mid-South section in the Memphis paper, a juicy piece about Mr. Hubbard's suicide and his unusual will, featuring that same photo of Letty dressed in her courtroom finest with Booker Sistrunk and Kendrick Bost hovering beside her. "They'll be crawling out of the woodwork now," Darius said. Rontel grunted, laughed, and waved a hand. "They're already here," he replied, "lined up and waitin'." "How much you figure Sistrunk's gonna take?" I asked her, but she ain't sayin'. "He won't get half, will he?" "Can't say. He ain't cheap, that's for sure." A nephew wandered over to check the ribs, and the 2 uncles switched topics. Late in the day, Simeon was pulled from the drunk Tank and led by a deputy to a cramped windowless room where lawyers met with clients. He was handed an ice pack for his face and a cup of fresh coffee. "Now what?" he muttered. "You got a visitor," the deputy said. 5 minutes later, Ozzie walked in and took a seat. He wore faded blue jeans and a lightweight jacket, a badge clipped to his belt and a holster at his hip. "Don't believe we've been introduced," he remarked. "I cast my vote for you both times," Simeon insisted. "Appreciate that, though. Folks tend to remember that after the election." Sheriff Ozzie had already checked the rolls and knew Simeon Lang wasn't on them. "I'm telling the truth," Simeon pressed. "Got a call from Tank. The message is clear. Stay out of there. No more disturbances from you. They took every dollar I had. It's a rough spot. You know how it is. No real rules to speak of, just steer clear. I want my cash back. Consider that money gone. You want a ride home? Or would you prefer a night in the county jail? I'd rather go home. Let's move." Simeon sat up front in the sheriff's car, no cuffs in sight. A deputy trailed behind in Simeon's pickup. For the first 10 minutes, the only sound was the crackle and static from the police radio. Ozzie finally turned the volume down. "None of my affair, Simeon. But those attorneys from Memphis have no place down here. Your wife's already drawing the wrong kind of attention, at least in the eyes of most folks around the county. This whole thing is headed for a jury, and you're managing to irritate just about everyone." Simeon's initial impulse was to tell him to mind his own business, but his head was foggy and his jaw throbbed. Arguing was the last thing he wanted. Instead, he found a strange comfort in riding shotgun in the spacious cruiser, being escorted home like some sort of dignitary. "You hearing me?" Ozzie prompted, wanting a response. "What would you do?" Simeon finally asked. Ditch those out-of-town lawyers. Jake Brigance can win this for you. He's practically a kid. Go ask Carl Lee Haley about that. Simeon couldn't muster a quick comeback, not that a good one existed. For the black community in Ford County, the Haley verdict spoke volumes. Ozzie kept going. You asked my advice? I'd straighten up and fly right. What's with the drinking, the women, and losing money at cards on a Saturday morning, or any day for that matter? Your wife's in the spotlight. White folks are already wary, and you're looking at a jury trial sooner or later. The last thing you need is your name in the paper for a DUI or a brawl. What are you even thinking? Drinking women, gambling, the words hung in the air. Simeon seethed silently. At 46, he wasn't used to being scolded by anyone who wasn't signing his paycheck. Get yourself together, all right? Ozzie said. What about the drunk driving charge? I'll postpone it 6 months. See how you act. One more slip-up and you'll be in front of a judge. Tank will phone me the minute you step through his door. Understood? I got it. There's something else. That rig you've been driving, from Memphis out to Houston and El Paso, who owns it? A company out of Memphis. This company have a name? My boss has a name. I don't know who signs his checks. I doubt that. What's in the trailer? Simeon fell silent, staring out the passenger window. After a long pause, he said, It's a storage outfit. We haul all kinds of things. Any of it stolen? Of course not. Then why is the FBI asking questions? I haven't seen any FBI. Not yet, but they called me 2 days ago. They had your name. Listen, Simeon, if the feds bust you, you and Letty can forget about a sympathetic jury in this county. Can't you see that? Front page news? Hell, the whole town is already gossiping about Letty and Old Man Hubbard's will. You mess up now, you'll get zero sympathy from any jury. I'm not even sure the black community will stand by you. You've got to think ahead, man. The feds, Simeon almost said it aloud, but bit his tongue, keeping his eyes on the passing fields. They rode without speaking until they neared his house. To spare him the embarrassment, Ozzie let him switch to his own truck for the final stretch. Be in court at 9 Wednesday morning, Ozzie said. I'll have Jake take care of the paperwork. We'll kick it down the road for a bit. Simeon thanked him and pulled away, driving slowly. He counted 8 cars parked in his driveway and scattered across his front yard. Smoke curled up from a grill. Children were running everywhere. The gathering at the Lang house felt less like a friendly visit and more like a defensive huddle around Letty. Parking on the road, he approached with a sense of foreboding. This had the potential to turn unpleasant. The morning mail had become a source of daily intrigue ever since Seth Hubbard's handwritten will arrived. A flurry of legal petitions followed Wade Lanier's initial filing on behalf of Ramona and Ian Dafoe, with Herschel Hubbard, his children, and the Dafoe children all soon joining the contest through their own attorneys. These early filings, which could be freely amended, stuck to a familiar playbook. They challenged the will's validity by claiming Seth Hubbard lacked the mental capacity to make it, and that he was unduly influenced by Letty Lang. No evidence backed these claims yet. But under Mississippi's relaxed notice pleading rules, specifics could come later. Behind the scenes, Ian Dafoe's push to get Herschel to team up with Wade Lanier's firm only created tension. Herschel was unimpressed with Lanier, privately doubting his effectiveness with a jury, and instead made a shrewd move by hiring the respected Stillman Rush firm on a contingency basis, parting ways with his Memphis lawyer. The Rush firm, otherwise facing a diminished role as attorneys for the older 1987, will now had a stake in the fight. While the will's opponents maneuvered, its proponents were fracturing. Rufus Buckley entered the case as Letty's local counsel, prompting a minor objection from Jake about his experience. Then came the expected barrage from Booker Sistrunk, a motion to replace Jake with his own firm, with Buckley attached, followed swiftly by motions asking Judge Atlee to recuse himself for alleged bias and to move the trial to a different county, implicitly one with a different racial demographic. Seeking insight, Jake had a lengthy call with a Memphis litigator, a stranger connected by a mutual friend who had clashed with Sistrunk for years. This lawyer described a pattern. Sistrunk aimed to explode a case into a racial conflict, attack every white person involved, judge included, and wrangle over jury selection until he secured a panel to his liking. He was portrayed as brash, intimidating, and strategically charming when needed, with little regard for who got caught in the crossfire. His methods were so abrasive they often forced quick settlements, but as Jake reread the motions, a grim certainty settled over him. This aggressive strategy wasn't just bold, it was a spectacular miscalculation. In the context of Ford County, and before a judge like Reuben V. Atlee, it was doomed to fail and was only harming Letty's cause. Sharing the filings with Lucien and Harry Rex confirmed his view. They saw it as a boneheaded plan guaranteed to backfire. Just 2 weeks in, and Jake was already considering stepping away if Sistrunk remained in the picture. He submitted a motion to dismiss the filings from Sistrunk and Buckley, arguing they lacked proper legal standing. As the attorney for the Wills proponents, he represented the estate, not these interlopers. His strategy was to pressure Judge Atlee to shut them down. If that failed, he was perfectly ready to walk away. Russell Amberg was removed from the case and faded from view, replaced by the Honorable Quince Lundy, a semi-retired attorney from Smithfield and an old acquaintance of the judge. Lundy had built a quiet career in tax advisory, skillfully avoiding the battlefield of courtroom drama. In his official role as substitute administrator, his duties were straightforward: locate and secure Mr. Hubbard's assets, assess their value, and provide reports to the court, largely staying clear of the contentious will dispute. He transported the records from Baring Lumber Company to Jake's office in Clanton, storing them in a downstairs room adjacent to the small library. Lundy began his daily 1-hour commute, arriving each morning precisely at 10. Fortunately, he and Roxy got along well, avoiding any office tension. The real friction, however, was brewing elsewhere. Lucien had developed a daily routine of dropping by, snooping through the Hubbard files, rummaging in the library, barging into Jake's office with unsolicited advice, and annoying Roxy, who found him insufferable. Lucien and Quince discovered shared friends and soon were sharing pots of coffee, swapping tales about eccentric old judges long since departed. Jake remained upstairs with his door shut while very little productive work happened below. For the first time in years, Lucien was also making appearances around the courthouse. The sting of his disbarment had dulled, though he still felt like an outcast, his notorious legend for all the wrong reasons. Drew curious hellos. "Where have you been? What are you doing now?" He was often spotted in the land records office late in the day, poring over dusty deed books like a detective hunting for clues. In late October, Jake and Carla woke before dawn on a Tuesday. They hurried through showers, got dressed, and whispered goodbye to Jake's mother, who was babysitting and asleep on the sofa, before heading out in the Saab. In Oxford, they grabbed coffee and biscuits from a fast food drive-through. An hour west, the rolling hills gave way to the flat expanse of the Delta. They sped down highways lined with fields of white, late-season cotton. Massive insect-like cotton harvesters inched along, swallowing 4 rows at a time as trailers waited to be filled. An old sign read, "Parchman 5 miles ahead," and soon the prison's fencing appeared on the horizon. Jake had visited before. During his final law school semester, a criminal procedure professor led the annual trip to the state's infamous penitentiary. Jake and his classmates spent hours listening to administrators and staring at death row inmates from a distance. The memorable part was a group interview with Jerry Ray Mason, a condemned killer whose case they'd studied and who was slated for the gas chamber in under 3 months. Mason had defiantly claimed innocence, despite all evidence to the contrary, and arrogantly bet against the state, a bet he ultimately lost. Since law school, Jake had driven here twice to see clients. Currently, he had 4 at Parchman and 3 more in the federal system. He and Carla parked near an administration building and went inside. Following the signs, they found a hallway crowded with people who clearly wished they were anywhere else. Jake signed in and received a paper titled Parole Hearings Docket. His client was listed 3rd at 10 in the morning, hoping to steer clear of the Yawkey family. Jake and Carla made their way up to the 2nd floor. They were looking for the office of Floyd Green, an old law school friend who now worked for the state prison system. Jake had called ahead to ask a favor, and Floyd was doing his best to help. Jake handed over a letter from Nick Norton, the Clanton attorney representing Marvis Lang, an inmate currently held in the Maximum Security Camp 29. Floyd took the letter, promising to try and arrange a meeting. The parole hearings had started at 9 in a large, sparsely furnished room. Folding tables were set up in a square formation, with dozens of folding chairs scattered in uneven rows behind them. Seated along the front table were the chairman of the parole board and its 4 other members, 5 white men, all appointed by the governor. Jake and Carla entered with a crowd of spectators and searched for seats out of the corner of his eye. Jake spotted Jim Yockey, the inmate's father, but they avoided making eye contact. He guided Carla by the arm toward the right side of the room, where they found 2 seats and settled in to wait. First on the schedule was a man who had served 36 years for a murder committed during a bank robbery. He was brought in, his handcuffs removed, and he quickly scanned the audience, searching for familiar faces. He was white, around 60, with long, neat hair, a decent-looking man. Jake, as he often did, found himself wondering how anyone could survive for so many years in a place as harsh as Parchman. The parole investigator presented a report that painted the inmate as a model prisoner. The board members asked a few questions. Then the daughter of the murdered bank teller stepped forward. She began by saying this was her 3rd appearance before the parole board, the 3rd time she had been forced to relive the nightmare. Fighting back tears, she described with heartbreaking clarity what it was like to be a 10-year-old girl learning that her mother had been killed by a sawed-off shotgun at her workplace. The story only grew more painful from there, although the board took the matter under advisement. Parole for the killer seemed a distant possibility. After a 30-minute hearing, he was led away. Next, a young black man was brought in, and his handcuffs were taken off. He was introduced to the board, having served 6 years for carjacking. His record inside was exemplary. He had finished high school, earned college credits, and stayed out of trouble. His parole investigator recommended release, and surprisingly, so did his victim. An affidavit from the victim was read aloud in which she urged the board to show mercy. She hadn't been physically harmed during the crime, and over the years she had even corresponded with the man who carjacked her. As the affidavit was being read, Jake noticed members of the Yockey clan edging along the far left wall. He had always seen them as rough, lower-class people with a taste for violence, the kind who thrived on confrontation. He had faced them down in open court twice before, and now here they were again. His feelings toward them were a bitter mix of contempt and unease. Then Dennis Yockey walked in, wearing a smug smile as he looked around for his family. Jake hadn't seen him in 27 months, and that was 27 months too many. The investigator ran through the facts. In 1985, Dennis Yockey had pleaded guilty in Ford County to 1 count of conspiracy to commit arson. The charge alleged that Yockey and 3 other men conspired to burn down the home of Jake Brigance in Clanton. The 3 co-conspirators had carried out the firebombing and were now serving time in the federal system. One of them had testified for the prosecution, leading to the guilty pleas. The investigator offered no recommendation on whether Yockey should be paroled, which, according to Floyd Green, usually meant release was unlikely. Sitting there, Jake and Carla listened, their anger simmering. It was a bitter truth they both knew Yockey had gotten off easy only because Rufus Buckley had mishandled the prosecution. If Buckley had simply stepped aside and let the federal authorities take charge, Yockey would have been locked away for a solid decade, just like the rest of his crew. Instead, thanks to Buckley, here they were just 27 months later, facing the possibility of parole for a small-time hoodlum who'd been playing at being a tough guy for the Klan. His original sentence was 5 years, and he wasn't even halfway through it before he started angling for a way out. As Jake and Carla walked hand in hand toward the rickety lectern perched on a folding table, Ozzie Walls and Marshall Prather made a loud, deliberate entrance into the room. Jake gave them a quick nod before turning his full focus to the parole board members. "I know our time is limited," he began, "so I'll be brief. I'm Jake Brigance. The house that's now just a memory was mine. This is my wife, Carla. We're both here to speak against this parole request." He stepped back, and Carla took her place at the podium. She unfolded a single sheet of paper and offered a tight, strained smile to the board members. Her eyes hardened as they swept over Dennis Yockey before she cleared her throat. "My name is Carla Brigance. Some of you might recall the Carl Lee Haley trial in Clanton back in July of 1985. My husband was his defense attorney, a fight he believed in that cost us everything. We got anonymous calls, some of them straight-up threats. Someone burned a cross in our front yard. There was even a plot to murder my husband. A man with a bomb was caught trying to blow up our house while we slept, his trial still dragging on while he plays at being insane. At one point, I had to flee Clanton with our 4-year-old daughter and hide at my parents' house. Jake started carrying a gun. He still does, and his friends took turns acting as bodyguards. And then, while he was working late at the office one night during the trial, these people, she pointed directly at Dennis Yockey, set our home on fire with a gasoline bomb. Dennis Yockey might not have been there in person, but he was part of that gang, one of the thugs, too much of a coward to show his face, always lurking in the shadows. It's almost unbelievable that we have to stand here barely over 2 years later watching this criminal try to talk his way out of prison. She drew a slow breath and turned the page. It wasn't every day someone like Carla showed up at a parole hearing, a room that was almost entirely male. Every eye was fixed on her. She straightened her posture and went on. Our home was built in the 1890s by a railroad worker and his family. He died in that house on its first Christmas Eve, and his family kept it until it was finally abandoned 2 decades ago. It was considered a historic property, though when we bought it, the floors had holes and the roof was cracked, for 3 solid years, using every penny we could scrape together or borrow. Jake and I poured our lives into that place. We'd work all day, then paint until midnight. Our vacations were spent hanging wallpaper and refinishing floors. Jake traded legal work for plumbing, landscaping, anything we needed. His father built a guest room in the attic. My father laid the brick for the back patio. I could talk for hours about it, but time's short. 7 years ago, Jake and I brought our baby girl home and put her in the nursery. Her voice wavered, just for a second, but she swallowed and lifted her chin. Thank God she wasn't in that nursery the night our home was destroyed. I've wondered often if these men would have even cared. I doubt it. They were determined to cause as much pain as possible. She paused, and Jake rested a hand on her shoulder. She continued. 3 years after the fire, we're still thinking about everything we lost, including our dog. We're still trying to replace things that can't be replaced. Still trying to explain to our daughter what happened and why. She's too young to really understand. Sometimes it feels like we're still walking around in a daze, unable to believe it all really happened. And I find it hard to believe we're here today, forced to relive this nightmare, like all victims, I suppose, but here to look directly at the man who tried to ruin our lives and to ask you to make sure he serves his full sentence. A 5-year sentence for Dennis Yockey felt like a gift, a lenient handshake when what he deserved was a firm, unyielding grip. Carla's voice had been clear as she stepped aside, making way for Jake at the lectern. He took his place, his gaze sweeping across the room to where the Yockey family sat. He noted Ozzie and Prather had positioned themselves nearby, a silent, formidable presence that seemed to broadcast a clear warning. Jake cleared his throat, his voice steady. Carla and I are grateful for this chance to address the board. I'll be direct. Dennis Yockey and his small-minded crew managed to set our house on fire and turn our lives upside down, but they failed in their core mission. They didn't lay a finger on us. More importantly, they utterly failed to sabotage the course of justice itself. After I took on Carl Lee Haley's case, a father who took a stand after his daughter was brutalized, Yockey and his kind, along with other known and shadowy figures from the clan, thought they could scare us off with threats and violence aimed at me, my family, and everyone around me. They fell flat on their faces. Justice prevailed beautifully and decisively when a jury of 12 white citizens vindicated my client. That verdict wasn't just for Carl Lee. It was a rejection of everything petty thugs like Dennis Yockey represent, Their brand of hate, their cowardly racism. That jury made a statement for the history books. It would be a profound disgrace if this board undermined that now by letting him off easy. Honestly, he belongs right here at Parchman for every single day you have the authority to keep him. Thank you. Yawkey watched him with a smug, unchanging grin, still basking in the notoriety of the firebombing and clearly hungry for more. His arrogant demeanor did not escape the notice of several board members. Jake held the stare for a beat, then turned, guiding Carla back to their seats. "Sheriff Walls," the chairman called out. Ozzie stepped up, his badge catching the light. "Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ozzie Walls, Ford County Sheriff. I don't want this young man back in my county stirring up more trouble. Truth be told, he ought to be in a federal facility with a longer stretch, but we can't rehash that now. We've got an active investigation into the events from 3 years ago, and so does the FBI over in Oxford. We are not finished, understand? Releasing him now would be a serious error. If you let him out, he'll just slip right back into his old ways. Thank you." Ozzie stepped down, making a point to pass uncomfortably close to the Yawkey family. He and Prather took up a post against the wall behind them, a silent sentinel, before quietly exiting with a handful of other observers when the next case was called. Outside the hearing room, Jake and Carla met them, expressing surprise and gratitude for the sheriff's unexpected appearance. After a brief, hushed conversation near a water fountain, Ozzie and his deputy headed off to oversee an inmate's transfer back to Clanton. Not long after, their lawyer Floyd Green found them, his expression tense. "I think it worked," he said quietly. "Now come with me. You owe me for this." He led them out of one building and into another, where 2 armed guards flanked a door beside an assistant warden's office. A man in a short-sleeved shirt and a clip-on tie barked, "You get 10 minutes." Charming, Jake thought. One guard opened the door. "Wait here," Jake told Carla. "I'll stay with her," Floyd assured him. The room inside was cramped and airless, more of a storage closet than an office. Handcuffed to a stark metal chair was Marvis Lang, 28 years old, dressed in standard prison whites with faded blue stripes down the pant legs. He looked almost too relaxed, slouched low with one leg crossed over the other, sporting a thick afro and a neatly trimmed goatee. "Marvis, I'm Jake Brigance, an attorney from Clanton," Jake said, pulling the only other chair close and sitting down. Marvis offered a polite, somewhat awkward smile, extending his right hand as far as the cuff would allow. They managed a solid handshake despite the restraints. Jake began. "Do you remember your lawyer, Nick Norton?" "Vaguely. It's been a long time. I haven't had much cause to speak with him. I'm carrying a letter from Nick that authorizes this conversation, if you'd like to see it." "I'll talk." "Let's have it. What's on your mind?" "Your mother, Letty? Has she visited you lately? She came by last Sunday. Did she mention that her name appeared in the final will of a white man named Seth Hubbard?" Marvis glanced away briefly, then gave a small nod. "She did. Why do you ask?" "Because in that document, Seth Hubbard appointed me as the attorney to manage his estate. He left 90% of it to your mother, and my job is to ensure she receives it. Understand? So you're one of the good guys." "Absolutely. In fact, I'm the best ally she has in this whole mess. But your mother doesn't see it that way. She's hired some lawyers from Memphis who are essentially picking her pocket while they bungle the entire case." Marvis straightened up, attempted to lift his hands, and said, "All right, now I'm officially lost. Slow down and explain this to me." Jake was still speaking when a knock came at the door. A guard peered in and announced, "Time's up. Just wrapping up." Jake said gently, pushing the door closed again. He leaned in closer to Marvis. "I want you to call Nick Norton, collect. He'll accept the charge, and he'll confirm everything I'm telling you. Right now, any lawyer in Ford County would say the same thing. Letty is making a huge mistake. And I'm supposed to straighten this out? You can help. Talk to her. We, meaning she and I, already have a difficult battle ahead. She's making it infinitely harder. Let me think it over. You do that, Marvis, and call me anytime, collect." The guard returned the familiar crowd of white-collar professionals gathered at the tea shop for breakfast and coffee. Never tea. Not at this early hour. At one round table sat a lawyer, a banker, a shop owner, and an insurance agent, while another table hosted a chosen group of older, retired men. Retired, but certainly not dull, slow, or quiet. This was known as the geezer table. The conversation was gaining energy as it moved through the disappointing performance of the Ole Miss football team. Last Saturday's homecoming loss to Tulane was simply inexcusable, and the even more lackluster efforts down at Mississippi State. It was building momentum as the geezers finished dismantling Dukakis, who had just been soundly defeated by Bush when the banker declared loudly, "Say, I heard that woman has rented the old Sappington place and is moving to town with her whole tribe, of course. Rumor has it her relatives are arriving by the carload and she needed more space." The Sappington place? You know, north of town, off Martin Road, just past the auction yard. That old farmhouse you can hardly see from the road. They've been trying to sell it ever since Yank Sappington died. Must be 10 years ago now? At least, seems like it's been rented out a few times before. But they've never rented to black folks before, have they? Not that I know of. I thought it was in decent condition. It is. They gave it a fresh coat of paint last year. This gave the group pause and was the source of considerable agitation. Even though the Sappington property was on the town's outskirts, it was still in an area viewed as white. Why would they rent to black people? One of the geezers asked. Money. None of the Sappingtons live around here anymore. So why should they care? If they can't sell it, might as well rent it out. The money's green no matter who's sending it. The banker delivered this line and then waited, almost hoping for a challenge, given his own bank's notorious reputation for steering clear of black clients. A real estate agent walked in, took his seat at the white-collar table, and was immediately confronted with, "We were just discussing that woman renting the Sappington place. Any truth to it?" "You bet there is," he answered with a smug satisfaction. He took pride in being the first to hear the juiciest gossip, or at least in pretending he was. They moved in yesterday, from what I understand, $700 a month. How many carloads of people? Couldn't tell you. I wasn't there and I don't plan on paying a social call. I just hope this doesn't hurt the property values around here. The realtor fretted. What neighborhood are you talking about? One of the older men shot back. Down the road is the auction barn that smelled like manure since I was a boy. Across the street is Luther Selby's junkyard. What kind of neighborhood is that? I'm talking about the housing market, the realtor insisted. If we let these types move into the wrong parts of town, property values could drop everywhere. It's bad for everyone. He's got a point, the banker agreed. The shopkeeper added, she's not working right, and her husband is no good. So how is she paying $700 a month in rent? She can't get to Hubbard's money yet, can she? Not a chance, the lawyer stated. That money is tied up in the estate until all the lawsuits are settled. It'll be years. She can't touch a dime. So where's the money coming from? Don't ask me, the lawyer shrugged. Maybe she's collecting rent from everyone under that roof. The place has 5 bedrooms. And I'd wager everyone is occupied. And I'd wager nobody's paying her a thing. I heard he got arrested for a DUI a couple of weeks ago. He sure did, the lawyer confirmed. Saw it on the docket myself. Simeon Lang. They picked him up on a Saturday morning. He made a first appearance and Jake handled it for him. Got it postponed. I suspect Ozzy's mixed up in it somehow. Who's paying Jake? The lawyer gave a knowing smile. Oh, we'll never know for certain, but you can bet your bottom dollar it'll come out of the estate one way or another, if there's anything left in it. Which seems unlikely. Very unlikely. The shopkeeper circled back. So answer my question, how does she afford the rent? Come on, Howard. They get government checks. They know how to work the system. Food stamps, welfare, housing assistance, unemployment. They make more sitting around than most folks do working a full week. You get 5 or 6 of them in one house, all collecting checks, and rent is the last thing they worry about. Maybe. But the Sappington house isn't exactly low-income housing. The lawyer leaned in. Her Memphis lawyer is probably fronting the costs. Heck, He probably paid her to take the case. Think about it. If he hands over 50 or 100 grand in cash up front to secure the case, then takes half the estate when it finally pays out, it's a sweet deal. He probably charges interest on top of that. He can't do that ethically, can he? You mean a lawyer would cut corners? Or chase an ambulance? The lawyer said calmly, ethics are defined by what you get caught doing. If you don't get caught, you haven't broken any rules, and I doubt Sistrunk spends much time reading the latest ethical guidelines from the American Bar Association. He's too busy reading his own press. When is he coming back to town? The lawyer replied, Judge Atlee has a hearing scheduled for next week. What are they going to do? A bunch of motions and such. Probably another three-ring circus. He'd be a fool to show up in that black Rolls-Royce again. I bet he does. The insurance agent spoke up. I've got a cousin in Memphis who works in the courts. He says Sistrunk owes money all over town. He makes a fortune but spends even more, always dodging banks and bill collectors. He bought a private plane 2 years ago, and it nearly ruined him. The bank took it back and sued him. Now he's claiming it's a racist conspiracy. He threw a huge birthday party for his third wife, rented a massive tent, brought in a circus with rides for the kids, then served a fancy dinner with fresh lobster, crab, and imported wine. When the party ended, all his checks bounced. He was about to file for bankruptcy when he settled some barge case for $10 million and paid everyone off. The man is a roller coaster. This grabbed their full attention, and they sat quietly, turning it over in their minds. The waitress came by and poured more steaming coffee into their cups, the bitter aroma cutting through the heavy conversation. The real estate agent shot a glance at the lawyer and asked with a tone of deliberate challenge, You didn't actually cast your vote for Michael Dukakis, did you? It was a clear attempt to stir the pot. I did, and I'd make the same choice today, the lawyer replied, which drew a mix of genuine chuckles and insincere laughter from the group. He was one of only 2 Democrats in the room, a notable fact given that Bush had won Ford County with a solid 65% of the vote. The other Democrat, an older gentleman with a weathered face, steered the conversation back. When is Hubbard's estate inventory going to be filed? We have a right to know what's in it, don't we? Here we are, speculating and arguing over his will and his assets. As citizens, taxpayers, and potential beneficiaries under public information laws, shouldn't we have access to the details? I believe we should. It's not your concern, the local shopkeeper retorted. Maybe not, but I'm curious, aren't you? He pressed. I have zero interest, the merchant said flatly, earning a round of good-natured jeers from the others. Once the noise settled, the lawyer explained, The administrator files the inventory whenever the judge orders it. There's no fixed deadline. For an estate of this magnitude, I'd guess the court will give him ample time to locate and appraise all the assets. What magnitude are we talking about? Someone asked. The same magnitude everyone's whispering about. We won't have concrete numbers until the inventory is officially filed, the lawyer answered. I thought the person in charge was called the executor. Another voice chimed in. Not if the executor steps down, which happened here. The court then appoints an administrator. In this case, it's a semi-retired attorney from Smithfield named Quince Lundy, an old acquaintance of Judge Atlee's, and he gets paid from the estate funds? Where else would the payment come from? The lawyer countered. All right, so who else gets a cut from the estate? The lawyer paused, considering. The estate attorney, which is Jake for now, though word is he's already frustrated with the Memphis lawyers and might walk away. The administrator is paid from the estate. Then there are accountants, appraisers, tax consultants, people like that. Who's paying Sistrunk? Another man inquired. I assume he has a contingency agreement with his client. If she wins, he takes a percentage. And what's Rufus Buckley doing lurking around this mess? He's serving as local counsel for Sistrunk's firm. Someone muttered, Hitler and Mussolini. Are they trying to offend every last person in Ford County? The lawyer gave a slight shrug. It would appear so, and it will be a jury trial, correct? Absolutely, the lawyer confirmed. Seems like everyone wants one, Judge Atlee included. Why would the judge want that? It's straightforward. It takes the pressure off him. He doesn't have to make the final ruling. There will be major winners and losers, and with a jury's verdict, no one can point fingers at the judge. One of the men declared, "I'll give 10-to-1 odds right now that the jury rules against that woman." The lawyer smiled. "Let's hold off on that. Give it a few months for Judge Atlee to get everyone organized, and the trial scheduled, then, right before it starts, we can set up a pool and place bets. I do enjoy taking your money. Isn't it 4 Super Bowl pools in a row now? How are they going to find 12 people who haven't heard about this case? Everyone I know has an opinion, and you can bet every African American for miles is hoping for a piece." "I heard Sistrunk wants the trial moved to Memphis." The lawyer shook his head. "It can't be moved out of state, but he has filed for a change of venue. Didn't Jake try to move the Haley trial to a county with more black voters?" "He did, but Judge Noose denied it. The Haley case was much bigger than this, though." "Maybe so, but it didn't have $20 million hanging in the balance." The older Democrat leaned in and asked the lawyer, "Do you think Jake can actually win this case for that woman?" For a moment, all conversation halted, and every eye at the table turned toward the lawyer. He had been asked this exact question repeatedly over the past few weeks, each time in this very spot, and the weight of their collective curiosity hung in the air. "It depends," he answered with a serious tone. "If Sistrunk is present in the courtroom, their chances are 0, with just Jake handling it. I'd say it's a toss-up." This assessment came from an attorney who rarely set foot in a courtroom. "I've heard he might have a hidden advantage lately." "What kind of advantage?" "Rumor has it Lucian Wilbanks is back in the legal scene. And I don't mean at a bar, word is he's been spending time around Jake's office." The lawyer confirmed. "He's returned. I spotted him in the courthouse myself, buried in old property deeds and estate documents. He looks exactly the same." "That's unfortunate to hear. Did he seem sober, more or less? Surely Jake wouldn't let him anywhere near a jury." "I doubt Judge Atlee would even permit him inside the courtroom." "He isn't allowed to practice law, right?" "Correct. He was disbarred for good, which, in his particular situation, means he must wait 8 years before he can even request to be reinstated. It's permanent, but only for 8 years. That's right. That doesn't add up. That's the legal system for you. The law, always the law, who originally said the first thing we ought to do is kill all the lawyers." "I believe it was Shakespeare." "I was certain it was Faulkner." To this, the lawyer responded, "If we're quoting Shakespeare now, it's definitely time for me to go." The call arrived from Floyd Green at Parchman. In a 3-2 decision, the parole board had chosen to free Dennis Yockey. No reason was provided. Floyd mumbled something about the parole board's enigmatic processes. Jake was aware of the state's notorious history of payoffs for pardons, but he couldn't imagine the Yockey family having the connections or savvy to arrange a bribe. Not 10 minutes later, Ozzie rang with the identical update. He expressed his shock and irritation. Ozzie told Jake he planned to drive to Parchman himself the next day to collect Dennis, and that he would have a solid 2 hours alone with the young man during the ride back. He intended to issue every possible warning and prohibit the kid from setting foot inside Clanton's city limits. Jake expressed his thanks and then phoned Carla. On the opposite side of the square, as distant from Jake's office as he could manage, Rufus Buckley parked his aging Cadillac. For a long moment, he remained in the driver's seat, recalling just how much he despised the town of Clanton, its courthouse, its residents, and most of all, his own past there. There was a period, not so long ago, when the voters cherished him, and he viewed them as his foundation, the stepping stone from which he would begin a campaign for governor, and from there, who could say, he had been their district attorney, a fierce young prosecutor with pistols on his hips, a metaphorical noose ready, and no fear of criminals. Find them, arrest them, then watch Rufus send them away. He campaigned vigorously on his 90% conviction rate, and his supporters loved him for it. 3 times they elected him by wide margins, but in the most recent election, with the painful memory of the Haley verdict still raw, the citizens of Ford County voted him out. He also suffered heavy losses in Tyler, Milburn, and Van Buren counties, essentially the whole 22nd District, though his hometown voters in Polk County barely turned out, giving him a dismal 60-vote edge. His life in public service was finished, though at 44, he could sometimes almost persuade himself there was still a future, that he remained necessary, to whom and for what he wasn't sure. His wife had threatened to leave if he ever ran for office again. After 10 months of idling in a small, quiet office and observing the scant activity on Main Street, Rufus was bored, beaten, despondent, and slowly losing his mind. The call from Booker Sistrunk had felt like a miracle, and Rufus jumped at the opportunity to dive back into a heated battle. The fact that Jake was his opponent only made the case more appealing. He opened the car door, stepped out, and hoped nobody would notice him. How Far the Mighty had tumbled the Ford County Courthouse unlocked its doors at 8 in the morning. Just a few minutes later, Rufus stepped inside, a familiar journey he'd made countless times in what felt like a past life. In those days, his presence commanded respect, even a touch of fear. Now he was practically invisible, drawing only a slow, curious look from a custodian who seemed to almost recognize him. He moved quickly up the stairs, relieved to find the main courtroom open and unattended. The hearing was scheduled for 9, and Rufus was deliberately the first to arrive, part of a strategy he and Mr. Sistrunk had carefully arranged. This was only his 3rd time back since the Haley trial, and the memory of that defeat hit him with a deep physical ache. Pausing inside the heavy double doors, he stared into the vast, silent space. His legs felt unsteady, and for a moment the room seemed to tilt. Closing his eyes, he could still hear the court clerk, Jean Gillespie, declaring the verdict, "As to each count of the indictment, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty by reason of insanity." What a farce. You can't execute 2 young men in cold blood and simply claim they had it coming. No, you need a legal excuse, and insanity was the only card Jake Brigance had left to play, and somehow it worked. Let's be honest, Carl Lee Haley was perfectly sane when he pulled the trigger. Talk about a legal circus. Rufus remembered the chaos that erupted right here, the Haley family and their supporters celebrating wildly. Moments later, the crowd outside the courthouse roared when some kid shouted the news, "Not guilty, not guilty." At the wooden railing that separated the gallery from the court, Rufus steadied himself. He had a job to do and not much time to get ready. Like any courtroom, the space between the bar and the judge's bench held 2 large identical tables that represented opposing worlds. The table on the right traditionally belonged to the prosecutor in a criminal case, his old territory, or to the plaintiff in a civil matter. This spot was closer to the jury box, a position that had always made Rufus feel more connected to the people he was addressing, just 10 feet away. The other table was reserved for the defense. Most seasoned courtroom lawyers believed seating was crucial. It signaled authority or a lack of it. It influenced who the jurors watched, sometimes framing the battle as a classic showdown between a lone underdog and a powerful opponent. Seating mattered to a sharp-dressed attorney hoping to impress, and it mattered just as much to a nervous client trying to look confident. As a prosecutor, Rufus never had to think about it. His place was assured. But will contests were unusual beasts, and he and Sistrunk had decided on a bold move. If they could, they would seize the prosecution's table, the one nearest the jury, and position themselves as the true advocates for Seth Hubbard's last will. Jake Brigance would likely object, maybe even heatedly, but so be it. It was time to define the roles clearly. Their client was the named beneficiary of a perfectly valid will, and they intended to claim their ground privately. Rufus had his doubts. He knew the reputation of Chancellor Reuben for Fifth. Atlee, a seasoned and no-nonsense Mississippi judge who wasn't fond of outsiders stirring up trouble. But Sistrunk was calling the shots and clearly eager for a confrontation. Whatever happened, it promised to be dramatic, and Rufus would be right in the thick of it. He briskly rearranged the chairs around the right-hand table, keeping 3 in place and shifting the others aside. Then he opened his bulky briefcase, spreading papers and legal pads across the surface as if he'd been hard at work for hours, with a long day still ahead. Rufus Buckley was arranging files at the plaintiff's table, humming softly, when he noticed the courtroom deputy, Mr. Pate, filling water pitchers. There was a time when they would have exchanged pleasantries about the forecast, but Rufus found he no longer cared about such trivial things. The quiet entrance of reporter Dumas Lee, camera around his neck and notepad in hand, did little to distract him. Dumas made a beeline for Buckley. "What brings you here today, Mr. Buckley?" he asked, only to be met with a terse no comment. Dumas drifted away, thinking how much the man had changed. The old Rufus would have practically tripped over himself for a quote and a photo. After a brief, fruitless exchange with Mr. Pate, who told him to take his camera elsewhere, Dumas retreated outside to join a colleague. They lingered on the courthouse steps, half hoping to catch a glimpse of a certain black Rolls-Royce. Wade Lanier arrived with his associate, Lester Chilcott, both men looking amused by Buckley's commandeering of the prime table. They offered curt nods before busying themselves with their own heavy briefcases, unpacking documents for the coming fray. Soon after, Stillman Rush and Sam Larkin appeared, offering stiff greetings to their nominal allies. They were technically on the same side of the courtroom, but in these early tense moments a palpable distrust hung in the air between them. Spectators began to filter in, filling the room with a low, anxious murmur of gossip and greetings. Uniformed deputies moved through the crowd, sharing jokes and nodding at familiar faces. Ian and Ramona arrived with their children, settling in a cluster on the far left, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the other side. A few lawyers with no real business before the court loitered near the bench, chatting amiably with the clerks. Then the drama truly began. Booker Sistrunk and his sizable entourage pushed through the doors, clogging the aisle with an air of ownership. Arm in arm with Letty Lang, Sistrunk swept forward, his scowl a silent challenge to anyone who might speak. He seated Letty on the front row, flanked by Simeon and the children, and posted a thick-necked young man in a stark black suit directly in front of her as a makeshift bodyguard, a theatrical touch suggesting she needed protection from either assassins or an overzealous public. She was surrounded by a small army of relatives and neighbors. Buckley watched this performance with deep skepticism after 12 years of reading juries in these parts. He knew instantly that Sistrunk's big and black bad act would fall flat here. A bodyguard, please? Letty herself was a terrible actress, clearly coached to look somber and mistreated, as if she were a grieving heir wronged by greedy adversaries. Sistrunk and his partner, Kendrick Bost, passed through the bar to exchange solemn, silent handshakes with their co-counsel. Buckley, adding more files to the already cluttered table while pointedly ignoring the lawyers opposite them. As the clock neared 8:45, the audience swelled. Jake Brigance entered from a side door and immediately saw his usual spot was occupied. After shaking hands with Wade Lanier and Stillman Rush, he nodded toward the Memphis lawyers. "Looks like we have a bit of a situation," he remarked to Stillman, who merely wished him luck. Choosing to avoid a direct confrontation, Jake slipped out and headed toward the judge's chambers. Shortly after, Herschel Hubbard arrived with his 2 children and some friends, taking seats near Ian and Ramona. As the minute hand neared 9, the courtroom grew still, its seating arrangement a stark, unspoken division. Lucien took his place among the spectators on one side, while Jake stood apart near the jury box door, appearing engrossed in a legal file. Precisely at 5 past the hour, Mr. Pate's command to rise cut through the quiet, and Judge Atlee entered, his worn robe sweeping behind him. After instructing everyone to be seated, the judge surveyed the room with a deepening frown, his gaze lingering on each attorney, before he called the roll. All 10 lawyers answered present. The judge adjusted his microphone, his tone deceptively calm. First, some administrative matters. Mr. Buckley, you've filed a notice to enter this case as local counsel for the Memphis firm of Sistrunk and Bost, is that correct? Buckley sprang to his feet, eager as always. That is correct, Your Honor. Aye, and following that, you and your associated counsel submitted a considerable stack of motions for today's consideration, correct? Yes, Your Honor, And I would like to. One moment. Mr. Brigance has also filed an objection to your entry, citing concerns regarding experience and qualification in such matters. Is that also accurate? A wholly frivolous objection, Your Honor. As any reasonable observer can see, a licensed attorney in this state is not required to. Excuse me, Mr. Buckley. You filed your notice, Mr. Brigance objected. That requires a ruling from this court, which I have not yet issued. Until I do, you are not formally recognized as an attorney of record in this proceeding. Do you understand? Your Honor, this objection is so baseless it warrants sanctions. I am actively preparing such a request. Do not waste the court's time, Mr. Buckley. Sit down and listen. Judge Atlee waited, his dark eyes narrowing. He rarely raised his voice, but a certain sharpness in his tone could silence a room. You are not properly before this court, Mr. Buckley. Consequently, neither are you, Mr. Sistrunk, nor you, Mr. Bost. Yet you have positioned yourselves as if in control. Let me be clear. Mr. Brigance is the court-appointed attorney for this estate. You may someday represent the proponents of this will, but that day is not today. His words were deliberate, cutting, and carried to every corner. Jake felt a smirk tug at his lips. He'd never expected his admittedly petty objection to yield such a satisfying result. The judge continued, his patience visibly thinning. Since you lack official standing, Mr. Buckley, why have you assumed such a posture of authority here? Well, Your Honor, you will stand when addressing the court. Buckley scrambled up, banging his knee audibly against the table in his haste. Well, Your Honor, in all my years, I've never encountered a valid objection to a licensed attorney's entry on such flimsy grounds. I assumed the court would dismiss it, summarily, so we could address the substantive issues. You assumed incorrectly, Mr. Buckley. You presumed you and your colleagues from Memphis could march in and commandeer these proceedings. I find that presumptuous. The judge's tone shifted then, from stern admonishment to something drier, almost sardonic. It was as if he'd grown tired of the pretense and decided to simply enjoy putting a pompous man in his place. Now gather your materials and take a seat in the jury box. He pointed a long finger toward Jake's general vicinity. Buckley stood frozen, but his co-counsel began to move, collecting papers with a palpable air of deflation. Booker Sistrunk rose to his feet, extending his arms in a theatrical gesture. His voice, deep and resonant, filled the courtroom. Your Honor, with all due respect, this entire display is unnecessary. We're dealing with a straightforward procedural issue that reasonable people could resolve in minutes. This level of drama is an overreaction. We are all officers of this court, all seeking justice. Let's address the primary matter, Mr. Buckley's standing to serve as local counsel. The objection raised by Mr. Brigance lacks any legal foundation and should be dismissed immediately. You can see that plainly, can't you, Judge? Judge Atlee remained perfectly still, his expression unreadable. After a weighty pause, he glanced at a clerk near the bench. Find out if Sheriff Walls is in the building. The order seemed to unsettle Rufus Buckley, while Jake and the opposing counsel exchanged looks of quiet amusement. For Booker Sistrunk, however, it sparked immediate indignation. He drew himself up, his posture rigid. Your Honor, I have the right to address this court. Not at this moment you don't. Take your seat, Mr. Sistrunk. I must protest your tone, Your Honor. I represent the beneficiary of this estate, Ms. Letty Lang, and my duty is to protect her interests at every stage of these proceedings. Sit down, Mr. Sistrunk. I will not be silenced, Sistrunk declared, his voice rising. Not so long ago, attorneys who looked like me were barred from speaking in this very room. For decades we weren't even permitted through the door, and once finally admitted, we were often denied a voice. Sit down, or I will hold you in contempt. Please, don't threaten me, Judge, Sistrunk said, stepping out from behind the counsel table. A murmur rippled through the spectators. I have a right to speak, to advocate for my client, and I will not be muted by some obscure technicality buried in your procedural rules. Sit down before I hold you in contempt. Sistrunk took another deliberate step forward, drawing stunned stares from everyone present. I will not sit down, he snapped, his anger now palpable. Jake watched, convinced the man was having a breakdown. "This is precisely why I filed a motion for your recusal. It's clear to me and to many observers that you harbor a racial bias in this matter, making a fair trial for my client impossible. It's also the reason we demanded a change of venue. Locating an impartial jury in this town? A fantasy? Justice requires this trial be conducted in another jurisdiction before a different judge. You are in contempt, Mr. Sistrunk. I don't care. I will do whatever is necessary to fight for my client. If that means taking this to federal court to secure a fair hearing, then I am prepared to do so. I will file a federal lawsuit against anyone who obstructs that path." 2 bailiffs began moving cautiously toward him. Suddenly, he whirled around, pointing a warning finger. "Do not lay a hand on me unless you wish to be named as a defendant. Stay back." "Where is Sheriff Walls?" Judge Atlee inquired. A clerk gestured toward the rear doors. "He's here, Your Honor." Ozzie Walls entered, striding purposefully down the aisle with Deputy Willie Hastings following close behind. Judge Atlee brought his gavel down sharply. "Mr. Sistrunk, I find you in contempt and remand you to the custody of the Ford County Sheriff. Sheriff Walls, please remove him from my courtroom." "You cannot do this," Sistrunk shouted. "I am a duly licensed attorney, admitted to practice before the highest court in this land. I am here representing my client with local counsel. This is discriminatory and profoundly prejudicial to my client's case." By then, Ozzie was within arm's reach, poised to act if needed. He stood 3 inches taller, was a decade younger, and carried 30 more pounds of solid muscle. He was armed, and the steely look on his face suggested he wouldn't mind a confrontation in front of the local crowd. He seized Sistrunk's elbow. For a fleeting second, there was a tense resistance. Ozzie tightened his grip and said, "Hands behind your back." In that moment, Booker Sistrunk had maneuvered himself exactly where he intended to be. With a theatrical flourish, he ducked his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and endured the humiliation of his arrest. His eyes found Kendrick Bost. Some witnesses would later insist they caught a glimpse of a smug, fleeting smirk. Others saw nothing but a stony mask. Booker Sistrunk was pushed through the crowded bar and down the aisle by the deputies encircling him. As he neared Letty, he raised his voice. "I'll handle them, Letty. Don't you fret. These bigots won't lay a hand on your money. You just keep trusting me." He was shoved onward, out through the courtroom doors. In the heavy silence that followed, Rufus Buckley, driven by an impulse he himself would never comprehend, felt the need to speak. He rose in the hushed room and declared, "Your Honor, if the court permits, I must note this places our side at a severe disadvantage." Judge Atlee glanced at a remaining deputy, gestured toward Buckley, and commanded, "Take him as well." "What?" Buckley choked out. "I find you in contempt, Mr. Buckley. Remove him." "But on what grounds, Your Honor?" "Because you are contemptuous, not to mention presumptuous, disrespectful, arrogant, and a host of other unflattering adjectives. Out." The handcuffs were snapped onto Rufus, whose face had gone ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Here was Rufus Buckley, former district attorney and a man who presented himself as the very emblem of legal propriety and moral rectitude, being dragged off like any common street thug. Jake Brigance had to bite his tongue to keep from cheering, and put him in the same cell with his co-counsel. Judge Atlee bellowed into the microphone as Rufus stumbled down the aisle, his panicked gaze darting around for a sympathetic face. The door slammed shut, and the entire room seemed to exhale at once, gulping for the thin air that remained among the lawyers. Knowing looks were exchanged, they were all certain they had just witnessed a once-in-a-lifetime courtroom spectacle. Judge Atlee busied himself with his notes, allowing the atmosphere to settle. Finally, he looked up. "Now, Mr. Bost, do you have anything to add?" Mr. Bost did not. While his mind was racing, the prevailing mood of the court persuaded him that a simple, silent headshake was the wisest course. "Good. You now have approximately 30 seconds to clear that table and relocate yourself to the jury box. Mr. Brigance, would you resume your proper place in my courtroom?" "With pleasure, Your Honor." "On second thought, let's take a 10-minute recess." Sheriff Ozzie Walls possessed a well-developed sense of humor. Parked in the circular drive behind the courthouse were 4 fully marked patrol cars, each adorned with decals, numbers, a forest of antennas, and an array of lights. As he assembled his deputies around the 2 offending lawyers in the rear hallway, he made a swift decision. "Put them both in my car," he instructed. "I'll sue you for this," Sistrunk threatened, not for the first time. "We've got lawyers," Ozzy retorted. "I'll sue every one of you backward country clowns, and our lawyers aren't currently behind bars in federal court. I adore federal court." Sistrunk and Buckley were manhandled outside and deposited into the back seat of Ozzy's large brown Ford. Dumas Lee and another reporter snapped photographs furiously. "Let's give them a little parade," Ozzy said to his men. Lights on, sirens off, Ozzy took the wheel, started the engine, and pulled away at a deliberate crawling pace. "You ever ridden in the back seat before, Rufus?" Buckley refused to answer. He slumped as low as he could behind the sheriff, peering miserably out the window as they crept around the town square. Beside him, Booker Sistrunk sat uncomfortably with his hands cuffed behind his back and continued his tirade. "You should be ashamed, treating a brother this way. The white guy's getting the identical treatment," Ozzy replied calmly. "You're violating my civil rights, and you're violating my peace with your noise. Shut up, or I'll lock you under the jail. We've got a nice little basement down there. You've seen it, haven't you, Rufus?" Again, Rufus elected to stay silent. They made 2 leisurely loops around the square, then meandered through a few side streets, Ozzy's car in the lead, with the others following in a slow, solemn procession. Ozzy had given Dumas enough time to get into position at the jail, and when they pulled up, the reporter was already busy with his camera. Sistrunk and Buckley were helped out of Ozzy's car and escorted at a deliberate pace along the front walk and through the jail doors. They went through the standard intake routine, mugshots, fingerprinting, a lengthy booking questionnaire, personal effects collected, and issued a change of clothes. A little under an hour after provoking the wrath of Judge Reuben V. Atlee, Booker Sistrunk and Rufus Buckley found themselves in faded Orange County issue coveralls with white stripes down the legs, perched on the edges of their metal cots and staring at a single grim-looking toilet. A jailer glanced through the bars of their cramped cell and asked, "You gentlemen need anything? When do they serve lunch?" Rufus muttered. Back in the courtroom with Bost exiled to the jury box while his partners were being processed. The hearing picked up and finished with remarkable haste. With no one left to argue for a change of venue or for the judge's recusal, those motions were swiftly denied. The request to substitute Jake with Rufus Buckley was dismissed almost without discussion. Judge Atlee approved the motions for a jury trial and allotted the parties 90 days to complete discovery. He made it plain, in terms no one could misunderstand, that this case was his top priority and he would not tolerate delays. He instructed the lawyers to open their calendars and compelled them to agree on a trial date, April 3, 1989. Nearly 5 months out, after just 30 minutes, he adjourned the hearing and vanished from the bench. The crowd rose, buzzing with chatter, while the attorneys gathered in small clusters, trying to make sense of what had just transpired. Stillman Rush leaned toward Jake and said under his breath, "Guess you're lucky you're not wearing orange, too." "Hard to believe," Jake replied. "Feel like taking a trip to the jail for a visit. Maybe another time." Across the room, Kendrick Bost guided Letty and her family to a corner, attempting to reassure them that everything was proceeding according to plan. Most looked doubtful. He and the bodyguard made a quick exit as soon as they could, hurrying across the courthouse lawn. They climbed into a waiting black Rolls-Royce, the bodyguard doubling as driver, and sped toward the jail. Ozzy informed them that visitation hadn't been authorized by the court. Bost swore left immediately and headed in the direction of Oxford, home to the nearest federal courthouse. Meanwhile, Dumas Lee hammered out 1,000 words before lunch and faxed the story, along with several photographs, to a contact at the Memphis paper. Later that same day, he sent the same package to newspapers in Tupelo and Jackson. Word came from a reliable source and spread through the courthouse and around the square like a grass fire. By 9 the next morning, Judge Atlee would reconvene and offer his prisoners a chance to apologize. The mere idea of seeing Rufus Buckley and Booker Sistrunk hauled back into court, hopefully in shackles, rubber shower shoes, and those orange coveralls was too tempting to pass up. Their story had taken hold, fueling eager gossip and speculation all over town. For Buckley, it was a profound embarrassment. For Sistrunk, it was just another page in his playbook. The Memphis morning paper ran Dumas's entire account on the front of the Metro section, paired with a large photo of the two handcuffed lawyers being led from the courthouse the previous day. The headline alone was a victory for Sistrunk. Prominent Memphis attorney locked up in Mississippi. Alongside Dumas's sharply detailed report was a smaller item about the habeas corpus petition filed by the Sistrunk and Bost firm in federal court in Oxford. A hearing was set for 1 that afternoon. Jake relaxed on his balcony overlooking the square, sharing a coffee with Lucien and watching for the patrol cars to arrive. Ozzie had promised to call with a warning. Lucien, who usually despised early mornings and for good reason, looked unexpectedly alert and clear-eyed. He insisted he was cutting back on the drinks and hitting the gym more often, and there was no denying he was putting in longer hours at work. Jake was having a tougher time dodging him around their shared office space. Lucien remarked, "I honestly never expected to witness Rufus Buckley being escorted away in handcuffs." Poetic? Absolutely poetic, and still a little tough to fully grasp, Jake replied. "I think I'll give Dumas a ring and see about purchasing that shot of Buckley being walked into the jail. Please do, and get me a copy while you're at it. An 8x10, properly framed. I bet I could sell a few of those." Roxy had no choice but to take the stairs up, step into Jake's office, and make her way to the balcony where she located her boss. She announced, "That was Sheriff Walls on the line. They're headed this way now. Appreciate it." Jake and Lucien quickly crossed the street, and it was impossible not to notice other law offices emptying out as attorneys from around the square suddenly discovered pressing business at the courthouse. Poor Buckley had managed to alienate so many people. The courtroom wasn't full, but a noticeable gathering of those very people were loitering about. Their singular reason for being there was painfully clear. A bailiff called for order, and Judge Atlee made his entrance. He gave a nod to a deputy and instructed, "Bring him in." A side door opened, and Buckley entered, unshackled at the wrists and ankles. Aside from some stubble and a case of serious bedhead, he looked much as he had the previous day. Showing a touch of mercy, Judge Atlee had permitted a change of clothes. Parading him over in jailhouse stripes would have been a humiliation too far. Considering the morning paper headlines, the judge simply couldn't have an officer of his court appear that way. There was no trace of Sistrunk. The door shut, making it clear he wouldn't be participating. "Right here, Mr. Buckley," Judge Atlee directed, indicating a spot directly before the bench. Buckley obeyed, standing there rather forlornly isolated, utterly humbled and beaten. He swallowed with difficulty and lifted his gaze to the judge. Judge Atlee pushed his microphone aside and said, his voice low, "I trust you endured the night in our lovely accommodations." "I did." "And Sheriff Walls saw to you properly." "He did." "Did you and Mr. Sistrunk manage any peaceful rest together?" "I wouldn't classify it as peaceful, Your Honor, but we survived it." "Can't help but observe you're flying solo this morning. Any communication from Mr. Sistrunk?" "Oh, plenty, Your Honor, but I'm not at liberty to repeat any of it. I doubt it would improve his situation. I'm certain of that. I don't care for name-calling, Mr. Buckley, particularly a label as severe as racist. It seems to be one of Mr. Sistrunk's preferred terms. I'm authorizing you, as his co-counsel, to relay this to him. If he ever directs that word at me again, he will be banned from my courtroom, and you along with him." Buckley gave a nod. "I'll be sure to pass that message along, Judge." Jake and Lucien had settled into a long mahogany bench, 4 rows from the back, a piece of furniture that hadn't budged in 50 years. At the far end, a young black woman slipped quietly into view and took a seat. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, attractive and somehow familiar. She glanced around briefly, as if unsure she was allowed to be present. Her eyes met Jake's, and he offered a slight, reassuring smile. "It's all right. This is a public space, Judge Atlee continued. Thank you. Now, the purpose of this brief hearing is to review the circumstances and, hopefully, secure your release from my contempt order. I held you in contempt, Mr. Buckley, you and your co-counsel, for what I deemed a blatant show of disrespect toward my courtroom, and by extension toward me. I acknowledge I lost my temper, and I strive to avoid ruling when emotional experience has taught me those decisions are invariably poor ones. That said, I do not regret my actions yesterday, and I would take them again today. Having clarified that, I will offer you the opportunity to respond. A quiet arrangement had already been negotiated through Ozzie. A straightforward acknowledgement, a simple apology, and the contempt orders would be dissolved. Buckley was quick to comply, while Sistrunk remained stubborn. Buckley shuffled his feet, his gaze dropping to the floor. "Your Honor," he began, "I fully recognize that our behavior yesterday was out of bounds. We overstepped and showed disrespect, and for that I am truly sorry. It won't happen again." "Very well. The contempt order is rescinded." "Thank you, Your Honor," Buckley murmured, his posture slumping with palpable relief. "Now, Mr. Buckley," the judge continued, "I've scheduled the trial for April 3rd. There's a mountain of preparation ahead, numerous meetings between counsel and, I expect, several more hearings in this courtroom. We cannot afford a spectacle or a brawl every time we gather. Tensions are high. Everyone understands what's at stake. So my question for you is this. What exactly is your role in these proceedings, yours and your co-counsel from Memphis?" Now, unshackled from the threat of contempt and granted the floor, Rufus Buckley straightened up, his voice gaining confidence. "Your Honor, our duty is to safeguard the rights of our client, Ms. Letty Lang, and I understand that," the judge interjected. "I'm speaking about the trial itself, Mr. Buckley. It strikes me that there isn't enough room at the table for Mr. Brigance, the lead attorney for the will's proponents, and the entire battalion of lawyers representing the beneficiary. It's getting a bit crowded, if you catch my meaning." "I'm not sure I follow, Your Honor. Allow me to be direct. An individual contesting a will has the right to hire an attorney and file a petition," he said, gesturing toward the opposing counsel. "That attorney is involved from beginning to end. Conversely, the proponents of the will are represented by the estate's attorney, in this case, Mr. Brigance. The individual beneficiaries essentially ride on his coattails." "Oh, I must disagree, Your Honor. Hold on. What I'm suggesting, Mr. Buckley, with all due respect, is that I'm not entirely convinced you're necessary. Perhaps you are, but you'll need to persuade me of that later. We have ample time. Just give it some thought, all right." "But, Judge, I believe—" Judge Atlee raised his hands, signaling a halt. "That's enough. I won't debate this now. Perhaps another day." For a fleeting second, Buckley looked ready to argue, but he caught himself, remembering the precarious position he'd just escaped. Antagonizing the judge, again, served no purpose. "Of course, Judge. Thank you. You're free to go." Jake's attention drifted back to the young woman in the gallery. She wore fitted jeans, a crimson sweater, and scuffed yellow sneakers, with short hair and fashionable glasses. She had a lean, athletic build that stood out from many 25-year-old black women in Ford County. Catching his glance, she offered a slight smile. Half an hour later, she was at Roxy's desk, politely asking if she could spare a few moments with Mr. Brigance. Name, Portia Lang, Letty's daughter. Though Jake was swamped, Roxy sensed the visit might be significant. She had her wait a brief 10 minutes before finding an opening in his calendar. Jake greeted her warmly in his office, offering coffee, which she declined. They settled in a corner, Jake in a worn leather armchair and Portia on the sofa, as if attending a counseling session. Her eyes wandered around the spacious room, taking in the rich wood furnishings and the organized chaos of legal volumes and files. She confessed it was her first time ever in a lawyer's office. "If you're fortunate, it'll be your last," Jake said, eliciting a genuine laugh. She was visibly anxious, initially hesitant to speak. Recognizing her potential importance to the case, Jake made an effort to put her at ease. "Tell me about yourself," he encouraged. "I know you're busy." "I have all the time in the world," he replied. Your mother's case is the top priority in this office." She offered a nervous smile, tucking her hands beneath her legs, her yellow sneakers tapping faintly. Gradually, she began to open up. At 24, she was the eldest daughter and had recently left the army after a 6-year stint. She had been stationed in Germany when word reached her about her mother being named in Mr. Hubbard's will, though that news had nothing to do with her decision to leave. 6 years, she felt, was simply enough. She was exhausted by military life and longed for the simplicity of civilian living. A strong student at Clanton High, her father's unreliable employment meant college was never financially possible. Her expression darkened whenever Simeon's name came up. Desperate to leave both home and Ford County behind, she enlisted, seeing corners of the globe she'd only read about. Now, back for nearly a week, she had no intention of staying with enough credits for 3 years of college. Her sights were set on a degree and beyond that, law school. While stationed in Germany, she served as a clerk in the JAG Corps, observing court-martial proceedings firsthand. For now, she was staying with her parents and extended family who had, she mentioned with a hint of pride, moved into town and were renting the old Sappington house. "I know," Jake replied. "Small towns have their own communication network." She doubted she'd remain there long, however. The larger house felt like a chaotic circus, with relatives constantly coming and going, people sleeping in every available space. Jake listened carefully, patient for the right moment to steer the conversation, confident it would arrive. He asked a few questions about her experiences, but she required little encouragement, opening up more and more. 6 years in the Army had smoothed away any lingering drawl or grammatical slips. Her speech was precise and deliberate, no accident there. In Europe, she'd learned German and French, working as a translator, and was now tackling Spanish. Out of professional habit, he fought the urge to take notes, fearing it would seem impolite. She had visited Parchman last weekend to see Marvis, and he had told her about Jake's own visit. She spoke of her brother at length, occasionally dabbing at a tear. He was her big brother, her lifelong hero, and his current situation felt like a profound waste. If Simeon had been a better father, she believed, Marvis might never have gone down this path. Yes, Marvis had told Portia to urge their mother to stick with Jake, explaining he'd spoken to his own lawyer, Nick Norton, who warned that those Memphis attorneys would ruin everything. "What brought you to court this morning?" Jake asked. "I was actually there yesterday, Mr. Brigance." "Please call me Jake." "All right, Jake. I witnessed that entire fiasco yesterday, and I returned this morning to review the court file in the clerk's office. That's when I overheard the rumor about them bringing the lawyers over from the jail." "Your family's lawyers?" "Right." She drew a slow breath, her words becoming more measured. "That's what I needed to discuss. Is it all right if we talk about the case?" "Absolutely. Technically, we're on the same side. It might not feel like it, but for now, we are allies." "Okay." Another deep breath. "I have to confide in someone, understand? Look, Jake, I wasn't here during the Haley trial, but I heard every detail. I came home that Christmas, and the talk was all about the trial, Clanton, the Klan, the National Guard, all of it. I almost felt guilty for missing the excitement, for lack of a better word, but your reputation is solid in our community. My mother told me just a few days ago that she feels she can trust you. That's not something black folks give lightly. Jake, especially in a mess like this. We've never seen a mess quite like this before. You know what I mean? With all this money being waved around, we're conditioned to expect the short end of the stick. I believe I understand." So when we got home yesterday, there was another huge fight, a major one, between Mama and Dad, with other unwelcome opinions chiming in. I don't know everything that happened before I came back, but apparently they've been battling over some very serious issues. I think my father accused her of having an affair with Mr. Hubbard. Her eyes welled up instantly, and she paused to wipe them. "My mother is not a whore, Jake. She is an incredible woman who raised 5 kids virtually single-handedly. It's painful to know so many people around here think she manipulated her way into that old man's will. I'll never believe it, never. But my father is a different story entirely. They've been at war for 2 decades, and back in high school I used to beg her to just leave him. He picks apart everything she does, and now he's even blaming her for things that never happened. I finally told him to keep his mouth shut. Jake offered her a tissue, but the tears had already dried up. She took it anyway. Thanks. So he's accusing her of having an affair with Mr. Hubbard, but at the same time he's secretly thrilled about it, if it even happened, because he thinks it might work out in his favor. She just can't catch a break after we got back from court yesterday. My mother really laid into him about those lawyers from Memphis. So he went ahead and hired them. Absolutely. Now he's acting like a big shot, claiming he has to protect his asset, my mother. He's convinced the white folks around here are plotting to throw out the will and keep all the money for themselves. He says it's all going to come down to race, so why not hire the most notorious race baiter in the state? And here we are. Meanwhile, he's sitting over there in jail. What's your take on that? Cis-drunk? He wants to be in that cell right now. He got his picture in the paper with a perfect headline, "Another black man wrongly imprisoned by Mississippi racists." It couldn't have played out better for him. He practically wrote the script himself. Jake nodded, a smile touching his lips. This woman saw things others missed. I agree, he said. It was all a performance, at least on Cis-drunk's part. I can promise you, Rufus Buckley had no intention of spending the night behind bars. How did we end up with these clowns? She asked. I was about to ask you the same thing. From what I understand, my father went up to Memphis and met with Cis-drunk, who, no surprise, smelled a huge payday. So he rushed down here to Ford County, put on his whole show, and my mother bought it. She really likes you, Jake, and she trusts you. But Cis-drunk convinced her that no white person can be trusted in this mess. For some reason, he dragged Buckley into it, too. If those two stay on the case, we're going to lose. Can you even picture them in front of a jury? No, I can't. And that's exactly what the fight was about. My mother and I argued that we're messing up our own case right now. Simeon, of course, the self-appointed expert, insisted that Cis-drunk will take it to federal court and win there. There's no way, Portia. There's no federal issue here. That's what I thought. How much is Cis-drunk getting? Half. And the only reason I know that is because it slipped out during the argument. My mother said giving half of her share to Cis-drunk was insane. My father just said, well, half of nothing is nothing. Did they borrow money from him? You don't shy away from questions, do you? Jake smiled and shrugged. It's all going to come out eventually, trust me. Yes, there was a loan. I don't know the amount. Jake took a slow sip of his cold coffee as they both considered what to ask next. This is serious, Portia. There's a fortune on the line, and right now our side is losing ground. She gave a faint smile. A fortune? When the news got out that a poor black woman in rural Mississippi was about to inherit $20 million, the lawyers went wild. We even got a call from Chicago with all sorts of promises. Cis-drunk was already involved by then and fought them off, but they're still calling white lawyers, black lawyers. Everyone's got a better deal. You don't need them. Are you sure about that? My job is to carry out the terms of Mr. Hubbard's last will. It's that straightforward. That will is being attacked by his family, and that's where the real fight is. When we go to trial, I want her sitting right there at my table next to Mr. Quince Lundy, the estate administrator. He's white, I'm white, and right between us will be Letty looking dignified and content. This is about money, Portia, but it's also about race. We don't need a courtroom divided black against white. I'll take this case all the way to the jury and you'll win. Only a foolish lawyer tries to predict what a jury will do. But I'll swear my chances are a lot better than Booker Cis-drunk's. Besides, I'm not taking a piece of Letty's inheritance. How do you get paid, then? You don't shy away from questions either, do you? Sorry, there's so much I still don't understand, she admitted. I'm billing by the hour and the estate covers my fees. Everything's reasonable and approved by the court. She nodded as if this were a familiar refrain. Clearing her throat, she said, my mouth is parched. Do you have anything to drink? Of course, right this way. They headed down to the compact kitchen where Jake located a diet soda. Wanting to make an impression, he guided her into the modest conference room, pointing out where Quince Lundy was currently sifting through the Hubbard files. Lundy hadn't arrived for the day yet. How much of the money is actually cash? She asked softly, almost as if she were overstepping. She gazed at the stacks of document boxes as though they were stuffed with currency. "The majority of it," Jake replied. Her eyes wandered over the shelves laden with dense legal volumes and scholarly treatises, most of which hadn't been opened in ages. "You have a nice setup here, Jake," she remarked. "It's borrowed, really. Belongs to a man named Lucien Wilbanks. I've heard that name?" "Most folks have. Please, sit down." She settled into a plush leather chair at the long table as Jake shut the door. Roxy naturally was close by and on full alert. Jake took a seat opposite her. "So, Portia," he began, "how do we handle Sistrunk with military precision?" She shot back, "Keep his sorry behind locked up." Jake chuckled. "That's a short-term fix. Your mother needs to dismiss him. Your father's not a party to the case, so his opinion isn't the issue here. But they still owe him for his work. They can settle that later. If she's willing to listen, I can guide her through the process. First, though, she has to inform Sistrunk he's terminated. Buckley, too. In writing. I'll prepare the letter if she'll sign it. Just give me a little time, okay?" "Time isn't on our side. The longer Sistrunk lingers, the more harm he does. He's a publicity magnet who thrives on the spotlight. Sadly, he's catching the eye of every white resident in Ford County. Those are the people who will likely be sitting in the jury box, Portia. An all-white jury? Not entirely, but I'd expect at least 8 or 9 out of the 12. Wasn't the Haley jury all white? It was indeed, and it somehow seemed to get whiter every day. But that was a completely different case." She took a slow drink from the can, her eyes drifting again to the walls lined with imposing legal texts. "It must be pretty amazing being a lawyer," she said, almost in reverence. Amazing wasn't the word Jake would choose. He had to confess to himself that it had been years since he saw his profession as anything but monotonous. The Haley trial had been a monumental victory, but for all the grueling work, the harassment, the death threats, and the emotional toll, he'd been paid $900. For that, he'd lost his home and nearly his family. "It has its moments," he said dryly, then, shifting gears with a hint of sarcasm, he added, "Let me guess. You're wondering if the legal world has a place for someone like you. Tell me, Jake, are there any black female lawyers here in Clanton?" "None." "How many black lawyers total?" "2. Where's the closest black woman with her own practice?" "There's one over in Tupelo." "Do you know her? I'd really like to meet her." "I'd be glad to make the introduction. Her name is Barbara McNatt, a good person. She was a year ahead of me in law school. She focuses mostly on family law, but isn't afraid to tangle with the police or the DA's office. She's capable. That would be wonderful, Jake." She took another sip during a lull in the conversation. Jake knew where he wanted to steer things, but forced himself to be patient. "You brought up law school," he said, and her focus sharpened immediately. They discussed it at length with Jake, careful not to make his description sound as grueling as the 3-year reality truly was. Every so often, students would ask if he recommended a career in law. He had never found a truthful way to say no, despite his own deep doubts. The truth was, there were too many lawyers and not enough worthwhile positions. They were crammed into storefronts on main streets across the country and piled into high-rises downtown. Yet, paradoxically, at least half of all Americans who need legal help can't afford it. So in a twisted way, more lawyers are somehow still needed. Jake wasn't thinking about more corporate or insurance attorneys, and definitely not more small-town lawyers like him. He had a feeling that if Portia Lang pursued law, she would do it properly. She would serve her community. Their chat was interrupted by Quince Lundy's arrival. After introductions, Jake walked Portia to the front door. Under the porch light, he impulsively asked her to join them for supper that evening. Over in Oxford, the federal courthouse hosted the habeas corpus hearing for Kendrick Boast's petition right on schedule at 1 o'clock. By that time, the Honorable Booker F. Sistrunk had been sporting his county jail uniform for well over a day. His attendance wasn't required or expected. A U.S. magistrate presided. His demeanor bordering on boredom, there was simply no legal footing, particularly in the Fifth Circuit, for a federal court to meddle in a state court's contempt ruling. The magistrate kept asking for any supporting case law from anywhere in the country, but Bost came up empty. He was allowed to bluster and fume for a good 30 minutes, offering little beyond hot air. His shaky argument suggested some nebulous conspiracy by Ford County officials to sideline Sistrunk from the will dispute. The glaring omission, of course, was the unspoken truth. Sistrunk likely anticipated his release simply because he was a black man feeling wronged by a white judge. The petition was swiftly denied. Undeterred, Bost instantly began drafting an appeal to the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans. He and Buckley had also already filed a challenge to the contempt order with the Mississippi Supreme Court. Back in his cell, Mr. Sistrunk passed the time with a game of checkers against his new roommate, a fellow incarcerated for writing bad checks. Carla had taken German in high school and for all 4 years at Ole Miss, a nod to some German ancestry on her mother's side. Living in Clanton offered few chances to use the language, so she was genuinely pleased to welcome Portia to their rented home, even though Jake had only remembered to mention the invitation around 5 that afternoon. "Don't worry about it," he'd said. "She's a good kid who could be important to the case, and chances are she's never been asked to a white family's home for a meal." This conversation, initially a bit strained, led them to a mutual and somewhat sheepish admission. They had never, in fact, invited a black person to dinner. Their guest arrived right at 6:30, bearing a bottle of wine sealed with a real cork. Despite Jake's emphasis on a completely casual evening, Portia had changed into a graceful, flowing cotton dress. She greeted Carla in German but soon shifted to English. She offered a slight apology for the wine, a modest California red, which sparked a shared chuckle about the dismal choices at the local package stores. Jake explained that all alcohol in the state was actually purchased by the government before being distributed to private retailers. This launched a spirited talk about Mississippi's absurd liquor laws, where in some towns you could buy potent rum but not a single can of beer. Jake, holding the bottle, admitted, "We don't usually keep any alcohol in the house." "Oh, I'm sorry," Portia said, a flush of embarrassment on her cheeks. "I can just take it back with me." "Or," Carla suggested with a smile, "we could just drink it." That settled the matter, as Jake dug through a drawer for a corkscrew. The women drifted to the stove to check on dinner. Portia confessed she preferred eating to cooking, though her time in Europe had taught her a great deal about food. She had also developed a taste for Italian wines, which were practically unheard of in Ford County. "You'd have to drive to Memphis for that," Jake called out, still searching. Carla had whipped up a pasta sauce with spicy sausage, and as it bubbled, she tentatively practiced a few basic German phrases. Portia answered slowly, sometimes repeating the sentences, often gently correcting the pronunciation. Hearing the unfamiliar sounds, Hannah wandered in from the back of the house. She was introduced to their visitor, who greeted her with a cheerful, "Ciao?" "What does ciao mean?" Hannah asked. "Among friends, it's a simple greeting, and farewell in Italian." "And in Portuguese, too, I believe," Portia remarked. "Far simpler than guten tag or bonjour." "I know a few German words," Hannah offered. "My mother taught me." "We can practice later," Carla said. Jake located an old corkscrew and worked the bottle open. "We used to have proper wine glasses." Carla mentioned setting out 3 plain water tumblers. Like so much else, they were lost in the fire. Jake poured, they tapped glasses, said cheers, and settled around the kitchen table. Hannah excused herself and headed to her room. "Do you discuss the fire often?" Portia inquired. "Not really," Jake replied. Carla gave a slight shake of her head and glanced away. "Though if you've read the paper, you know one of those thugs is free again, probably somewhere nearby." "I saw that," Portia said. 27 months, right? True, he didn't light the match, but he was part of the planning. Does it frighten you having him out? Absolutely it does, Carla stated. We keep guns close at night. Dennis Yockey doesn't trouble me too much, Jake said. He's just a foolish kid trying to look tough for his crowd. Besides, Ozzy is watching his every move. One slip and Yockey is back in Parchman. What worries me more are the dangerous ones still out there who've never been caught. There were plenty of men involved, some local, some not. Only 4 have faced trial. 5 if you include Blunt, Carla added. He hasn't been prosecuted. Blunt was the clucker who tried to blow up the house a week before the arson. He's currently at the state mental hospital putting on a convincing act of insanity. Carla rose and moved to the stove, stirring the sauce and lighting the burner to boil water. "I'm sorry," Portia said quietly. "I didn't mean to raise a painful topic." "It's all right," Jake assured her. "Tell us about Italy. We've never been over the meal." She shared stories of her journeys across Italy, Germany, France, and elsewhere in Europe, determined to see the world and put as much distance as she could between herself and Mississippi. She had made that choice in high school. The Army provided her opportunity, and she seized it completely. After basic training, her top duty station picks were Germany, Australia, and Japan. While stationed in Ansbach, she spent her earnings on rail passes and budget hostels, often traveling solo from Sweden to Greece. A year on Guam left her longing for Europe's history, culture, and especially its food and wine. So she secured a transfer. Jake had visited Mexico, and Carla had been to London. For their 5th anniversary, they had pinched pennies for a bare-bones trip to Paris, an adventure they still reminisced about. Beyond those journeys, they had mostly stayed close to home. If they were fortunate, they splurged on a summer week at the beach in Destin. Hearing Portia recount her global travels filled them with a touch of envy. Hannah was captivated. "You've seen the pyramids?" she asked at one point. Indeed, Portia had. It seemed she had seen just about everything. The wine bottle was empty after the salads, and though more wine would have been nice, Carla poured iced tea instead, and they finished the meal. Once Hannah was in bed, they sipped decaf coffee, nibbled cookies, and talked of wider worlds, of Letty and the will and all its attendant troubles. Not a single word was spoken. Ansel Hubbard had long since ceased to be Ansel Hubbard. That old name and identity were hastily abandoned years ago when a pregnant woman tracked him down with accusations and demands. She wasn't the first to cause him trouble or force a name change. There was a deserted wife in Thailand, various jealous husbands in assorted places, the IRS, some manner of police in at least 3 countries, and an irritable drug dealer in Costa Rica. And these were merely the most standout episodes in a disorderly and carelessly led life. One he would have gladly exchanged long ago for something more conventional, perhaps even spending a quiet year studying art in a forgotten Spanish village, a fleeting dream he never shared. Ansel Hubbard was never destined for a conventional life. He tended bar in a rough part of Juneau, Alaska, a dimly lit spot where sailors, dock workers, and drifters came to drink, gamble, and forget their troubles. A pair of intimidating bouncers maintained a shaky order. He went by Lonnie, a name he'd lifted from a Tacoma newspaper obituary 2 years prior. Lonnie Clark. He was a master at working the system. Had he wished, he could have secured a Social Security card, a driver's license from any state, even a passport, but Lonnie preferred caution. No government database held a trace of him, though he kept forged documents handy, just in case. He worked for cash in bars, rented a room in a rundown boarding house with cash, and moved around on bicycles or buses if he ever needed to disappear. A constant possibility, he'd buy a Greyhound ticket with cash and show a phony license, or simply hitchhike, a skill he'd perfected over what felt like 1,000,000 miles. From behind the bar, he observed every face that came through the door. 3 decades on the lam teaches you how to watch, to notice the held stare, to pick out the one who doesn't belong. Since his past missteps involved neither serious violence nor, unfortunately, life-changing sums of money, he figured nobody was actively hunting him. Lonnie was small time, really, his biggest flaw being a recurring weakness for troubled women, hardly a federal offense. Sure, there'd been some minor drug sales and even sloppier gun running, but a guy's got to eat, right? Maybe a couple of those escapades edged toward more serious territory. Still, after a lifetime of drifting, the habit of checking over his shoulder was ingrained. Those crimes, and mostly those women, were in his rear view. At 66, Lonnie was starting to see a fading interest in romance as a blessing in disguise. It kept him out of messy entanglements and let him focus elsewhere. He often fantasized about buying a fishing boat, though saving enough from his paltry earnings was a pipe dream. His nature sometimes tempted him with visions of one last big score, a major drug deal that would bankroll his freedom, but the thought of prison chilled him. At his age, caught with the quantities he imagined, he'd die behind bars. And if he was honest, his past ventures in that arena hadn't exactly been triumphs. So no thanks. He was content, pulling taps, swapping stories with sailors and working girls, and doling out hard-won advice. He locked up at 2 each morning and walked only partly sober to his cramped room. There on a rumpled bed he'd drift into nostalgic memories of his years at sea, first in the Navy, later on cruise ships, private yachts, even oil tankers. When the future holds little promise, you dwell in the past, and Lonnie seemed destined to remain there. He never allowed himself to think about Mississippi or his childhood. The moment he left, he willed his mind to erase it. With the swift click of a shutter, he could change mental scenery, and after so many years he'd nearly convinced himself he'd never lived there at all. His life began at 16. Everything before was a blank. Early on, his second morning in custody, following a breakfast of cold scrambled eggs and even colder toast, Booker Sistrunk was collected from his cell and escorted, without handcuffs, to the High Sheriff's office. A deputy remained by the door as Sistrunk entered. Ozzie welcomed him warmly and offered fresh coffee, which Sistrunk gladly accepted, along with a donut he immediately started eating. "You could be out of here in 2 hours if you want," Ozzie said. Sistrunk listened while chewing. "All you have to do is walk into court and apologize to Judge Atlee. You'd be back in Memphis well before lunchtime." Sistrunk took another bite and shrugged. "You know, I'm starting to like the accommodations, Booker. This is what you really enjoy." Ozzie pushed the Memphis newspaper across his desk. Below the fold on the front page of the Metro section, a standard photograph sat under a headline declaring Sistrunk denied federal habeas relief, remains in Clanton jail. Booker read it deliberately, taking another bite of his donut. Ozzie caught a faint smile. "Another headline for your collection, Booker. Is that the whole point of this circus?" "I'm advocating for my client, Sheriff. It's a battle of right against wrong. I'm a little surprised that's not clear to you." "I see the whole picture, Booker, and what's clear is this. You will not be trying this case in front of Judge Atlee. That ship has sailed. You've burned that bridge with your antics, and he's had his fill of you. Your name is etched on his list of grievances, and it's permanent." "That's fine, Sheriff. I'm moving it to federal court." "Go ahead. File some flimsy civil rights claim in federal court. It won't hold. I've spoken with attorneys who practice in that arena, and they say you're full of hot air. Listen, Booker, you can't intimidate the judges here like you might up in Memphis. We have 3 federal judges in the Northern District. One's a former chancellor, just like Atlee. Another is an ex-district attorney, and the third was a federal prosecutor. All white, all fairly conservative. And you think you can swagger into a federal courtroom around here, tossing around your accusations of racism, and expect someone to listen? You're a fool, and you're not an attorney, Mr. Sheriff, but I appreciate the unsolicited legal counsel. I'll have forgotten it by the time I'm back in my cell." Ozzie leaned back in his chair, propping his shiny new cowboy boots on the desk. He stared at the ceiling, exasperated, and said, "You're making it easy for white people to resent Letty Lang. You realize that, don't you? She's a black woman. They resented her long before I ever came to Clanton." "There you're mistaken. I've been elected twice by the white voters of this county. Most are decent people. They would have given Letty a fair hearing, or at least they might have until you arrived. Now you've turned it into a black versus white battle, and we don't have the numbers. You're an idiot, Booker. I don't know what kind of law you practice up in Memphis, but it doesn't work down here. Thanks for the coffee and the pastries. Am I free to go? Please do." Sistrunk rose and walked to the door, pausing to add, "Incidentally, I'm not certain your jail meets federal standards file. A lawsuit, numerous violations. Conditions could always deteriorate." Portia returned before lunch. She waited downstairs, exchanging small talk with Roxy until Jake finished a lengthy phone call. Then she went up. Her eyes were swollen, her hands trembled, and she looked utterly exhausted. They made strained conversation about the previous night's dinner for a moment. Finally, Jake asked directly, "What's happened?" She closed her eyes, massaged her temples, and started to explain. "We were up all night, one huge, ugly argument. Simeon had been drinking, not heavily, but enough to make him combative mama, and I insisted that Sistrunk had to be dismissed. He naturally objected, and so we fought, a house full of relatives, and we're screaming at each other like fools. He stormed out eventually, and we haven't seen him since. That's the bad news. The good news is that my mother is ready to sign whatever document is necessary to remove the Memphis lawyers." Jake went to his desk, retrieved a single page, and handed it to her. "This simply states that she terminates his representation. That's all. If she signs it, then we can proceed." "What about Simeon? He can hire every lawyer in the phone book, but he isn't named in the will, therefore he has no legal standing. Judge Atlee will not acknowledge him or his attorneys. Simeon's little game is finished. This is strictly between Letty and the Hubbard family. Will she sign it?" Portia stood up. "I'll be right back." "Where is she?" "Outside in the car. Please ask her to come inside." "She doesn't want to. She's worried you're angry with her." Jake was incredulous. "Good grief, Portia. I'll put on a pot of coffee and we can all talk. Go get your mother." Sistrunk was stretched out on his lower bunk, reading through a stack of motions, his cellmate absorbed in a paperback nearby. The sudden clang of metal and the unlatching of the door broke the quiet. Ozzie materialized and said, "Let's go, Booker." He handed him a suit, shirt, and tie on a single hanger, with shoes and socks tucked in a paper grocery bag. They slipped out a rear door to Ozzie's waiting car. Moments later, they pulled up behind the courthouse and hurried inside. The hallways were deserted. On the third floor, they entered Judge Atlee's small outer office, where his court reporter, who also served as his secretary, gestured to another door. "They're waiting," she said. "What is this about?" Sistrunk muttered, not for the first time. Ozzie offered no reply, simply pushing the door open. Judge Atlee sat at the head of a long table in his customary black suit, no robe in sight. To his right were Jake, Letty, and Portia. He motioned to the chairs on his left. "Gentlemen, please sit," they did, with Ozzie positioning himself away from the table. Sistrunk fixed a hard stare across at Jake and Letty, biting back his usual impulse to speak first and think later. For once, common sense prevailed. He knew better than to provoke the judge, especially with Portia looking ready to leap at him. Letty kept her eyes on her hands, and Jake scribbled on a legal pad. "Review this," Judge Atlee said, sliding a single sheet of paper toward Sistrunk. "You've been fired." Sistrunk read the brief paragraph, then locked eyes with Letty. "Did you sign this?" "I did." "Under pressure?"
Absolutely not.
Portia stated firmly. "She has decided to end your representation. It's right there, in plain English. Do you understand? Where's Simeon?" "Gone," Letty said. "I don't know when he's coming back. I still represent him," Sistrunk insisted. "He is not a party to these proceedings." Judge Atlee said, "Therefore he will not participate, and neither will you." He picked up another document and passed it over. "This is an order I've just signed, lifting the contempt citation, since you are no longer involved, Mr. Sistrunk, you're free to go." The words carried the weight of a command, not a suggestion. Sistrunk glared at Letty. "I'm entitled to payment for my time and expenses. Not to mention the loans. When do I get my money? In due time," Jake said. "I want it now." "Well, you're not getting it now. Then I'll sue. Fine. I'll defend, and I'll preside." Judge Atlee interjected. "I'll schedule your trial for, about 4 years from now." Portia couldn't hold back a soft laugh. "Ozzie spoke up, Judge. Are we done here? If so, I need to drive Mr. Sistrunk back to Memphis. He seems to be stranded. Plus, he and I have a few matters to discuss. You'll be hearing from me again." "This isn't over," Sistrunk growled at Letty. "I'm sure it's not," Jake replied. "Take him away, Judge," Atlee said. "Preferably to the state line." The meeting ended. The law offices of Jake Brigance had never taken on an intern. Other attorneys around the square sometimes did. usually local college students pondering law school and wanting something for their resumes. In theory, they offered cheap or free labor, but Jake had heard more cautionary tales than success stories. He had never been tempted until Portia Lang arrived. She was sharp, restless, out of work, and considering law school, she was also the most level-headed person currently living in the old Sappington house, and her mother trusted her completely. And, of course, her mother was still poised to become the wealthiest black woman in the state, though Jake could see significant challenges looming on the horizon. Jake brought Portia on board at $50 a week, setting her up in an upstairs office to keep her clear of the growing commotion downstairs. Roxy, Quince Lundy, and especially Lucien, who by Thanksgiving was appearing daily, slipping back into his old routines, created a constant hum of activity. Since it was technically still his space, Lucien felt entitled to light a cigar and fill the rooms with smoke, or wander the reception area with a bourbon in hand, teasing Roxy with off-color jokes. He'd even needle Quince about the details of Seth Hubbard's estate, and nobody felt in a position to stop him. Jake found himself increasingly playing mediator among his expanding team. Just 2 months earlier, he and Roxy had managed a quiet, predictable practice. Now, the office buzzed with occasional friction, but also plenty of laughter and collaboration. While Jake appreciated the lively atmosphere, he was quietly alarmed by Lucien's hints about returning to law. He valued Lucien's friendship and sharp legal mind, yet he knew any formal partnership would inevitably unravel. Jake's secret reassurance lay in a Mississippi statute. A disbarred attorney had to retake and pass the bar exam before being readmitted. At 63 and reliably under the influence of Jack Daniels from late afternoon onward, the idea of Lucien buckling down to study seemed far-fetched. Portia arrived for her first day 5 minutes before 9, dressed not in the jeans and sneakers Jake had vaguely expected, but in a sharp blouse, skirt, and heels. When she'd cautiously asked about a dress code, Jake had shrugged and said things were pretty casual, maybe dress up a bit for court, but otherwise he didn't mind. Her polished appearance immediately signaled she was taking this role seriously, already carrying herself like a lawyer. He led her to one of 3 unused offices upstairs, a space that hadn't been touched since the old Wilbanks firm's heyday. Portia's eyes widened at the solid wooden desk and the handsome, if dusty, furnishings. "Who worked here last?" she asked, glancing at a faded portrait of an early Wilbanks ancestor. "You'd have to ask Lucien," Jake said. He hadn't spent more than 5 minutes in that room in a decade. "This is incredible," Portia said. "Pretty great for an intern. The phone technician is coming today to get you connected, and then you'll be all set." They spent about 30 minutes reviewing basics: phone use, lunch breaks, office rules, and overtime. Her first assignment was to dive into a stack of Mississippi will contest cases tried before juries. Jake stressed she needed to absorb the legal language and procedures so she could discuss her mother's case with clarity. Read the cases, then read them again. Take thorough notes. The goal was to make her conversations with Letty more substantive, since Letty would be the pivotal witness at trial. It was crucial to start framing her testimony early. While the truth was essential, every trial lawyer knew there were different ways to present it. No sooner had Jake stepped out than Lucien barged in and made himself comfortable. Having met the day before, they skipped introductions. He launched into a rambling monologue about how ditching the Memphis lawyers for Jake was a smart move, though, in his view. Winning would be an uphill battle. He recalled representing one of her father's cousins, a Lang, in a criminal case 2 decades back, kept the young man out of prison, he noted with pride. That story veered into another tale about a shooting involving 4 men, none of whom, as far as Portia could tell, had any connection to her family. She knew Lucien, by reputation of course, as the town's infamous old drunk lawyer, the first white man to join the local NAACP chapter, now living in the big house on the hill with his housekeeper. He was equal parts local legend and charming scoundrel, someone she never imagined she'd actually meet, let alone find chatting away in her office as if they'd been friends for years. She listened politely at first, but as the hour wore on, she began to wonder just how frequent these unannounced visits might become. Meanwhile, Jake was sequestered in his own office with Quince Lundy, poring over the document they were calling the first inventory. After a solid month of investigation, Lundy was confident this initial accounting would look very much like the final one. Seth Hubbard had known exactly when and how he would die, and he had left a trail of meticulous records behind. There were no secret stashes of wealth to uncover. The real estate appraisals were all finalized. At his death, Seth owned his home and 200 surrounding acres valued at $300,000. 150 acres of timberland near Valdosta, Georgia, worth $450,000, 400 acres of timber near Marshall, Texas, appraised at $800,000, a vacant lot on the bay north of Clearwater, Florida, valued at $100,000, a cabin on 5 acres outside Boone, North Carolina, worth $280,000, and a fifth-floor beachfront condo in Destin, Florida, priced at $230,000. The total appraised value of his real estate holdings came to $2,160,000. All owned free and clear. A consulting firm out of Atlanta had valued the Bering Lumber Company at $400,000, and their report was attached alongside the property appraisals. Also included were the bank statements from Birmingham. The cash sitting there, accruing a steady 6% interest, now totaled just over $21,360,000. The smaller items were tedious to catalog. Quince Lundy had listed as much of Seth's personal property as he believed the court would have patience for, starting with his late-model vehicles valued at $35,000 and working all the way down to his wardrobe estimated at $1,000. But the big number remained breathtaking. The first inventory placed the total value of Seth Hubbard's estate at $24,020,000. The cash was a solid, indisputable figure. Everything else would be at the mercy of the market, and liquidating it all could take months, if not years. The inventory itself was an inch thick. Not wanting anyone else in the office to glimpse it, Jake made the 2 copies himself on the machine down the hall. He left early for lunch, driving to the school to share a plate of cafeteria spaghetti with his wife and daughter. He tried to visit once a week, especially on Wednesdays, when Hannah preferred to buy her lunch rather than bring it. She adored the spaghetti, but she loved having her father there even more. After she dashed off to the playground, Jake and Carla walked back to her classroom. The bell was about to ring off to see Judge Atlee, Jake said with a grin. The first payday. Good luck, she replied, giving him a quick kiss. Love you. Love you too. Jake hurried out, wanting to escape the hallway before the tidal wave of small children came pouring in. Judge Atlee was at his desk, finishing a bowl of potato soup, when the secretary showed Jake in, defying his doctor's strict orders. The judge was still smoking his pipe. He simply couldn't quit, and he was in the process of packing it with Sir Walter Raleigh tobacco and striking a match. After 3 decades of heavy pipe use, the entire office bore a faint brownish tint. A permanent haze clung to the ceiling, though a slightly cracked window provided a little relief. The aroma, however, was rich and oddly pleasant. Jake had always loved this room, with its rows of thick legal volumes and the faded portraits of deceased judges and Confederate generals lining the walls. Nothing had changed in the 20 years Reuben Atlee had occupied this corner of the courthouse, and Jake had the distinct feeling that very little had changed in the past half-century. The judge cherished history and kept his favorite leather-bound books in perfect order on the custom-made shelves in the corner. Jake surveyed the cluttered desk, certain that the same worn-out file had occupied its front right corner for the last 10 years. Their friendship began a decade ago at the Presbyterian Church. Soon after Jake and Carla settled in Clanton, Judge Reuben Atlee managed his congregation with the same firm hand he applied to every other facet of his life, and he quickly took the young attorney under his wing. Their relationship remained cordial, yet strictly professional. Reuben was old school, a judge first, and Jake was just a lawyer. Certain lines were never crossed. Jake still remembered the 2 times the judge had publicly reprimanded him in court, lessons that left a permanent mark. With his pipe stem clenched in the corner of his mouth, Judge Atlee fetched his black suit jacket and slipped it on outside the courtroom. He lived in black suits, Always the same cut, the same shade. Nobody could tell if he owned a closet full or just the one he wore every day. They were paired with navy blue suspenders and crisp white shirts, many dotted with tiny burn marks from stray tobacco embers. He took his usual seat at the head of the table as they discussed Lucienne. After Jake finished arranging papers from his briefcase, he passed a copy of the inventory across the desk. "Quince Lundy is thorough," Jake remarked. "I wouldn't want him digging through my bank statements." "Probably wouldn't take him very long," the judge replied dryly. To most he seemed stern and unapproachable, but with those he trusted, he could be a real wise guy. No, Jake agreed. It wouldn't. As a judge, he wasn't one for small talk. He reviewed the inventory in silence, page by careful page, his pipe going cold between his fingers. He controlled the clock, so time meant nothing. Finally, he set the pipe in an ashtray and said, "$24 million, is that right?" "That's the total." "Let's keep this under lock and key, Jake. No one sees it. Not yet, anyway. Draft an order and I'll seal this portion of the file. Lord knows what would happen if this got out. It'd be front-page news and draw every ambulance chaser in the state. The truth will come out eventually. But for now, we bury it." "I agree, Judge." "Any word from Sistrunk?" "Nothing. And I've got a solid source now. Full disclosure, I've brought on a new intern. Portia Lang, Letty's eldest, bright kid, thinks she might want to go to law school. Smart move, Jake. I've always liked that girl." "So, no issues?" "None. I don't run your office." "Any conflict of interest?" "Not that I can see, me either. If Sistrunk decides to slink into town, we'll hear about it. Simeon's still missing, but I figure he'll turn up. He might be trouble, but he's not a fool. She's still his wife. He'll be back. There's another matter, Jake. The will leaves 5% to a brother, Ansel Hubbard. That makes him an interested party. I've read your report and the affidavits, and I understand we're operating as if Ansel is deceased. But that doesn't sit right with me. Since we can't be sure, we shouldn't assume he's dead. We've looked, Judge. There's no trail." "True, but you're not a professional investigator, Jake. Here's my thought. 5% of this estate is over $1 million. It seems wise to take a smaller amount, say $50,000, and hire a top-notch detective agency to find him, or at least learn what happened. What's your take?" In moments like these, Judge Atlee wasn't really asking for an opinion. His mind was already made up. He was just being courteous. "Sounds like a solid plan," Jake said. "Knowing judges always appreciate agreement. I'll approve it. What about the other expenses?" "Well, Judge, since you brought it up, I need to get paid." Jake slid a summary of his hours across the desk. Judge Atlee studied it, frowning as though Jake were trying to loot the estate, then said, 180 hours. What rate did I authorize?" He knew perfectly well what he had authorized. 150 an hour, Jake answered. He peered over the thick reading glasses balanced on the end of his nose, his expression one of profound offense. "Let's tally this up," he muttered. $27,000? His voice lifted in a theatrical show of disbelief. "That's the bare minimum. Does that seem excessive?" "Not at all, Judge. It's a steal and a fine kickoff to the holiday spending." "Absolutely that, too." Jake was confident. Judge Atlee would have approved the fees even if the hours were inflated. "Approved. What about other costs?" The judge fished a tobacco pouch from his coat. Jake passed another stack of papers across the desk. "Quite a few, Judge. Quince Lundy needs his payment. He's logged 110 hours at 100 per. Then there are the appraisers, the accountants, and the consulting firm. All the invoices are here, along with the orders for your signature. I'd recommend we transfer some funds from the Birmingham Bank to the estate account here at First National." "How much?" Judge Atlee asked, striking a match and holding it over his pipe bowl. "Not a large sum," Jake replied. "I'd prefer to avoid drawing attention at the local branch. The money is safely out of sight in Birmingham. Let's leave it there as long as possible." "My thoughts precisely," Judge Atlee said, a phrase he often used when agreeing. He exhaled a cloud of dense smoke that settled over the desk. "I've already drafted the order," Jake said. sliding more documents forward and trying not to wave the smoke away. The judge removed the pipe, a wisp trailing from its stem, and began signing his name in that famously illegible scrawl that was nonetheless unmistakably his. He paused, looking at the transfer order. "With one flick of my pen," he remarked, "I can shift $500,000, quite the power. That's more than I'll clear in a decade. Not at your billing rate. You're charging like some big city firm. I'd rather be digging ditches, Judge." So would I. For a quiet minute, he alternated between puffing on his pipe and scribbling his signature. When he finished the stack, he said, "Let's discuss next week. Is everything prepared? As far as I know. Letty's deposition is Monday and Tuesday. Herschel Hubbard is Wednesday, his sister on Thursday, and we'll wrap up with Ian Defoe on Friday. It's a brutal schedule, 5 straight days of depositions. You're using the main courtroom?" "Yes, sir." "No court is in session, and I've asked Sheriff Ozzie to post an extra deputy to keep the doors secure. We'll have ample space, which we'll certainly need. And I'll be right here in chambers if any issues arise. I do not want witnesses in the room while another is being deposed. All parties have been made aware, and I want every session on video." "It's all arranged. Cost is no concern." Judge Atlee chewed thoughtfully on his pipe stem, a faint smile appearing. My, he mused. What would Seth Hubbard think if he could peek in next Monday and see a pack of hungry lawyers circling his fortune? "I'm certain he'd be disgusted, Judge, but he brought this on himself. If he'd simply divided his assets provided for his children and Letty and anyone else, we wouldn't be in this mess." "Do you believe he was insane?" "No, not truly." "Then what was his motive?" "I haven't a clue." "Something romantic?" "My new intern doubts it, and this young lady has seen her share of the world. It's her mother, but she's far from naive." Such a discussion was technically forbidden. Buried in the Mississippi Code, among many outdated statutes, was a notorious section titled "Earwigging the Chancellor Prohibited." In plain terms, it forbade a lawyer from discussing delicate aspects of an active case with the presiding judge without the other side's counsel present. The rule was often ignored. Earwigging was a frequent practice, particularly in the chambers of Chancellor Reuben V. Atlee, though only with a select few attorneys he trusted. Jake understood all too well that the private conversations in a judge's chambers meant nothing once the courtroom doors opened. When it truly mattered, Judge Atlee ran a fair and impartial proceeding, no matter what whispers had reached his ears beforehand. Just as the judge might have pictured it, old Seth Hubbard would have been furious to witness the scene that Monday morning. A total of 9 attorneys had assembled early to officially begin the discovery phase in the matter listed as "in re estate" of Henry Seth Hubbard. Essentially, it was 9 legal minds preparing to carve up a fortune. Jake was joined by Wade Lanier and Lester Chilcott from Jackson, there for Ramona Defoe. Stillman Rush and Sam Larkin had come from Tupelo to represent Herschel Hubbard. Lanier kept pushing Ian to convince Ramona to pressure Herschel into ditching his Tupelo counsel so they could all unite. But these maneuvers only bred more family strife. Though Lanier muttered about walking away if the two sides couldn't merge, his bluster was fading. Ian figured there was simply too much money at stake for any lawyer to actually quit. Herschel's children had Memphis attorney Zach Zeitler, also licensed in Mississippi, who arrived with a silent associate whose sole purpose seemed to be taking notes and projecting an image of abundant resources. Representing Ramona's children was Joe Bradley Hunt from Jackson, who also brought along a similarly superfluous junior lawyer. Ansel, still missing and presumed deceased, had no representation and wasn't mentioned. Portia was one of 3 paralegals present. The other 2, both white men like nearly everyone else except the female court reporter, were brought by Lanier and Rush. "Remember, this room belongs to the public," Jake had reminded Portia, "so carry yourself like you own it." She was trying, but anxiety had a firm grip on her. She had braced for sharp tensions, competitive glares, and an air thick with distrust. Instead, she saw a cluster of white men shaking hands, trading good-natured jabs, sharing laughs, and sipping coffee as they waited for the clock to strike 9. If there was any underlying nervousness about the battle for a fortune they were starting, it was expertly hidden. "These are just depositions," Jake had told her. "You'll be fighting off boredom. It's death by 1,000 questions." The tables between the bar and the bench had been pushed together in the center of the courtroom, surrounded by a jumble of chairs. The lawyers gradually found their spots, though there was no assigned seating. Since Letty was up first, Jake positioned himself near the witness's empty seat at the table's end. Down at the other end, the court reporter adjusted a video camera while a clerk brought in a fresh pot of coffee and set it down. Once everyone was roughly settled, Jake gave Portia a nod. She slipped out a side door and returned with her mother. Letty was dressed in her Sunday best and looked impressive, even though Jake had assured her casual wear was fine. "It's just a deposition," he'd said. She took her seat at the head of the table, with Jake on one side, the court reporter with her stenography machine on the other, and her daughter close by. Letty glanced down the long table at the gathered attorneys, offered a warm smile, and said, "Good morning." Every lawyer politely returned the greeting. It was a promising, cordial start, but it lasted only a moment. Just as Jake was preparing to begin the formalities, the large main door swung open and in walked Rufus Buckley, briefcase in hand as if he had every right to be there. The courtroom was empty of spectators and would remain so on Judge Reuben Atlee's orders, so Buckley clearly wasn't there to watch. He strolled through the swinging gate of the bar and found a seat at the table. All 9 other lawyers watched him with immediate suspicion. Jake felt a sudden sharp desire for a confrontation. He called out, his voice echoing in the quiet room. "Well, hello there, Rufus. It's good to see you out of lockup these days, Jake." "Very funny, Buckley. A real comedian. What brings you here?" "I'm here for the deposition. Isn't it obvious?" Buckley retorted. "Who are you representing?" "The same client I've had for a month. Simeon Lang. He's not an interested party in this." "Oh, we believe he is. We think it may need to be litigated, but our position is that Mr. Lang has a direct financial interest in the will contest. That's why I'm present." Jake stood up. "All right, let's pause right here. Judge Atlee is on standby in case there's any issue." "I'll go get him." Jake hurried from the courtroom and Buckley took a seat, looking a bit uneasy. A few minutes later, Judge Atlee entered from behind the bench, without his robe, and assumed his usual place. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said brusquely. Not waiting for a reply, "Mr. Buckley, in as few words as possible, tell me why you're here." Buckley stood with his usual determined air. "Well, Judge, we still represent Mr. Simeon Lang, and who is we, Mr. Booker Sistrunk and myself along." "Mr. Sistrunk will not be appearing in this courtroom, Mr. Buckley, not in this matter." "All right, well, our position hasn't changed. Mr. Simeon Lang is a party to these proceedings, and he is not, nor will I allow him to become one. Therefore, Mr. Buckley, you are not representing an interested party. But that hasn't been finally determined." "It certainly has by me." "You have no business here, Mr. Buckley. This deposition is closed." "Come on, Judge. It's just a deposition, not some secret meeting. The testimony will be added to the court file and available to the public. That's for me to decide at a later date. Judge, what she says today will be sworn testimony, and it will become part of the record in this case. Don't lecture me, Mr. Buckley. I'm sorry I didn't. These depositions will be sealed until I review them. Frankly, Mr. Buckley, I don't appreciate being put in the position of arguing with you. Need I remind you what happened the last time you said too much in this courtroom?" "No need for that, Judge," Buckley said. "Good day, Mr. Buckley," the judge announced firmly. Buckley stood helplessly, in disbelief, both arms outstretched as if stunned. "Seriously, Judge, dead serious, Mr. Buckley, good day, sir." Buckley nodded, grabbed his briefcase, and made a quick exit from the courtroom. When the main door shut behind him, Judge Atlee said, "Carry on," and left. Everyone took a deep breath. Jake said, "Now, where were we?" "I kinda miss Sistrunk." Wade Lanier drawled, getting a few chuckles. "I'm sure you do," Jake said. He and Buckley would have played well to a Ford County jury. Jake then introduced Letty to the court reporter and the other lawyers, all names and faces blurring together in the crowd. He gave a detailed explanation of the purposes of a deposition. The instructions were straightforward. Speak clearly and slowly. Ask for clarification if a question is unclear, and if uncertain, say nothing. He, Jake, would object to anything improper, and she should answer truthfully under oath. The lawyers would take turns questioning. If she needed a break, just say so. The court reporter would record every word, and the video camera would capture the entire deposition. If for some reason Letty couldn't testify at trial, the video would serve as evidence. The instructions were necessary, yet somewhat redundant. Jake, Portia, and Lucian had rehearsed with Letty for hours in the office conference room. She was well prepared, though in a deposition it was impossible to predict every topic at trial. All testimony must be relevant. Not so in a deposition, which often became a drawn-out fishing expedition. Be polite. Be concise. Don't volunteer extra information. If you don't know, then you don't know. Jake had repeated the same assurance. The camera misses nothing, and I'll be right here with you. Portia had spent hours in the attic of the old Sappington house, sifting through stacks of old legal depositions, absorbing every technical detail and potential trap. She and her mother had talked late into the evening on the creaky back porch, preparing until Letty felt as ready as she could be. After being sworn in by the court reporter, Wade Lanier offered a syrupy smile and began. "Let's begin with your family," he suggested, launching into a gentle but thorough catalog of names, residences, birth dates, education, jobs, children, and extended relatives. Thanks to their careful rehearsal, Letty's answers flowed smoothly. Lanier paused, his expression shifting when he realized Portia was her daughter. Jake quickly clarified, "She's a paid intern in my office." A ripple of unease went around the table. Stillman Rush finally voiced it. "Does this create a conflict of interest?" Jake had settled this in his mind weeks prior. "Not at all. I represent the estate. Portia is not a beneficiary under the will. I see no conflict. Do you?" "Will she be called as a witness?" Lester Chilcott inquired. "No," Jake replied. "She was stationed overseas with the Army for the past 6 years." Zach Zeitler leaned forward. "Could she have access to information her mother shouldn't see?" "Such as what?" Jake countered. "I don't have a specific example. I'm just thinking out loud." "I'm not alleging a conflict, Jake. It's just unexpected." "Did you clear this with Judge Atlee?" Wade Lanier asked. "I did, last week. He approved." That settled the matter. Lanier resumed with soft, almost conversational questions about Letty's parents and grandparents, as if genuinely curious about where her mother's people had lived and worked. An hour in, Jake resisted the urge to let his mind wander. He kept detailed notes in case another lawyer circled back to this same ground later. Letty recounted finishing high school in 1959 at the old colored school in Hamilton, Alabama, then running off to Memphis where she met and quickly married Simeon. Their son Marvis was born the following year. Lanier lingered on Marvis, detailing his criminal record and time in prison. Letty's voice thickened and she wiped her eyes, but she held herself together. Then came Phaedra and her struggles. 2 children from different fathers who were long gone, a spotty work history, and the fact she still lived at home, having never really left. Portia stiffened at the questions about her older siblings. These weren't secrets, but they were private family pains. Not topics to be dissected by a room full of unfamiliar white men. At 10:30 they took a 15-minute break. The lawyers scrambled for phones. Portia and Letty retreated to the restroom. A clerk brought in a fresh pot of coffee and a plate of packaged cookies, adding to the clutter that was already turning the tables into a miniature dump. When they reconvened, Stillman Rush took over, focusing on Simeon, whose family history was even more tangled. Letty admitted she didn't know all the details of his lineage. His work history was a patchwork of short-term jobs: truck driver, bulldozer operator, pulpwood cutter, painter, and bricklayer's helper. He'd had a couple of arrests, the latest being last October, though only for misdemeanors. Yes, They had separated a few times, but never for more than 2 months. Moving on from Simeon for the moment, Stillman turned to Letty's own work history. She had worked for Seth Hubbard on and off, part-time and full-time, for most of the previous 3 years. For 3 years prior, Letty had worked as a housekeeper for an elderly couple in Clanton. People Jake didn't know. They passed away within months of each other, leaving her without a job. Before that position, she had been a cook in the cafeteria at Caraway Middle School. Stillman pressed for every detail: dates, wages, supervisors, and Letty answered as best she could. Portia wondered silently how any of this could possibly matter to a will contest. Jake had warned her this would be a fishing expedition, a tedious hallmark of deposition warfare where lawyers paid by the hour have little incentive to be brief. As long as a topic was remotely connected to the case, they could drone on for hours. He'd pointed out, however, that this case was different. He was the only attorney billing by the hour. The others were working on a contingency, praying for a percentage of the estate if the handwritten will was thrown out. Since their pay wasn't guaranteed, Jake suspected their questions might be less monotonous. Portia had her doubts. The tedium felt inescapable. Stillman liked to jump around, probably to keep the witness off balance. He jolted the room awake with, "Now, did you borrow money from your former attorney, Booker Sistrunk?" "I did," Letty replied, without hesitation, having expected the question. There was no rule against accepting such a loan. "How much?" he asked. $50,000, was it, by check or cash?" "Cash. Simeon and I both signed a promissory note." "Was that the only loan from Sistrunk?" "No. There was an earlier one for $5,000. "Why did you borrow the money?" "We needed it. I lost my job, and with Simeon, his work is never steady." A flicker of frustration crossed her face, a detail not lost on Portia, who saw the toll this was taking. "Did you use the money to move into a larger house?" "We did. And how many people live there now?" Letty paused. "Usually around 11, but it changes. People come and go." Jake shot Stillman a look that clearly said, "Don't even think about listing all 11 names. Move it along." Stillman seemed tempted, but complied. "What's your monthly rent?" $700. "And you're currently unemployed?" "Yes." "Where is your husband employed right now?" "He isn't. Since Mr. Sistrunk is no longer your attorney, how do you intend to repay him?" Letty's voice held a weary defiance. "We'll worry about that later." Roxy had lunch ready, sandwiches and chips, and they ate in the conference room where Lucien joined them. "How'd it go?" he asked. "The standard first round of pointless questions," Jake said. "Letty was solid, but she's already worn out," Letty added. "I don't know how I'll get through another day and a half of this." "Modern discovery," Lucien muttered with disdain. "Tell us how it was in the old days, Lucien," Jake prompted. "Well, back in the old days, and they were far better than all these new rules you've got now. I didn't write them. You weren't forced to reveal all your witnesses and what they'd say. No, sir, it was trial by ambush. You got your witnesses, I got mine, and we showed up at the courthouse for a real trial. It made you a sharper lawyer because you had to think on your feet. Now, everything has to be disclosed. Every witness deposed. Just think of the time and the expense." "I swear things were just better back in the day," Lucien insisted. "Maybe take a real bite of that sandwich," Jake suggested. "Letty needs to unwind, and nobody can relax with you giving a speech." Lucien took a modest bite and turned to Portia. "What's your take?" She had been picking at a potato chip. Setting it aside, she said, "It's actually kind of impressive, you know. Sitting in a room packed with that many attorneys makes me feel like I matter." "Don't let it go to your head," Jake replied. "Half of those guys would struggle to handle a simple shoplifting case in municipal court." "I bet Wade Lanier wouldn't," Letty remarked. "He's sharp." "It's like he already knows what I'm going to say before the words leave my mouth." "He's skilled, I'll give him that," Jake conceded. "But mark my words, Letty, we'll grow to resent him. He might seem pleasant now, but by the time this is finished, you won't be able to stand the sight of him." The prospect of a drawn-out battle seemed to drain the energy from Letty. They were only 4 hours into the preliminary hearing, and she already felt worn out. Over the lunch break, two women from the clerk's office had put together a small fake Christmas tree and positioned it in the back corner of the courtroom. From his seat at the counsel table, Jake had a perfect, clear view of it. Every Christmas Eve at noon, a group of circuit and chancery court clerks, judges, and a select few attorneys would gather back there for spiked eggnog and silly gag gifts, a tradition Jake usually went out of his way to skip. That little tree, though, was a sudden reminder that Christmas was just around the corner, and until that moment, the idea of holiday shopping hadn't even crossed his mind, as Wade Lanier droned on in a voice so monotone and dry it was practically a sleeping aid. Jake felt his attention drift toward the holidays. For the past 2 years, he and his family had worked hard to decorate their rental house and make it feel festive. His daughter Hannah had been a huge help. Having a kid around really lifted everyone's mood. Just then, Lanier shifted into more delicate territory. With careful, deliberate questioning, he began probing into Letty's responsibilities at home when Mr. Hubbard was sick from chemotherapy and radiation, confined to his bed. Letty explained that a home health agency had sent nurses to care for him, but they weren't very good or compassionate, and Mr. Hubbard had been downright rude, though she didn't blame him. He argued with the agency and eventually sent them away. After that, Letty took over. She cooked whatever he wanted, helped feed him when he needed it, assisted him out of bed and to the bathroom, where he sometimes sat for 30 minutes at a time. There were accidents, and she cleaned his sheets. Several times he had to use a bedpan, and Letty attended to him then too. No, it wasn't pleasant work, and she had no formal training, but she managed. He was grateful for her kindness. He trusted her. Yes, she had given Mr. Hubbard bed baths on several occasions, full baths, touching everywhere. He was so ill and barely conscious. Later, when they paused the treatments for a while, he regained some strength and started moving around as soon as he could, bouncing back with a stubborn determination. And no, he never did quit smoking. Jake had explained to Portia in blunt terms, which were then gently passed along to her mother, that intimacy could ruin their case. If the jury believed Letty became too close to Seth Hubbard, they'd have no problem believing she exerted undue influence over him. Was Mr. Hubbard affectionate with her? Did he hug her, give a peck on the cheek, maybe a pat on the backside? Not at all, Letty stated firmly. Never. Her boss was a stern private man with little patience for others and few friends. He didn't shake her hand when she arrived in the morning, nor did he offer anything resembling an embrace when she left. She was his employee, period. Not a friend, not a confidant, nothing more. He was polite and thanked her when it was warranted, but he was never a man of many words. She knew nothing about his business dealings or his social life. He never mentioned another woman, and Letty never saw one in his home. In truth, she couldn't recall a single instance in her 3 years of employment when a friend or business associate had ever visited the house. Perfect, Jake thought to himself. Incompetent attorneys use depositions to badger and confuse witnesses, hoping for a cheap win. Competent ones viewed them as information-gathering sessions, laying the groundwork for traps to be sprung at trial. Truly exceptional lawyers, however, bypassed depositions entirely, saving their most devastating ambushes for the jury. Wade Lanier and Stillman Rush fell into the competent category, spending that first day meticulously collecting data. Over 8 hours of direct examination, there wasn't a single cross word or hint of disrespect toward the witness. Jake had to admit he was impressed by his opponent's performance. Back in his office later, he explained to Letty and Portia that both men were essentially performing. They were presenting themselves as friendly, trustworthy figures who genuinely liked Letty and were merely seeking the truth. Their goal was to earn her trust so that, at trial, she might let her guard down. They're a pair of wolves in sheep's clothing, he warned. When we get to court, they'll go straight for the throat. Exhausted, Letty asked, "Jake, tell me I won't be up there for another 8 hours, will I?" "You'll be prepared," he assured her, though she harbored serious doubts. Zach Zeitler began the next morning with a series of pointed questions about Mr. Hubbard's final days. He hit a nerve when he inquired, "Did you see him on Saturday, October 1st?" Jake steeled himself for what was coming. He'd known this moment was inevitable for days. The truth was simply the truth. "I did?" Letty answered. "I thought you stated you never worked on Saturdays." Zeitler noted. "That's correct. But Mr. Hubbard specifically asked me to come in that Saturday. And what was the reason? He wanted me to accompany him to his office to clean it. The regular janitor was out sick, and the place needed attention around the table." Letty's response was more effective than any caffeine. Eyes widened, postures straightened, people shifted to the edges of their seats, and a few meaningful glances were exchanged. Sensing an opportunity, Zeitler proceeded with caution. "What time did you arrive at Mr. Hubbard's home that morning?" "It was around 9 o'clock. "And what did he say to you?" "He said he wanted me to go with him to his office. So we got in the car and drove over." "Which car was this? His, the Cadillac? Who was behind the wheel?" "I was, Mr. Hubbard asked me if I'd ever driven a brand new Cadillac. I told him no. I'd mentioned earlier how nice the car was, and so he asked if I wanted to drive it. At first I said no, but he just handed me the keys. I drove it over to the office, and I was a nervous wreck the whole way." She added, almost to herself, "The leather seats felt like butter, and the car was so quiet it was unnerving." "You drove him over?" Zeitler repeated slowly. Around the table all heads were bowed as the attorneys scribbled furiously, their minds racing. In what was perhaps the most infamous will contest in the state's history, the beneficiary, who was not a blood relative, had driven the ailing testator to the lawyer's office to sign a will that disinherited the entire family. The state Supreme Court had thrown out that will due to undue influence, citing the surprise beneficiary's central involvement as a key factor. For 30 years since that ruling, the question, "Who drove him over?" had become a standard inquiry whenever a suspicious will surfaced. "Yes, I did," she said. Jake watched the other 8 lawyers react precisely as he had expected. It was a gift to them and a significant hurdle for him to overcome. Zeitler carefully rearranged his notes, then asked, "How long were you both in the office?" "I didn't check the clock, but I'd say a couple of hours." "Was anyone else present?" "No one. He mentioned they usually didn't work on Saturdays, at least not at the office." "I see," Zeitler said, and for the next hour he meticulously dissected every detail of that Saturday morning. He asked Letty to sketch the layout of the office building, marking the areas she cleaned and where Mr. Hubbard typically stayed. She explained that he remained in his office with the door closed, and she never entered, even for cleaning. She had no knowledge of his work or activities inside. He arrived and departed with his usual briefcase, but its contents were a mystery to her. While he seemed mentally sharp and capable of driving, she knew little about his pain medication regimen. He was frail, yet he had come to the office every day that week. She was unaware if anyone else had seen them there. Yes, she drove the Cadillac back to Mr. Hubbard's house afterward and then went home, arriving around midday. And he never once brought up the fact that he was drafting his final will. "Objection," Jake interjected. "She's addressed that already." "All right, I just wanted to be certain. It's documented." "Of course." Riding the momentum of his earlier point, Zeitler was in no hurry to proceed. He confirmed that Letty only drove the Cadillac that single day. She seldom noticed pill bottles or medications in the house, suspecting he kept them in his briefcase. There were times his pain was severe. He never spoke of suicide. She never observed strange conduct suggesting he was impaired by drugs. He wasn't a drinker, though he occasionally kept a few beers in the refrigerator, and while he had a desk in his bedroom, he almost never worked at home. By Tuesday noon, Letty was exhausted. She had an extended lunch in Jake's office, again with Portia, then rested on a sofa. The deposition dragged into Wednesday as Jake took over and questioned Herschel Hubbard for hours. The morning session was a masterclass in tedium, quickly establishing that Herschel's career had been marked by minimal ambition and even less excitement. His divorce stood out as the most dramatic episode of his life. They plodded through exhaustive details about his education, job history, business ventures, past residences, relationships, friends, hobbies, religious views, and political opinions, all of which proved to be profoundly uninteresting. A few lawyers dozed off. Portia, in her third day of genuine legal proceedings, fought to keep her eyes open. After lunch, the attorneys regrouped in the courtroom, albeit reluctantly. Jake injected a little energy when he started pressing Herschel on how much time he had actually spent with his father in recent years. Herschel attempted to portray a close relationship but stumbled when asked to recall specific visits. If they spoke on the phone so frequently, what would those records show? Jake inquired. Any cards or letters from Seth? Herschel believed he had them, but wasn't confident he could find them. His legal team had coached him to be deliberately vague, and he performed admirably. On the topic of Letty Lang, Herschel claimed to have seen her often during his visits to his dear father. He believed Seth was quite attached to her. He conceded he never witnessed any physical contact between them, but he sensed something in their exchanged glances. What precisely? He couldn't say, just a certain unspoken understanding. He added that she was always listening, always hovering in the background as if trying to overhear, and as his father's health declined, he leaned on Letty more, and they grew closer. Jake asked if he was implying an intimate relationship. Only Letty knows that, Herschel answered, heavily suggesting the worst. Portia seethed internally as she scanned the room. She was convinced that everyone present, except for Jake, assumed her mother was involved with a frail, aging white man purely for financial gain. But Portia kept her composure, maintaining a professional demeanor as she filled yet another page with notes that would likely never be read. After 7 hours of questioning, it became clear that Herschel Hubbard led a rather unremarkable life, marked by a distant and difficult relationship with his father. At 46, he was still living with his mother, struggling to get over a painful divorce, and just scraping by on the earnings from a college bar. What Herschel truly longed for was an inheritance, a sentiment his sister Ramona shared. Her deposition began at 9 on Thursday morning, by which point the attorneys were thoroughly irritable and weary of the entire matter. Enduring 5 straight days of depositions was unusual, though not unprecedented. During a recess, Wade Lanier recounted a marathon session from an oil spill case in New Orleans, where he'd deposed a string of witnesses over 10 relentless days. The witnesses were primarily from Venezuela. Many spoke little English, and the interpreters struggled to keep up. The lawyers drowned their frustrations in hard partying each night, showed up to the depositions nursing brutal hangovers, and 2 of them checked into rehab once the torture finally ended. Nobody had a richer collection of courtroom tales than Wade Lanier. As the senior attorney with 3 decades of experience, he commanded respect. The more Jake observed him, the more he recognized Lanier would be a formidable opponent in front of a jury. Ramona proved to be just as tedious as her brother. From their statements, a picture slowly emerged of Seth Hubbard as an absent father who saw his children more as burdens than blessings. Now, with a fortune at stake, they made a valiant effort to portray the old man in a warmer light and paint the family as close-knit and content. But Seth's character simply couldn't be whitewashed. Jake gently probed and cornered Ramona here and there, always careful to keep a friendly demeanor so as not to alienate her. Given how little time she and Herschel had actually spent with their father, their testimony wouldn't carry much weight at trial. They weren't present in his final days, so they had no insight into his mental state. They also had no direct knowledge of his supposed bond with Letty, and these were only the initial depositions. Jake and the other lawyers fully expected to depose Letty, Herschel, Ramona, and Ian Defoe again later. As the facts crystallized and the legal issues narrowed, there would undoubtedly be more questions to ask. Rushing from the courthouse late Thursday afternoon, Jake was stopped by Stillman Rush, who asked if he had time for a quick drink. It was an odd invitation, since the 2 men had nothing in common besides the Hubbard case. "Sure," Jake said. "Why not?" He figured Stillman must have something significant to discuss, otherwise he wouldn't bother. With a small-town lawyer like Jake, they met in a basement bar just off the town square, a short walk from the courthouse. Outside, a damp mist had settled, turning the evening dark and gloomy, a perfect setting for a drink. Though Jake wasn't a regular, he'd been to the place before. It was a shadowy, slightly damp room with dark corners and secluded booths, the kind of spot where semi-shady deals felt right at home. Bobby Carl Leach, the town's most notorious hustler, kept a regular table by the fireplace and was often seen there huddled with local politicians and bankers. Harry Rex Vonner was a familiar face, too. Jake and Stillman slid into a booth, ordered draft beers, and began to decompress after 4 straight days trapped at the same table. Listening to endless and only marginally useful testimony, they were both numb with boredom. Stillman's usual arrogance seemed to fade, making him almost pleasant company. When the waiter delivered their beers, Stillman leaned in close and lowered his voice. "Here's a thought, just me thinking out loud without any official backing. But there's a mountain of money involved here. We all know that. I'm not certain of the exact amount yet, but 24 million, Jake cut in. The lawyers would learn the inventory details soon enough, and there was no real harm in telling Stillman. Jake just wanted to keep the number out of the papers. Stillman paused, allowed a smile, took a slow sip of his beer, and shook his head in quiet amazement. $24 million, Stillman said, leaning forward. And not a single debt attached to it. Hard to believe, Jake replied. It really is, Stillman agreed, but after the tax collectors take their cut, we'll be fortunate if half of that sum remains, Jake nodded. That's what the accountants are projecting. So we're looking at around 12 million, still a fortune more than you or I will likely ever see, which brings me to my proposal, Jake. Why don't we attempt to negotiate a settlement? We have 3 primary parties, Herschel, Ramona, and Letty. Surely we can divide the pie in a way that satisfies everyone. The concept wasn't new. Jake and Lucian had debated it privately on several occasions, and they were confident the opposing counsel had done the same. The logic was sound. Each side concedes a little, or perhaps a lot. Legal fees and expenses are reduced. The media frenzy stops. The strain and unpredictability of a trial are avoided, and everyone walks away with a guaranteed portion. In any significant lawsuit, the potential for settlement always lingered in the background. Is this what your client is interested in pursuing? Jake asked. I'm not certain yet. We haven't discussed it, Stillman admitted. But if it's a viable path, I'll approach Herschel and apply some pressure. All right, Jake said. This pie you're describing, how do you propose we slice it? Stillman took a long drink, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and pressed on. Let's be realistic, Jake. Letty Lang is entitled to very little in the grand scheme, in the normal transfer of assets and estates. She simply doesn't factor in. She isn't family, and no matter how dysfunctional a family might be, the wealth almost invariably passes to the next generation. You know that. Nationwide, about 90% of all inheritance flows to family members. It's the same in Mississippi as it is in New York or California, where the estates are just larger. Consider the law itself. If someone dies without a will, every asset goes to blood relatives and no one else. The legal system is designed to keep money within the family. That may be true, Jake countered, but we can't settle this case if Letty is offered nothing? Of course not, Jake. Offer her a couple of million. Can you picture it? Letty Lang, unemployed, a lifelong housekeeper, suddenly walking away with $2 million after taxes. I'm not putting the woman down, Jake. Frankly, I grew to like her during her deposition. She's decent, even has a good sense of humor. I'm not criticizing her, but let's be honest. How many black citizens in Mississippi do you think have a net worth over $1 million? Tell me, according to the last census, 7 black individuals in this state reported being worth more than $1 million. All men, mostly in construction or real estate. Letty would instantly become the wealthiest black woman in Mississippi. And your client and his sister would split the remaining $10 million? Jake asked. Essentially, yes. Set aside a charitable donation for the church and we divide the rest. That would be quite favorable for your side, Jake observed. You'd take 1/3 of nearly $5 million. Not a bad day's work. I didn't specify our fee arrangement, Jake. But it is a percentage. I can't discuss details, but yes, it would be a substantial payday, for some, Jake thought. If the case settled now, his own potential fees would be drastically curtailed. Have you run this by Wade Lanier? Stillman's face tightened at the name. That's a separate issue. Lanier has been trying to poach my client, who for the moment is staying with me. I don't trust that man. I'll be watching my back for the next 6 months. What a piece of work. So that's a no. That's a no. I haven't discussed it with anyone else. I gather relations are strained between your client and his brother-in-law. You could say that. Herschel and Ramona can cooperate when necessary, but Ian is the real problem. Herschel told me he and Ian have never been able to stand each other. He views Ian as an entitled brat from a stuffy old money family that lost its fortune, and now he's desperately trying to claw back some status and act like a big shot. He'd always viewed the Hubbards as little better than white trash, though his opinion had shifted dramatically of late. Now, he seemed oddly captivated by the family and deeply worried about their welfare. Jake noted the irony that Stillman would call anyone else a privileged little prick from a stuffy old family. What a shock, Jake replied. Listen, I just spent most of the day with Ramona, and if I didn't know any better, I'd swear she has a drinking problem. The bloodshot eyes, the puffiness she tries to cover with makeup, the extra wrinkles that don't seem right for a 42-year-old. I know the signs. I've been around Lucian Wilbanks long enough. Herschel claims she's a lush who's talked about leaving Ian for years, Stillman said, and Jake appreciated the bluntness. Well, she can't push him away now, Jake countered. Not a chance. I think Ian has fallen head over heels for his wife all over again. A friend of mine in Jackson knows some of Ian's bar buddies. They say he has an eye for the ladies. Ask him about it tomorrow. I plan to. The bottom line is Herschel and Ian will never see eye to eye. They ordered another round and finished their first beers. Stillman observed, "You don't seem too thrilled about the idea of settling this. You're missing what the old man intended. He was crystal clear both in the will and in his letter to me. He instructed me to defend that handwritten document at all costs to the very end." He instructed you? Absolutely. In a letter that came with the will. You'll see it. He was specific about cutting his family out, but he's gone now. It's still his money. How can we just redirect it when his wishes were so plain? It doesn't sit right, and I doubt Judge Atlee would go along with it. And if you lose, then I lose doing exactly what I was told to do. Defend the will no matter what. The second beers arrived just as Harry Rex trudged past without a word. He looked distracted and avoided Jake's gaze. It wasn't even 6 o'clock, too early for him to be leaving the office. He settled into a corner booth by himself, trying to be invisible. Stillman wiped foam from his lips and asked, "Why'd he do it, Jake? Any theories so far?" "Not really," Jake said with a shrug, as if he'd willingly share confidential details with his adversary. He wouldn't give Stillman Rush a single advantage if he could help it. Something to do with sex? Another nonchalant shrug, a quick head shake, a frown. I doubt it. The old man was 71, a heavy smoker, sick, frail, eaten up with cancer. It's hard to picture him having the energy or the drive for an affair. He wasn't sick 2 years ago. True, but there's no way to prove anything. I'm not talking about proof, Jake, or evidence or trials. I'm just thinking out loud. There has to be a reason. Then figure it out yourself, you jerk. Jake thought, but kept to himself. He was amused by Stillman's awkward attempt at gossip, as if they were old pals swapping secrets over drinks. Loose lips sink ships, Harry Rex liked to say. Loose lips lose lawsuits, Jake remarked. It's hard to believe a little sex could be worth $24 million. Stillman chuckled. Not so sure about that. Wars have been fought over it. True enough. No interest in exploring a settlement. None. I have my orders. You'll regret it. Is that a threat? Not at all. The way we see it, Booker Sistrunk has already managed to offend every white person in Ford County. Didn't realize you were such an expert on Ford County. Look, Jake, you landed one big flashy verdict here. Don't let it go to your head. I wasn't asking for advice. Maybe you need it from you. Stillman drained his mug and slammed it down on the table. Gotta run. I'll settle up at the bar. He was already out of the booth and digging in his pocket. Jake watched him leave, muttered a curse under his breath, then slid out and made his way to the corner booth, taking a seat across from Harry Rex. Jake found Harry Rex at a corner table, nursing a Bud Light and flipping through a magazine. "So, Carla finally let you off the leash," Harry Rex said, setting the magazine aside. Just had a drink with Stillman Rush, Jake replied. Let me guess, he wants to settle. How'd you know? Figures a quick deal and those guys make out like thieves. Jake recounted Stillman's idea of a fair settlement, and they both chuckled. A waiter brought over a platter of nachos. Is this your dinner? Jake asked. Nah, this is just a snack. I'm heading back to the office. You'll never guess who's in town. Who? Remember Willie Traynor used to own the Times? Vaguely. I met him once or twice, years back. Didn't he sell the paper right around when I moved here? That's right. Willie bought it in 1970 from the Caudle family. It was practically bankrupt, and I think he paid about $50,000. Sold it 10 years later for $1.5 million. Harry Rex loaded a nacho and took a big bite. He never really clicked here, so he went back to Memphis and lost a fortune in real estate. Then his grandmother passed and left him another pile of money, which he's probably burning through now. We used to be tight, so he drops by now and then looking for a drink. Does he still own the Hocut house? Yep, and I think that's why he wants to talk. He bought it in '72 after the last of the Hocuts passed. What a strange family. Twins named Wilma and Gilma, plus a brother and a sister who was off her rocker, and not one of them ever married. Willie got the place because nobody else wanted it, then spent years fixing it up. You ever been inside? Only seen it from the street. It's gorgeous. It's one of the best Victorians around here. Kind of reminds me of your old place, just way bigger. Willie has great taste. The inside is perfect. Problem is, he's barely stayed there in years. He wants to sell, probably needs the cash, but who around here can afford it? Whatever he's asking, it's way beyond me, Jake said. He thinks it's worth $300,000. I told him maybe on paper, but he'll never get it. Not now, not in 10 years. Some doctor'll buy it. He mentioned you, Jake. Followed the Haley trial. Knows all about the Klan burning your house. He knows you're looking. I'm not looking, Harry Rex. I'm still fighting with the insurance company. But tell him thanks anyway. It's too rich for my blood. You want some nachos? No thanks. I should get home. Tell Carla I adore her and secretly covet her. She knows. See you later. Jake walked to his office in a chilly drizzle. Christmas wreaths and silver bells hung from the street lamps around the square, and carols played from a nativity scene in front of the courthouse. The shops were open late and bustling with last-minute shoppers. There was talk of possible snow tomorrow, and even the hint of it had the whole town buzzing. Kids pressed against windows, stores stocking shovels and salt. People hurried about as if a blizzard were coming. Jake took the long way home, driving slowly away from the square and through the quiet, tree-lined streets of central Clanton until he turned onto Market. A light was on in the Hocut house, which was unusual. He and Carla had passed it many times, always slowing down to admire it, always aware that the beautiful Victorian sat mostly empty. There had always been rumors that Willie Traynor was trying to sell. After he sold the paper, he'd all but left Clanton, and everyone knew it. The house needed a fresh coat of paint. In summer, the flower beds were overrun with weeds and the grass grew too long. In fall, leaves piled in deep drifts on the front porch, and no one ever came to rake them. For a brief instant, Jake felt a strong pull to pause, to rap on the door, to simply walk right in and share a drink with Willie while discussing their affairs. Yet that impulse faded as quickly as it had come. He turned away, choosing instead to make his way back to his own house.